Dewan singi urayibona? Urayibona? Leonce, cya gisinyare kizamuka cyavuyemo. Check check. Good morning. No, ya sinyare yazamuka itamuka yavuyemo. Test test. Hano muri kuteri zero. Check check check. Test 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 test. Check also. Yeah. Check also.
Hello, 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 hello. Zoom test, zoom test. Leonce kutavuga, test. Leonce kutavuga, test. Leonce kutavuga, test. Leonce kutavuga.
1 2 3 1 2 3 testing. Participants online, can you hear us? Hello, participants online, can you hear us? Hello, Rachel, if you can say something. Yolanda, can you say something? Can't seem to hear hello, Rachel, try to say okay, so we can't hear you. Let's
So you want to
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. And can you see the room?
Yes, yes, I can see the room and we can see the big screen with our faces on it. So yes, we are able to see everything.
Okay, thank you.
Yolanda and Bridget, could you please say something?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Did you all hear me? This is Bridget here. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Bonaventure. Perfect, thanks.
Hi, everyone. Okay, can hear us. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us on time. We are giving everyone just a few minutes to settle and then we'll begin. Thank you for everyone online for also keeping time. We look forward to having a wonderful discussion with you all. Thank you once again for joining us in person and online, virtually as well. We had given ourselves 2 minutes before we start and they're over. We'd like for everyone to settle so that we can begin our session for today. And our session for today, as you can see on the screen, and for those who are joining us in person, is the Afrofeminist Artificial Intelligence AI Governance, Challenges and Lessons at the IGF of 2022. We have a Zoom link. If you want, you can share with your colleagues back in your countries. It's available on the website as well. You can also be able to check out who is on the panel today on the official IGF website. And the panel session is WS#439, so that you can get additional information about everyone on the panel today. We want to request that you bear with us. We are seated on this very big panel. It's not like us, but it's so that we can be able to, I think, offer translation, and also because the microphones down here are not working very well. So we are together in spirit, although quite far from you. Feel our warmth. Then for those online, we hope you have your cups of tea ready. We hope you have your coffee. And let's have fun. If you need to share anything, yes, you see Yolanda. If you need to share anything, please share in the chat. If you feel there's something maybe we are not clear enough, please let us know in the chat, and someone will be following up and coordinating. Bridget and Yolanda, feel free to also share with us if you feel we need to repeat the question or repeat something so that we can work together. And to officially start us off, I'd like to start us off by asking everyone in this room and everyone on the Zoom link right now. Before I introduce myself, I have an opening question for us all. How many sessions have you attended at the IGF so far, or this year, on AI, that you have seen a woman or an African woman on the panel, by a show of hands? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the Zoom link as well, I'm so happy to see that many of you attend different panel discussions, and a woman or an African woman is represented. But to set the ball rolling, I'd like to start us off with introduction. We'll start with our speakers on the Zoom link, Yolanda and, yes, we'll start with the online team, that's Bridget and Yolanda, and then we'll proceed to the in-person team who are with me here today. So Bridget, please take a few minutes to introduce yourself and your organization, and then followed with Yolanda. Karibu.
Sounds good. Hello, everyone. Once again, I see Bobina nodding, so I'm assuming everyone can hear me in the room as well. It is such a pleasure for me to be here. My name is Bridget Boachi once again, and I am the Artificial Intelligence Lead at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. I have a data science background, and I'm passionate about using technology to deliver for citizens. So it is my pleasure to have this conversation, and I look forward to sharing a bit more about what we do at the Tony Blair Institute, as well as specifically our initiative on African women in AI, as well as AI adoption on the continent in a bit. Thank you once again. Over to you, Yolanda.
Thank you, Bridget, and thank you to Policy for inviting me, and hello to everyone. It's great to be here virtually. I'm in Brussels right now because we have a conference at the European Parliament tomorrow on AI policy. I'm Yolanda Langquist. I'm Director of AI Governance at the Future Society. The Future Society is a nonprofit based in the US, incubated at Harvard Kennedy School of Government, focused on AI policy with a mission to align AI through better governance. I'm on this panel because we led the development of 3 national AI strategies in Africa, one by competitive tender with GIZ, the Fair Forward project of GIZ. GIZ is Germany's Forward Development Agency, and with the government ministries of the countries, which were Rwanda, Ghana, and Tunisia, and with Smart Africa. So I'll be trying to share the recommendations that we developed for those national AI strategies towards inclusive AI policy. So looking forward, and thank you so much.
And now over to our physical team here present at the IGF in Addis Ababa. We'll begin with Amber, then proceed to Quito, myself, and then Bobina will get into it. Welcome, Amber.
Thanks so much, Irene. Hi, everyone. My name is Amber Sinha. I'm here from India. I work at the intersection of law, technology, and society, and a lot of my research focuses on digital rights and the regulatory systems around them. I'm currently the Director of Research at Policy Data Institute, and I also serve as a Senior Fellow working on trustworthy AI with Mozilla Foundation. Prior to this, I worked at the Center for Internet and Society in India, where until earlier this year, I was their Executive Director. So I am really looking forward to this session.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kito Shilongo. I'm part of Research ICT Africa. We're a think tank based in Cape Town, South Africa. I'm from Namibia, and I work on several projects at Research ICT Africa focused on AI, specifically just AI and data justice. I'm very interested in adapting feminist frameworks into how we conceptualize AI policies and frameworks. And I'm very excited to have this conversation and very excited to also learn from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am the moderator for today. My name is Irene Mwendwa. I am a Kenyan and I work for Policy, which is a Ugandan-based feminist civic tech, and I lead the strategic initiatives there. And looking forward to just learning from this panel, as well as learning from everyone. Over to you, Bobina.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bobina Zulfa, and I'm a data and digital rights researcher with Policy. Like my colleague said, Policy is a civic tech based in Kampala, but work across the region, work at the intersection of data, tech, and society. Myself, I've been working on this Afrofeminist framework for AI governance, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this session because it's a part of, I'd say, a consultancy to just get more viewpoints to add to the work we're doing, and yeah, excited for this discussion with everyone.
Time has passed, but we'd like to give Bobina just a few minutes to speak about the Afrofeminist AI policy framework work that we've gotten into as policy, and also that encompasses everyone's contributions before we dive straight into the questions.
All right, thank you. Just very quickly, I will, so this Afrofeminist AI governance framework, one would ask themselves, I think, a couple of questions. What do you mean Afrofeminist? And then, because we know there is a number of, AI frameworks and principles that are being developed globally. However, with the work that we've been doing at Policy, just looking at gender and AI on the continent, there's a number of, would say gaps in terms of just structural inequalities pertaining to, AI and, African women that we felt the need to address through a framework that directly addresses a number of these gaps and issues. And so this was conceptualized off that basis, and we're doing this together with IDRC and a number of other partners. And so basically the framework proposes, puts across a number of the problems that we think pertain particularly to, directly affect African women in terms of, AI development and deployment across the continent, and then just propose a number of solutions. And so it's interesting that we get out in spaces like this and get in more viewpoints to our work, contribute to our literature and, just knowledge production as a whole. And yeah, I look forward to just having more discussions with everyone here, even just outside this conversation itself. But that's a little bit about that. And it's really just to contribute to, yesterday, one of the stakeholders during the opening ceremony talked about, a UN family. And, we believe to have the, what would call global, to have a global framework, it should be representative of different perspectives from, different people and different, demographics. And we believe, the particular group, African women's voice in the AI discourse has not been represented. And so we think this is something that would be helping directly address that gap. And so, yeah, that's pretty much about this. And yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the introductions. And participants, feel free to follow policy. You'll be able to get contacts of the team members you can see on stage and on the screen. And to get right into the panel of today, we are going to be discussing on issues of marginality, power, and not necessarily bias. And we'll also look at Afrofeminist AI governance. That's African women being engaged in AI governance, and also the vision of an emancipatory AI for all. And to get right into it, I'm going to address a few questions I'll start us off with Kito and Bobina, whichever order. I would like to ask you specifically, Kito, in light of a number of principles and frameworks towards ethical and responsible AI, why is there a need for multiple perspectives in addressing challenges of AI systems from across the globe? And then for you, Bobina, on intersectionality and marginality, what do you think is the role of African women in all their diversities? Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Irene, for that question. I think this is a very important question, and I just want to start off this conversation by saying that I think it's sometimes very unfortunate that often as African women and women of color and people who are marginalized and vulnerable in our societies have to come to these stages and these platforms and talk about being included. And yeah, having said that, I think multiple perspectives are important because the principles and the frameworks that we have, or we are drafting and developing, determine how the various policy actions and policy areas are operationalized and how and which policy issues are prioritized. The first and foremost, I think if you look at the OECD principles, for instance, and many other frameworks, even the African Union Data Policy Framework, one principle that is present in all of them is creating or developing human-centered technologies that are based on human-centered values and fairness. And from an African perspective, I think we have, we're a large continent, first of all, but we also have very diverging or various values. And as from a feminist perspective, the social values that could be that people have, for instance, in Europe, where it's more very small knit families, for instance, in communities, and we are more like larger groups. It's differing, and so when we ask ourselves what is the greater interest when we develop AI, are the interests of the people and who are the people? And so when we bring the different people to the stage, we hear their perspectives, hear their values, hear what risks they are faced from these technologies. And in developing principles, we are also able to come up with the appropriate safeguards against the risks that these technologies pose to communities. And I think protection of women, for instance, and as well as children, and as well as our concepts of what these harms are. I think, okay, what I'm trying to say is that designing technology with the appropriate safeguards requires different perspectives. And these perspectives come about when we talk to various people. And I think in Africa, for instance, what do we do when we ask ourselves, what do we do when we come into communities or in countries where our rights are not recognized as women, as queer people or LGBTQ people, where the different institutions which safeguard the rights of people living with disabilities, for instance, how do we incorporate those frameworks and those principles into the design of AI technologies? And if we conceptualize those kinds of safeguards that we need, then we're able to come up with the capacity for human intervention and oversight. And so if we say we need to protect women against gender-based violence, we've seen in Southern Africa, for instance, we've seen AI for Good technologies which are looking at gender-based violence. the way that we think about privacy and the way that we think about families is very different in Southern Africa. A lot of women who are victims of gender-based violence live with their perpetrators. They share phones. Women do not have phones, for instance, by themselves. They share phones with the people who abuse them. And if you're using an AI chatbot to, respond or provide them with assistance, how does that affect that social issue? So I think in other countries, for instance, or in other countries where more people have access to phones and don't share phones, those might work, but that those kind of technologies put women at further risk. And so when we come up and say, yes, it's good that we can have technology, it's good that we can have a chatbot that can, talk to women, it's very different on the ground. And another thing is the principles of freedoms and how we perceive equality and social justice. A very important part of AI principles is how we look at the good that comes from the technologies that we are developing. And a lot of times we have to go back and think about the social justice aspects and the structural inequalities, historical inequalities that we are faced as Africans, as women, as young people as well, and incorporate that in how we design our policies or how we design our strategies, AI strategies. Secondly, the risks that are posed by AI technologies disproportionately affect certain groups, women, people living with disabilities. And so when how do we conceptualize and define harm? And the only way that we can do that, there's no one way, like what is harmful to someone else in the east of Africa is different what is harmful to someone else in the west and in the south of the continent. And so we need to have these multiple perspectives that really encompass and bring together how we define harm and not posing harm, and how we think about do no harm technologies, and proportionality as well. We've seen the kind of research that we've done. We've seen that organizations have in Southern Africa specifically have projects that they are looking at the conservation of the environment, and the overall projects have good objectives, but when you introduce technology and when you introduce AI, so if you're looking at conservation of environment, it's very non-personal and it's not related to any person. But then when you look at those technologies even deeper and the issues around that, they pose a lot of risks to the people who live in these communities. So we've seen, for instance, technologies that are tracking wildlife in Southern Africa, and it's just looking at footprints of wildlife. But in looking at how the wildlife tracks, you also are able to, in a very insidious way, surveil nomad communities like the San community. So they move around with how the animals move. And so we think about that. You wouldn't think about that, okay, what kind of risk would some technology that is tracking wildlife pose on the people around that? And it also determines how we think about how technology can impact conservation, environmental sustainability. Finally, I want to talk about the issue of sustainability. In bringing all of our perspectives into these principles and how we view them, I think we contribute not only to the human, the economic sustainability of AI, impacts of AI, but also the cultural and the social. And we've always talked about Ubuntu. And when we talk about Ubuntu, we forget about the fact that they are women. And we forget about these feminist principles that can be included in Ubuntu. So from the West, yes, we want a philosophy, or we want policies and frameworks that are based on Ubuntu and communal and relational values. but those are not separated from feminist values. And somehow women are always lost in those conversations where we talk about Ubuntu and Ubuntu principles, for instance. I want to speak about an example of in Namibia, and we have, I think a lot of times when, when we talk about perspectives, we're also talking about participation. And so in the conservation sector, when they came up with these participation frameworks, they tied it to Ubuntu. And so they were like, okay, we're going to come into this constituency, and they are going to control govern the way that the shared resources are used within that constituency. And it is, okay, we're using Ubuntu. And then later on, they realized that the challenges that they have are only the men are benefiting in those communities from the use of those resources. And so we need to think about, like, when we adapt Ubuntu principles, like how does the value, how is the value distributed, and how do we think about the harms that come from that? Sorry, Irene is nudging me on time. Very happy to discuss further.
Oh, okay. Right. I think you've just gone over a number of things that I just wanted to speak on as well. But I think just really building from, a number of things you've been going over in terms of just intersectionality, I think it's just important to highlight that, the need for, I feel, frameworks like this particular Afrofeminist governance framework is, recognizing that particularly groups like, say, African women are, there is a whole number of areas, via which they are, structurally oppressed. And so you find that we look at, as an African woman, if, in your day-to-day interactions with, a number of, platforms where, obviously there is AI systems involved. As a Black woman, there is a number of, structural oppressions that, you're going to meet, being a woman as well, being, in terms of also your social, economic conditions. You find there is also a number of limitations in terms of access and usage, and even issues like, language, because we see, for example, language is a big issue in terms of, a lot of AI systems, because barely any African languages are, are part of a lot of the, NLP models that are being developed. And so, of course, that means there is marginalization in terms of, usage and access. So I think it's very important to just, to point out the need to look at the intersectional needs of a number of people, including African women, in developing AI systems and just their deployment across the continent, beyond just developing systems that are, that target, a universal user, because there is no such thing as a universal user. There is a number of people with different needs, and so there is a need to pay attention to these needs. And so I think also this just speaks to the, the rate at which a lot of AI systems are being developed is obviously very exponential. And so there is barely any, let's take care and, pay attention to the needs of different people, but it's just like, let's develop and go quicker and etc. And so I think there is just a need to pause and factor in the needs of all these different people, particularly African women here that we are proposing. And yeah, I think that'll be my contribution to that.
Thank you, Bobina and Kito, and I hope everyone is following. Those of you who are just joining us, thank you very much for joining us. This is the panel on Afrofeminist AI governance. And I'll go straight into our online team, and those of us who are joining us virtually, Yolanda. We are going to be speaking about power and not necessarily bias, to show you how power, the person who has power really is in charge of putting out the best systems, the best policies, and so forth. But over to you, Yolanda, and I hope you can hear me. Should AI or artificial intelligence challenges be approached as power issues and not just bias or so? For example, issues on practicality of artificial intelligence principles and frameworks, algorithmic aided disinformation or hate speech. Over to you, Yolanda, and you have 7 minutes.
Sure, thanks so much, everyone, and for the previous remarks. And I'll save it for others, since I think there could be other perspectives for the panel on this. In terms of power dynamics that I'll bring expertise on, before hearing from others, a crucial point I want to make that is core to the 3 national AI strategies that we worked on. Again, those are Rwanda, Ghana, and Tunisia, and which I know Smart Africa is taking seriously as well, is digital inclusion. So this is digital infrastructure like internet rollout, penetration, reliability, affordability and access to smartphones. Because once there are more people online, women, rural areas, lower income areas, then you get more diversity and inclusion, not just in who has access to AI, but crucially, whose data is being contributed via digital systems to AI. And that could limit bias. But it's very important because there's data collection challenges in a lot of the African countries. There's data shortages in all. It's data collection is such a major challenge even in the US, but particularly in regions where there's less digitized data, there's more paper records like in public sectors, and where there's fewer people online, including in demographic lines. So we have smart young people, graduates from computer science programs, and develop using pre-trained models from the West, models trained on Western data, not as, I think it was Babina mentioned, for example, in languages, not enough local language data, not enough local image data. So that's why digital infrastructure, digital inclusion is so important. And we can add to that AI literacy and digital literacy campaigns. So a couple of the countries have targeted programs specifically for women in AI and coding for AI. And this goes also to education reform and curricular reform to make sure that the number of women and also other demographics, including rural areas, are really included. So also when we recommend AI hubs or AI meetups, it shouldn't just be in the capital city. It should also be in other parts of the country, for example, and there should be ones targeting women. And so these are some, and along the lines of data as well, we'll also have as a core pillar in the national AI strategies, data sharing and data governance guidelines. So besides data governance, like for security and privacy, data protection commission or a key actor in the AI community can provide guidance on how to collect and share data responsibly. And this can facilitate data sharing so that we have more data and more representative data. But I'll go ahead and hand this over to others who want to speak more specifically on power dynamics, if there are any other views or questions on this.
Thank you very much, Yolanda. Because of time, I'll move on to the next set of questions, and then I'll be able to ask for the team who are checking online for any comments and questions, and then we'll take a few comments and questions in the room. But allow us to proceed, and Amber, this is for you. Are data justice ideals such as data ownership and meaningful consent data regimes in the current capitalistic data extravist global structures just that? Are they just ideals, or is there a way to realize their practicability?
So thanks, Irene. I think to begin with, we need to recognize the entrenched structural inequities that exist within the data economy. And I think when we talk about the primacy of data in governance debates in the recent past, perhaps there is no better indicator than the very, very hackneyed and overworked metaphors to describe it. So in the last few years, apart from data being likened to oil, it has been compared to mineral deposits. It has been compared to dividend deposits. It's been also compared to the Alaskan Permanent Fund. And on the other end of the spectrum, people have looked at the harmful impact of data processing. And people like Martin Tisney, for instance, have compared it to carbon dioxide, and others have compared its impact for harm to uranium and other pollutants. So when we have to think about confronting this structural inequity, then we must also try to figure out what the appropriate metaphor for data would be. So data ownership, for instance, is something that you mentioned, Irene, and that has a lot of intuitive power as a metaphor. But when we start likening data to property, or as a lot of policy documents across countries have fashioned data as an asset to be leveraged, the thing that we have to be careful about is that within the existing data economy, how it positions different set of actors. So in the way data exists right now, or the way data flows exist right now, the ownership rights to data are largely through non-negotiable one-sided contracts, are largely controlled by data processors and data controllers. Even if we were to reverse that trend, what we have to be careful about is to ensure that data ownership, even on part of data subjects, doesn't lead to outcomes which are exploitative. Because in the current market economy, what that might end up meaning is that data will just position itself more and more as a tradable asset, and people who are more disadvantaged will actually get a worse deal for their data. The other way to look at data perhaps could be data as labor, where data is a very clear manifestation of the labor put in by those who are involved in the generation of data, people who are participants in processes which lead to the generation of that data. And but there also, I think, when we start fashioning data as labor, we have to be careful in terms of what kind of labor value is attached to different demographics. So somebody who consumes data, more, let's say, luxurious products, and is part of a better off demographic, there will be more advertising interest in their data. So how we assign value to the labor in that data is important. So according to me, I think perhaps the best way to fashion data is to think of a metaphor around autonomy. So I think going back to what we were talking about Ubuntu earlier and the rights of collectives. And autonomy also can exist at various levels. It can exist at individual as well as collective levels. And I think sort of looking at data as something that arises from people's bodies and the ways in which it compromises individual choice and autonomy, I think centering that part of the conversation is important, and that's not something that in a lot of debates around data is happening. So, and there are various pieces, since you spoke about practicality, Irene, there are various pieces to that conversation. At the first level, we need to conceptually agree that something like decisional autonomy can be an appropriate metaphor for data. And then we need to look at ways in which that can be realized. So collectives which represent identity-based interests could be one way to do that. And that could, in a very direct way, confront the power dynamics at play, because individuals are often not in a position to exercise that sort of power. Then looking at how collective choice versus individual choice needs to be balanced out, and perhaps in cases of conflict, we have to be very clear that we privilege individual choice and individual autonomy over an overbearing collective interest. So those are pieces of conversation that need to happen, and what we need is more workable models, a few collective experiments that try to realize that vision of data. I'll pause there.
Wow, thank you very much, Yolanda and Amber. Just before I proceed to Bridget, I just picked something very strong from the last two speakers. And one is the metaphors that we use. We tweet, we write articles, we write academic papers. We start off, data is the new mineral, data is the new oil. We need to be quite careful, because if we position this way, then we continue to disadvantage those who are never able to afford those minerals in the first place. And just, just to jump to Bridget, I'll go straight to Bridget because we have other questions, and just ask you direct. Bridget, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll just jump straight to you and ask, how can governments be empowered in terms of artificial intelligence oversight responsibility?
Thank you for that question, Irene. And it's one that's really at our core at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, where we do two main things, which is public policy and government advisory. And literally every day our question is, how do we help governments to deliver for their citizens? The other reason why I also really like this question is because it allows us to humanize governments and policymakers a bit by thinking about what we can do to support them in their work. I think sometimes, especially in technology, we tend to sort of give this overarching power to governments where we can do a lot to support them in thinking about how they deliver the AI future that we all want. So in terms of this question, and how we empower governments to actually deliver on this and to use AI responsibly, including oversight, we think about it in two ways. And we recently published a report where I would invite everyone to read if you're interested in learning more about this. But I think the first way is to support governments in really understanding the opportunity available to them through AI, and then to help them to test and adopt the technology responsibly. We say this because of two primary reasons. One, it is really difficult to regulate or have oversight over something that you don't understand. So we think there's a tremendous opportunity to educate policymakers and governments on AI. And, an example I like to give this from this year is we've seen some of the oversight hearings around technology harms, et cetera. And it's really clear that some of our policymakers in Africa and around the world don't really understand what AI is. And it would be easy to ridicule this fact. But I think instead we have, for such a broad and fast moving technologies such as AI, we have an opportunity to bring folks from policy, the future society, industry together to provide trainings and workshops that really helps policymakers to understand what the technology is, its harms, and its benefits as well. I think the other reason why it's important to educate policymakers in this regard, as a step towards empowering them, is that there's a true value in having policymakers understand how they can use the technology responsibly to deliver effective digital applications and citizens systems for their citizens. I think Yolanda, Keto, Amber, everyone has talked about some of the concerns that we have here. But there's through the concerns, there's a clear opportunity that that presents itself, and policymakers can take advantage of if they understand, if they understand what the technology is able to do, especially within its current context and constraints, as opposed to sort of within the hype of what AI is. The second reason we really believe in empowering policymakers and taking sort of this facade away from who they are and what they do is I think that there's an opportunity to provide frameworks, which is what we really appreciate about the work policy does. We don't only talk about educating policymakers, but we provide tools for them to be able to do their work well. So in our recent report, we cite that responsible AI is really key for policymakers to enable the transformation we want to see in the public sector. It's also key for foreign direct investment, as well as in assisting talent attraction and retention. And the idea that responsible AI has clear dividends needs to continue to be shared and developed. And the tools that we provide, from Afrofeminist AI frameworks to some of the tools we have in our toolkit, continue to empower governments to think about AI more holistically, to think about some of the issues of digital inclusion, ethics, and procurement, et cetera, that I think we've discussed on the panel. So again, thank you for the question, Irene. I think to sum it up, we need to take away the mysticism around who politicians are, who governments are. We need to understand that they can be supported, they can be empowered through the work that we do, all of us do on in our respective spaces, and that education is really at the key of advancing the issue of oversight and responsible governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bridget and I are literally almost the same person, quite passionate about political and government engagement. And I'd like to request all of you, you have to find ways to continue engaging your local government elected officials beyond your national level elected officials in the AI and technology discourse. But I had to interchange questions because I thought the next question will need more time. And it's based on the first question that we asked in this room on how many of you have attended sessions this year on AI, on artificial intelligence, and you've had a woman on the panel speaking, or an African woman being an expert on AI speaking. And we asked that right when we began, and those who joined us, I hope you're able to interact with that question and think about it for your 2022 and for your future work, to continue to invite African women to speak on your AI panels and engage in your artificial intelligence work. But Bobina and then Kito, techno-chauvinism is becoming more evident in a number of AI for development programs. We know why this happens in the global south under the pretext of progress. How can we foster safer artificial intelligence or AI development and deployment that does not violate fundamental human rights and dignity? Welcome, Bobina.
Thank you, Irene. So first of all, I just want to start off by just pointing out that even as we're getting into the conversation about techno-chauvinism and just its, effects, we are cognizant of, the potential that AI and data holds for the continent and for African women as a demographic. And so what we would like is for this potential to be able to realize in terms of it being actually beneficial to this group. However, with just techno-chauvinism is just really this outlook on tech, this approach where we look at tech as a fix to all our problems, and it's becoming it's a phenomenon that's obviously global, not just on the African continent, but on the African continent is more prevalent, especially because a lot of technological progress is easily just looked at as advancement, as its development, and so we just will go with anything that's being brought onto the continent, and particularly here in terms of AI systems that are being developed and deployed across the continent. And so what we're saying is there is need to look at the harms that these technologies are posing, and because research and a number of studies have showed that there is a number of harms that are coming with a number of technologies that are being deployed, particularly in a number of AI for development programs. So we've seen with like a number of poverty programs on the continent, which have ended up being where we see surveillance, mass surveillance, because they're saying, oh, we're watching the progress of a number of villages and communities, but what we see is active surveillance of citizens, and that's a violation of their privacy and their dignity as human beings. And so we see people's humanity is basically being attacked fundamentally, and this crosses over to a number of things where AI is being deployed in. We've seen with the biometric systems of identification, and a number of people cannot access a number of services, the IDs and passport. And of course, again, this goes back to our initial discussion around intersectionality and looking at how a number of these issues particularly affect African women who are living at the margins of society. And so we're just saying there is a need to look at to move away from looking at any tech that's coming onto the continent as progress, as advancement, as development, and rather question, how does this work for the continent? How does this work for the population, African women, and just the continent as a whole? Yeah.
I have to agree with Rubina there, and just add further that I think as well in framing tech as always progressive, and how we think about ethical action is a question of how do we understand ethical action, and also like the social constraints that impact that ethical action. From a big tech or startup perspective, I think what is a way that we can come up with AI technologies AI technologies that do not violate fundamental human rights is in diversifying how we think about ethical action. In terms of tech startups, I think often sometimes the go-to actions are in diversity hiring, for instance, or talking about race, or more data, data mining and extracting. So I think always bring up those constraints. Like sometimes, even though we want to have ethical, AI, and we want to build technology based on, ethical principles. But what is our understanding of that, and how do people coming into communities on the continent within the global majority, how do they understand the social dynamics that impact how we conceptualize ethics? Another one, and I think also in how we think about consent. Is consent ticking on, in a computer saying, I consent to these cookies, or I accept these cookies, or I give you my consent to use this technology, my data for this technology. So in diversifying as well how we think about consent. Another one is, in my opinion, very important, and Bobina alluded to this, the investment in or the balancing of how we prioritize policy interests. Yes, we've seen many people talk about AI for energy. We don't have energy. I've lived in South Africa. We've gone 8 hours without energy. How are we going to power a cloud, systems? Those are true things. Are we going to divert the conversation or the policy conversation away from building energy infrastructure to AI? So thinking very critically about how, what investments we're making, and at what expense are we foregoing other policy interests for the intention of developing AI technologies. And I think as well as when we talk, people when we talk about AI for good or tech for good, the for good is always at the end of the technology. We don't think about what happens in that process or the life cycle of that development of that technology. So thinking at every stage when data is mined, who is harmed, what are the harms there? At design, what are the potential harms and risks? And at deployment, thinking about all the risks at that stage, as opposed to what we do normally of being like, okay, this is good. It is, a technology for, I've seen one on seeing or tracking how, seeing which kind of clients, HIV patients, come back, are most likely not to come back for their treatment, which is like, okay, we want to see the behavior, but what does that do in terms of how those people come back, and how we stereotype who doesn't come back for treatment, and how we see this pandemics. Yes, maybe it might be good. Actually, it's not very good, but it's causing more harm at other stages before that final stage. And I will stop there.
Thank you very much. You've touched on, Bobina and Kito, you've touched on very, very challenging issues that continue to ail the development discourse. And it's for everyone in the room really to find ways to better address these challenges so that tomorrow things can be better, and the environments we work in can be better. I'd like to go to the next question, and then if anyone online and in the room have questions or comments, prepare yourself, and then we'll be able to take questions. So Yolanda, over to you, and then Amber and Bridget, maybe with your contributions. How do you believe data protection and governance could be made more effective on the continent and global south, generally, considering what is happening currently? And Yolanda, you have already alluded to the fact that you've supported the governments of Rwanda, Ghana, and Tunisia. Maybe you can also share some of the learnings from those countries that other countries can emulate or can consider while they prepare their AI strategies. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So this point is about capacity building for government to enforce data governance as well. And it doesn't need to be direct, it doesn't need to be regulation. It could just be providing guidance, for example, for AI developers and the technical community, like on appropriate local ethical guidelines, data sharing in a ethical way, preserving privacy, et cetera, cybersecurity, data collection to make it more inclusive and representative, et cetera. So when we talk about AI policy, we don't just mean regulatory, but we could be equipping the community. So I mentioned 3 pillars earlier that are key to enable the AI ecosystem in a way that supports inclusion. And those were human education policy, inclusive education policy, digital infrastructure and digital inclusion, and data sharing and data governance. So these are 3 pillars that are common in the 3 national AI strategies, which we supported in Africa. But there's 3 or 4 more, and those are targeting AI adoption in key sectors in the private sector. The next pillar is targeting AI adoption in the public sector, including capacity building for policymakers. And then other pillars usually include ethical guidelines, supporting the AI community, or scientific research. And Tony Blair Institute, as Bridget mentioned, is doing a lot of great leadership on capacity building for government and policymakers. I shared in the chat a report as well on AI for policymakers by GIZ. And there with Smart Africa, there's also trainings going on for policymakers. But I think also, as Bridget mentioned, we need to equip and support public sector to be able to enforce data privacy, because often countries have data privacy guidelines, but they might not have the capacity to enforce them, and cybersecurity as well, which is extremely, extremely important as we have more digital devices and they're not secured. So private sector might not be across countries aware or incentivized enough to uphold data privacy, cybersecurity, ethical guidelines, representation, accountability, transparency, and so many issues. So that's where capacity building and training for public sector is so important in providing, as mentioned, guidelines on data sharing or tools for trustworthy AI. So there's also the OECD AI Policy Observatory, in which I'm an expert as well, has a toolkit for trustworthy AI frameworks. So they have a database, this is OECD.ai, where people can, all over developers, so this could be disseminated to developers, can find kind of assessment tools and guidelines that they can use directly, as well as following ethical principles, which could be adapted for local use. And of course, we want these to be adapted locally, because so many, as mentioned in the first question, ethical guidelines as well as AI policies are developed in the North, but they are used and adopted in Africa. It may be directly, for example, governments we work with that would like to use as a starting point the EU AI ethical guidelines or OECD ones, or de facto, for example, when people use AI models pre-trained on Western data. Another core recommendation for the public sector is a responsible AI office, but often governments don't have the resources for that. But having an in-house coordinating body that's mandated to be able to coordinate across different ministries is really important as well. And we see that in the UK, in Singapore, in Egypt as well.
Thanks, Yolanda. I don't know if I can come in here on one point, Irene. Awesome. Yolanda, I couldn't say more on the regulatory and non-regulatory sort of examples that you've set out for how we improve and continue to support data governance and policies on the continent. I think the other bit that we've seen in our work at the Institute that is worth mentioning is in regards to what diversity of policymakers does for more effective governance. So when I started this role in early 2020, we had about 28 of 54 African countries with data protection laws. And about 15 of those countries had data protection authorities to enforce those laws. As at the start of this year, it looks like the number from some of our research, the number has increased to about 33 countries on the continent now have data protection laws. And there are about 18 data protection authorities. And we've seen governments have appointed a record number of women to these positions. Women make about 45% of these appointments to data protection commissioners. So I think this is a really cool place where we see the intersection of sort of gender, feminism, and governance, whereby when we have African women at the helm, leading, supporting the work of effective technology governance, effective AI governance, we see more activity in the space. We have more data protection laws. There's so many constraints, but I just wanted to take a minute to applaud the work that a lot of the ministers of ICT and data protection are doing in terms of providing those regulatory guidelines, providing those non-regulatory supports, whether it's self-assessment, industry guidelines, and things like that. And a lot of the women ministers that we speak to are also doing a great job of bringing more exposure and public education to young girls and women as it relates to the field. So again, I wholeheartedly support Yolanda's points around, the enforcement. I mean, we can't stress that enough. There are laws, but we know that we need more funding across the continent to support governments with enforcing these data protection policies. But I think it's a tremendous feat that we have more women pushing to get more regulatory and non-regulatory tools to do the work that hopefully is more inclusive and more responsible than we would have otherwise. Thank you.
Thanks. I just wanted to kind of take off from what Bridget was talking about earlier in terms of the emergence of data protection law and various data protection authorities in the continent. And I think that's the key piece, because you have emerging regulators entering into a space which before that existed very much in a state of regulatory vacuum. So the challenge for these regulators is to move very quickly from a state of fairly minimal or primitive data practices to a set of robust data governance ecosystem. And I think and again, we're talking about jurisdictions where often there may be a capacity challenge, there is a resource and funding challenge as well. So one of the things perhaps that needs more attention is how regulation and particularly the enforcement of regulation can be smart. And there, I think for countries who are kind of, for lack of a better word, arriving late to the party, there is the advantage of foresight in terms of about 20 to 30 years of enforcement practices in other parts of the world. So for instance, there are strategies which have worked or have not worked in other parts of the world. So for instance, use of the trust model in a country like Japan, or the use of very high monetary penalties by the UK to convince, or use that threat to convince companies to enter into enforcement contracts, or for instance, the sort of gradual move from hard power to soft power in a place like Spain, or in the US, where the FTC has largely regulated by making an example out of large players. So the key thing when you are operating in a state of sort of limited capacity and sort of small government in that sense is to then draw from these learnings and see what can be applied in the local context. And I think that conversation perhaps needs to happen much more.
Thank you very much. And everyone, Yolanda, Bridget, and Amber have been speaking on the use and importance of the Data Protection Acts or policies and the authorities in countries. And of course, since we are the IGF, we all know some of the countries that are yet to begin these processes or are in the process of putting this in place. Maybe it's also a clarion call for every actor in this room to find ways to engage in the discourse back in your countries, to push our governments to develop this quite, rapidly so that they can be used by both public and private sectors to seek different justice that they would need. And then going to our kind of final questions, and we have one for the audience as well, so you can start preparing your responses is, and I'll start with, let me see, who haven't I heard from the most? I think Bridget, I'll start with you. Sorry to put you on the spot. Considering the opacity of majority of the AI systems, how can a climate of trust around artificial intelligence development and deployment in the global south be realized? I know you had already alluded to some of that, but you can speak to these with a vision of women, African women and girls in mind. Thank you. And then Yolanda, and then my team here on the stage.
Thanks, Irene. And again, it's wonderful to be on such an esteemed panel, because I know I can't mention or won't be able to mention all of the tremendous initiatives that are ongoing to do this. But I'll just speak to it from our perspective in terms of where we see, what governments in particular can do in building trust in AI. So at the beginning of the year, we actually published a report on trust in technology, specifically AI, where we looked at a number of countries, including countries in Africa, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya were the four that we looked at on the continent, and asked questions around how people saw acceptance on various AI use cases. What we saw was that generally in the global south, emerging markets, as well as the African countries that I mentioned, there was a higher level of acceptance for various AI use cases than in more developed markets in let's say, the global north. And specifically, people saw AI as an opportunity to improve welfare distribution, to improve health outcomes, and to improve agriculture, et cetera. I certainly agree with Keto's point on definitely taking keen of, not overselling the hype of what the technology can do. But I think what we came away from with the research was that in the global south in Africa, there's generally a perception that, because of some of the constraints we have around resources, that technology can help us, as Bobina also mentioned, can help us to address some of the many challenges we have around delivering more equitably for everyone. So in terms of building trust, I provide that context to say that, one, in the global south, we do see that there is some level of trust. It's not tremendously high. It's not 90% as we would like, but it's much higher than we have in other places. And we can build on top of the trust that is there by, one, not overselling what the technology can do. I can't say that enough from where I sit. Two, we need to promote public knowledge about the technology and specifically celebrate and build on positive use cases. We've seen a number of positive examples coming out of places like Ghana, Kenya, et cetera, around smart agriculture, around smart healthcare, that I think we can do more to disseminate its benefits to a larger population, as opposed to, as Yolanda referred to earlier, just, let's say, the urban centers or just a small tech crowd in many African countries. In Ghana, where I sit, it's typically a small group of people who consistently get this information. So how can we make sure that there's more public knowledge, in diverse languages for women that are relevant in the local context that we can share? I think the other thing is we need to build, in terms of building trust, we've all mentioned to a certain extent the fact that a lot of the AI technologies in Africa, especially those that are currently being deployed by governments, are actually are actually imported to the continent. And I think earlier this year, there was an MIT review report on surveillance technologies in Southern Africa that was really sort of scary in terms of what's going on and when we have these technologies being brought in from outside. So I think the last thing I'll say here, and I know there are many more that our panelists will add, but the last thing I'll say here is that it's important that we work on international cooperation on trust in AI, because the technologies in Africa are not only from Africa. They're not primarily being developed by only African developers. So if we can't build a global conversation where the global South Africans have a seat at the table around what responsible ethical AI looks like, then we'll continue to get these imported technologies that don't promote that trust, that are not effective and eventually don't promote the trust that we need to see in the technology. So I'll stop there, but I overall, we think there's a lot more government can do in terms of facilitating trust. But we think there's a tremendous opportunity given the climate and what people want to see from their governments, what they want to see delivered on the continent, and what they think technology can do more generally. Thanks, Irene. Back over to you.
I'm just confirming if my time was to end at 10:30 or 11. I know it's 11. Pardon? Yes, 11. So, Yolanda, I'll bounce the question again to you to speak for a few minutes, and then my panelists here with me, and I have one general question for the audience. So, let's spend the next 15 minutes reflecting on that.
Thank you. I'll amplify Bridget's points, which were brought in, all very important and on point. So the Future Society's mission is to align AI through better governance. It's not just to promote AI adoption, right? It's to promote responsible, inclusive, sustainable AI adoption. And as Bridget mentioned, many countries in the global South have a lot more enthusiasm for innovation and less mistrust or precaution, as in Europe, for example. So there tends to be more of a culture of this will help us in education, this will help us in agriculture, this will help us in transport, without having done enough tests or preparing precautions in terms of ethics and safety and security. For example, if we're going to use AI in the classroom, we're using AI on children, and AI systems fail and have problems. I mean, there are many other failures mentioned. So ethics by design, safety, privacy, security, testing, human-centered design. So there's this, Stanford University has a center on human-centered design, which is all about making sure that it works for the person, are critical. And another critical point, as Bridget mentioned, increasing public knowledge. When we have more public knowledge and AI literacy and digital literacy in the community, then the community can hold AI companies, developers, and regulators to account, and can support AI governance by providing feedback, social media in their use, in feedback to government, and saying, hey, this isn't okay, this is a failure, right? Because they know, for example, this can be fixed through more testing and controls and representative data sets. And so we could also build trust. I'll just put a last plug by referring to examples, for example, risk management frameworks by NIST and OECD, and I pasted that in the chat, which have a collection of tools. Of course, these should be developed locally as well. And so I'll stop there and see if others have key points.
Thank you. I start with you, Bobina. Okay.
Cool. In the interest of time, I think I'll just go over what I wanted to point out very quickly. I think one of the things, I think there is a number of things that could just be considered in terms of creating a climate of trust in AI development and deployment on the continent. But I think one of them is just accountability, and I think that has got to be buttressed across the entire ecosystem, from the developers to the governments that are, buying and deploying this, or even just developing the systems of the continent. Because where harm arises, we should be able to trace it and be able to address it directly. And because we know a lot of AI models are really just functioning in sort of black box models, and so I think accountability is one of the things that we could definitely look to a climate of trust.
Yeah, I think in this sense, I would want to say that I see opacity as an opportunity in the sense that oftentimes we look at the harms at the end. We say, okay, these are the risks, but maybe we could ask the questions like, if we don't understand what we don't understand about a certain AI system, and if we ask ourselves questions of like legitimate aim, for instance, and proportionality, if we don't have an answer to that, then we should build in frameworks or policy frameworks and safeguards to answer those questions. So what we don't understand about AI, we have to develop policies for them, or governance frameworks for those questions. And I also think that we are at an advantage in terms of what Ember said about learning from other countries, but also learning from cross sectors. Earlier this year, we did a study at Research ICT Africa where we looked at AI use in Southern Africa. And one of the things that we did was really trying to kind of come up with a taxonomy of how the kind of AI that is present in the region, and in identifying that, okay, it is, it's functional, or it is text-based, or it is analysis. In understanding that, we came to the realization that there's a silo of like different sectors. So they are within different sectors in Southern Africa. People have been thinking about technology and how it is applied in those sectors. And we've seen that, okay, we can take from the conservation sector, we can take from the health, and there have been, there are learnings and kind of like, learnings that each of those sectors can bring to the table in developing national AI systems. Another one is just to, I think, in understanding that we don't understand how AI systems work, we should also have this thinking that a lack of evidence of harm is not a lack of, is not the same as the evidence of lack of harm. Mm-hmm. So just because we don't, we don't see the harm doesn't mean it's not there, and that doesn't mean that we should not come up with the safeguards to protect human dignity and human rights. And I'll stop there.
I'll just sort of add to what has been said so far. I think in terms of the opacity problem that we face, in the last few years, there's almost been an explosion of literature from the field of explainable AI or XAI. But I think what has also happened as a result is that there isn't a lot of consensus on what a lot of those concepts even mean. And what we run the risk of creating a lot of models without very clear ideas on how they may be implemented. So I think what we need to do is to also center the need for meaningful transparency, which can actually foster accountability. So we need to reframe the idea of transparency in some ways, because in most situations it doesn't lead to the kind of accountability that it seeks to achieve. And particularly in the context of AI, obviously the fact that we deal with opaque algorithmic systems, that complicates the landscape even further. And perhaps what we do need is not even complete transparency about the system, but enough transparency so that users who deal with them can form a conceptual model of what they're working with. And that might be enough to start the process of accountability. So I think with that, I'll pause.
Thank you very much. Are you still with us? Because we have a question for you. I know the questions may be not in the sequence that we all would hope for, but we had 90 minutes to make sure we cover how African women engage with AI and how governments can do better. But we'd like to pose this question to you, maybe as even we walk out, because time is not on our side, and also to reflect on the role, because I know there are journalists in the room, I know there are government officials in the room, I know there are students in the room, I know there are mainstream civil society actors and human rights actors and defenders in the room. So who are the key stakeholders that should be involved in the artificial intelligence or AI ethics discourse, and why? And how can they all be engaged in the conversation meaningfully? Maybe by show of hands, if you want to come in and share, there's a mic in front of you, you can just switch it on. Anyone? Anyway, I'll start us off by saying, and this is something that I'm quite passionate about, is to talk about how journalists, both broadcast and, both legacy and alternative media or journalists can be able to bring on this conversation closer to home. You all watch your news now either on your phone, your digital devices, or on your television sets or on your radios. And based on all the news that you hear, I can guarantee you the word AI or artificial intelligence on our African media is rarely talked about. So the power that journalists and community reporters have is to promote this topic, is to promote this debate and to start talking about these issues so that our communities at the local government level can start picking on this. And then as human rights defenders who are here in the room who don't ordinarily maybe speak or engage in technology work or artificial intelligence, is for you to keenly conduct human rights-based assessments on some of the policies that are coming up on different technology models. That's on the data protection, the AI policy frameworks coming about being developed in conjunction with some of the civic tech communities, and to look at the human rights, when you conduct the human rights assessments, you'll be able to see where you need to ask governments and other stakeholders to put emphasis on inclusion, put emphasis on promoting good technology as opposed to tech for good, as Kito has said, and also really promote the hierarchy of needs, because at the end of the day, we know that there's a hierarchy of needs also, as Kito and other panelists tried to share before, because you cannot put development of AI models when you do not even have power powering on in your countries. So it's quite important that as different actors in this room who feel that AI is far off from our main day-to-day work or our strategies, it's important for you to start considering, because it's here to stay, and we need models that work for us and are by us as Africans. And on that note, because of time, I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed today, Yolanda, Bridget, and everyone who has joined us online. Thank you very much. I'd like to request that you check our social media handles. We'll be sharing some of the resources that the Future Society has shared, and Tony Blair Institute, and some of the other resources that policy and research RIA Africa already have. We'd also like to request that you find us outside and engage with us so that we can be able to share with you additional information that we had based on this panel. And we thank you all for coming here today, and thank you for joining us online. Have a wonderful rest of the week, and let's talk soon. Bye.
Thank you, Irene. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
I forgot to ask if you have any questions. Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, I can see one already. Yeah, you can, yes, let me switch off.
Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Eugenio Gagliardone. I'm based at Wits University in Johannesburg. So actually I have two questions, if we can stay a bit longer. And first of all, thank you for putting this perspective together. It's refreshing, it's empowering, it's different, so it's great. So my first question is, some of the most visible work on race and gender is focused on the US. If we think of the work of Joy Blumini and Timnit Gebru, they also have roots in Africa, but how do you engage with that kind of literature? Because race and gender relationship in the United States are different from Namibia, South Africa, India, and so forth. Because, you know, sometimes the US doesn't get Africa, and how do you critically make use of this work, but at the same time make sure that it's rooted where, you know, we live? And the second question, it might be a bit strange, but I try to make it more precise. Does Afrofuturist perspective has anything to say, for example, on internet fragmentation? I'm pretty sure that that room on the other side is pretty packed. It seems it's the session of this IGF. And I know that you discussed about AI, but the two things are related. Let me give you an example. 2 or 3 years ago, there was a lot of fuzz about the project that a facial recognition company called CloudWalk signed in Zimbabwe. And the problem was, oh, is it going to be like massive surveillance of everyone, or is CloudWalk wants to train its facial recognition software to recognize African faces? And whose data is this? Is the data of the government of Zimbabwe, or is it belongs to CloudWalk? And the point is, maybe the Afrofuturist framework doesn't have a perspective on internet fragmentation, but it would be great if it did, because one, it will bring something new, as we saw today, rather than China has this position, Singapore has this position, the US has this position. And the second point is, what you focused on is incredibly important, but I also see somehow a risk to self-marginalize. We focus on the margins, we don't focus on the big questions, but maybe there is something new that we will all benefit from if we use that specific framework.
Any other question? I don't want to miss you out. Yes, 1, 2, okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Oh, okay. So
no, I'm from India, and thank you, Amber, for being here. I think you put little perspective on, but I think the idea of Africa and in terms of simplicity of simple data inclusion is totally missing, right? So to begin with, I think I'm a little bit of a pessimist in sense, even these big AI models, whatever you call them, you know, they have to take a step back. We can come to these conversations only when we have the data inclusion. If the data inclusion is not happening, I think this conversation is basically baseless. The second point, actually, the whole number of panelists brought in were also, I think the idea of explainability will only come to sense when we have a credible number of ML and AI engineers in Africa and in the global south, whatever you call it. The XAI is still only for ML AI engineers. It does not really explain to people like public policy makers or bureaucrats or anything else. So I think these two fundamental components, when they are missing, you really cannot progress in this sense of direction of, you know, how inclusion of, you know, global south in general, I would say, you know, Africa, South Asia, whatever, can come to place. Thank you. Just a comment, it's not, I don't require a response, thanks.
Well, thank you. Wasn't she in my front, I guess? I think she was.
Thank you so much for this panel. This really gives me so much empowerment and so much energy to continue advocating for Afrofeminism in a technological context. It was really inspiring, and I would love to see more of such panels, for sure. I was asking myself, because you talked specifically about the structural oppression of African women and techno-chauvinism, how do you think colonial continuities play a role there in AI policy, and what can be done to, like, also in a way decolonize these processes, especially in a development context?
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the panel. It was amazing. I have two main questions. The first, and they're quite like more practical on the advocacy level. So I think that Bridget brought very interesting points regarding like how to communicate with governments about these issues, and policymakers put them so to say on our side, think tech and think responsible, ethical ways of using technology. But I would like to know if you guys have specific experiences to share about this. And just to give an example, I'm from Brazil, and we have conducted some research in South America about the deployment of facial recognition systems, and like tech chauvinism, tech solutionism is all around the dialogues we had with, for instance, in the field of public security with police officers and so on. So like, how do you guys deal with it, especially with most of the time professionals who are not that used to a human rights discourse and so on? So it would be lovely to hear if you guys have experiences. The other question relates to also a point that you guys brought about like how to bring information and build capacity to help people understand how the systems work, in order also to, and Bridget talked about good examples and so on. But I was also interested in what are your thoughts on bringing meaningful transparency using Amber's words, so as also to empower them to question this technology, especially when they have negative outcomes toward the individuals themselves. And finally, very practical, if sorry, if Bridget could also share the study that she mentioned about Egypt and Kenya. There were all I can't remember all of the countries. But yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, there's none.
Okay. Our time is up, so we keep it short.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me? Yes. Hi. It's such a great panel discussion. I really enjoyed it, and I know some of you personally and work with you. Yeah, it's great to be here. I guess my question is: there is like a rich literature within Africa that has outlined various theories of Afrofeminism. For example, Sylvia Tamale, the amazing Ugandan scholar Wangari Maathai, they have all written about Afrofeminism, African feminism, from the perspectives and from the realities of African women. So as we are talking about Afrofeminism and governance, how can we incorporate their works into the governance and policy space? Because I'm sure you all agree their work is critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the insightful questions. I think we're also going to think a lot about them and going to inform our work. I'm just going to answer one question, which is tied to Abiba's, but also the gentleman who spoke first, on how critical feminist theories from the West and from North America intersect with those from the continent. And I think that question is, in a way, and I say this very politely, a question that is weaponized against us as Africans, where, your second question was about how do we, view our frameworks and policies as part of the global community. And feminist discourse also, the discourse. Afrofeminism doesn't exist outside of how race and feminism is constructed in America or elsewhere. I think our different perspectives, they all come together, they're all like intersectional, and they all in some way work together, and they inform the way that we view, and should in a way inform the way that we develop and design AI policies and frameworks. And I think as well on the how we can action Afrofeminist theories, I think it's a lot of times, like, I think the work, most of the work in terms of like feminism is offline. You know, the kind of like patriarchal thinkings that we have and that we, you know, inject into the policies and into the frameworks that we, and government frameworks that we design. The African Union data policy framework, for instance, you know, we have a section in there on data justice. And I think when we think about justice, we also think about social data justice. We think about incorporating the different perspectives, but also how do we break down how we conceptualize data governance? Like, you know, is it how do we think about participation, or like the different communities that are in, that we want to impact, or that we want to be impacted by data governance frameworks. And so it's just it's influencing. Essentially, I want to say it's about participation. It's about also our epistemic understandings of issues. And yeah, I really strongly think that most of the work is not related to technology or AI per se. It's in how we think about these issues, and how when we're in a room, when people speak, who are we listening to? Who is allowed to be creative and who is not allowed to be creative? Who is harmed and who is not harmed, and so forth. It's just, you know, it's all those issues that are not part of technology per se. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
I'll try and be very quick because we're out of time. I will start with your question. I'll say a lot of the scholars around Afrofeminism, Sylvia Tamale herself, are people that guide a lot of the work that we do, say with policy, and just I know with a lot of our partners doing similar work. And so I'd say a lot of their theory, etc., is very incorporated in almost everything we do. It's a blueprint. There isn't so much scholarly work around Afrofeminism, and so what is there guides a lot of what we do in academic writing, etc. And that just, I'll cross over to her question as well around coloniality and etc. with these technologies. We point it out in this particular framework, how we see, you know, neo-colonialism with the, say, data extractivist practices ongoing on the continent, and we address those, you know, as neo-colonialism and imperialism, and we call it out as such. And, you know, as per, you know, you say what can be done about that, I think it's from discussions from these and whatnot that we're able to come up with to build up a number of those. But a number of things, obviously, we've suggested are, say, she mentioned creative, and that's something that's very important to us, because we talk about coming up with, you know, creative and new ways of thinking around, say, if it's, data collection, data analysis, and just overall all the practices around AI development and deployment across the continent that fit in with our ways of thinking, and not with, say, the hegemonic, objective, neutral, ways of thinking. And so bring in our new ways of thinking, which are Afrofeminism right now, and that guiding our thinking around our work. Yeah, I'm happy to have, this conversation with you outside the room.
I think I'll just, most of what was asked was perhaps covered by these two responses. I just wanted to cover a couple of quick things. I think there was a question earlier about dealing with professionals who are not quite steeped in the human rights discourse. And I think Kito made a very good point earlier during the session about policy objectives and a hierarchy of policy objectives. So a lot of times I think that sort of efficiency language perhaps speaks to stakeholders who may not be as conversant or sympathetic to the human rights discourse. And I also feel that the efficiency language actually is not used enough sometimes, because often when we talk about these technological models, they are created in a very sort of Western, Caucasian context, and they are largely, without too much thought, extrapolated and adopted in other contexts, and they don't really work in those contexts. So I think a lot of focus on also demonstrating how they don't work could be quite useful in those conversations. And I think on Afrofeminism and race and gender, I think we covered that in a fair bit of detail. I think I just wanted to add, I think also bringing in my own context from India a little bit there. I think centering the anti-colonialism in that conversation perhaps becomes very important. And a lot of technological adoption that we see, right from things like digital identity to facial recognition software is very much repurposing a lot of colonial technologies that we've seen being imposed for several for some centuries now. So I do think, and then I completely agree with what Abeba said, that it's very important to ensure that historical context is always at the background of these conversations, and we need to work harder to sort of bring them in. Yeah, thank you.
Bridget, I'd like to give you a minute, and yes, we've not deserted you. Do you have something maybe to share?
Yes, just very briefly to add on to Amber's comments around communicating with policymakers. I certainly agree that one of the things we've seen in speaking about human rights-centered AI, which we call responsible AI, but at the heart of it, it's really about centering people and their needs first. Is that we need to communicate the social and economic benefits for policymakers. We can't stress that enough. And I think in the private sector, there's a lot of work being done around how responsible companies perform better on even stock indexes and things like that. But that's not being translated into the public sector. How do we quantify and help policymakers really understand the benefits and actually the tremendous opportunity that human-centered AI or responsible AI affords everyone in being able to kind of have more effective technologies generally. And then the second point, just briefly on decolonial AI, I think there's tremendous work being done by, Amber also mentioned Abiba Berhane, there's Sabelo Mbale, and I may be pronouncing his last name incorrectly, in Lobby, I think, and at Harvard, who talk about this. And I think a lot of what we discuss actually plays a role in this. When we talk about decolonial AI, it's about investigating power, especially power that's coming from a lot of the foreign companies who own the data that then decide a lot of the ways in which we interact with AI. So I think an investigation of power and the distribution of resources, as well as the historical context, is really key to advancing the conversation further. But I've learned so much from the questions as well, and thanks everyone for adding in.
Thank you so much, everyone. And this is an official goodbye because we've spent over 15 minutes of our time slot. But as you can tell, it's a very much needed discourse. We'd like to invite all of you to follow us on our Twitter and go on our website and see some of the work that we've put about this topic. And we are Policy with double L. You should be able to find us. Thank you very much for being wonderful, a wonderful audience, and we can network outside.
Is then presented in the gender report cards, and I will share with you the data from Internet Governance Forum 2021. This was hosted in a hybrid format with the overarching theme of Internet United. When looking at the participants, 48% of the attendees identified as females and 1% identified as others. 51% of the attendees were male. For IGF 2021, while there was no data available on session organizers' responses to the question on whether the session reflected specifically on gender issues, we did infer the data that's presented here from session descriptions in the session reports that organizers submit after the completion of every session. From the session descriptions, it seems that 10 of the sessions, or 5.8%, had a direct engagement on the topic of gender and internet, or reflected on gender issues as a whole. 17 sessions, or about 10%, had a partial focus, and most of the sessions, 84% of the sessions, had no engagement or direct reflection on gender issues. One of the things we also collate is the gender diversity among speakers and participants in the different sessions. But for IGF 2021, we weren't able to do that. As we can see, one of the things we do is also just look at the increase or decrease in the engagement of gender issues in the different sessions. As we can see, there has been an overall decrease on the engagement of gender issues in IGF, although there is a caveat that this analysis might not accurately reflect the levels of engagement with gender, as there was no direct data available on the question of reflection on gender issues in each session. So yeah, that's just a very quick overview of the Dynamic Coalition as well as the gender report cards. Over to you, Smita.
Thank you so much, Shohini. The reason we started with the presentation of the gender report cards is because it's one of the key, intersessional activities that the Dynamic Coalition on Gender does. And it's a really important and very visible measure of like how gender is being spoken about, how many women are there in the room, and what more do we need to do to improve this, right? There are things that need improvement in the report cards are still in the binary, and this is something that needs to be improved upon if we really want to be inclusive in how we understand gender in the IGF and internet governance spaces. And with that, we will dive into the session. So I'm Smita. I work with the Association for Progressive Communications in the Women's Rights Program. With me, I have some fantastic speakers. I have Chennai from Mozilla. I have Liz from Kicternet. I have my colleague Sheena from APC. And I have Srinidhi Raghavan joining us remotely from Rising Flame. Now, context to this session itself. Why are we doing a session on who's watching the machines at this point, right? Why this session, why now, and why here? The overarching theme for this IGF is looking at building resilient, shared, sustainable internet. And I'm really happy that some of the themes really looked at addressing emerging technology and AI, because what happens when we have internet governance and tech work and digital rights work is that sometimes we kind of get stuck in the current, and with technology that is dangerous, because technology moves so fast that if you're not already talking about emerging technology and how that's going to impact your communities and countries, sometimes you get left behind, or from the very beginning. Why now? Because this is a very pivotal moment in many of our countries, because a lot of our governments are suddenly paying a lot of attention to technology. They're also paying a lot of attention to emerging technology and seeing how they can use it, particularly surveillance technology, and digital ID systems, facial recognition, artificial intelligence. So as people working and looking at internet governance and digital rights, it's essential that we start looking at it more carefully, and also bring in our experiences, our knowledge, the learnings from our communities right away, right now. And why here? Yesterday in the opening ceremony, the opening ceremony went on for about 90 minutes. In the 90 minutes, women and LGBTQ persons were mentioned once, right? In building a resilient, shared, sustainable internet, if you're mentioning women and LGBTQ person once in the opening ceremony, what sort of resilient internet are you building, and who is this sustainable for, right? And this is why I think it's important that we speak about it here. With that, and one last thing is, the reason we have brought together speakers from different spaces and backgrounds is also because when talking about emerging technology, more often than not, even now, the onus of making it perfect is on individuals, which is not the way it should be. We need to shift the onus of doing better regarding technology and its intersection with rights. We need to shift that onus onto systemic change and structural change, right? With that, let me ask the first question to the great speakers we have here. What are some emerging technologies that you see impacting your communities in your region or country in the near future? Liz, can I start with you?
Okay, thank you so much, Smita, for that great introduction. I'll talk about our work at Kictanet and also partly about the research work because I'm also a fellow at a research fellow at Research ICT Africa. Our work at Kictanet started with training women on digital security. And then we've started realizing that they don't engage so much, especially when you talk about women politicians. We see all around the world, women are not represented in governance, especially political, when they try to, let's say, seek political seats. And more of them have been trying to seek political seats. But one thing that has been discouraging them is the algorithms, because they are mostly attacked online. Also because of the patriarchal norms that exist in society. And so as much as individuals are the ones who post on social media amplify these kinds of posts. And when they're attacked, women are attacked, they are also amplified online. And why so? I think it's because of the business model, advertising model. Social media companies are trying to create algorithms that amplify what people like or what people engage in. And it just happens to be also women abuse online, especially people who are trying to seek political seats. Is one of those content that are actually amplified. And this really, really affects how people or how women and other genders actually seek political office, because they are impeded by these attacks. So what you're trying to seek is a change of this, discourage such business models, explore other business models where there's no harm, actually, and especially on minority of the population that is actually disadvantaged. So what you're trying to do, we are trying to do more research and we are trying to do more campaign about this, but it's actually just a pinch of the ocean. It's just work that is starting. As you say, this is an emerging technology, and we've just noticed it, especially in this recently concluded general elections.
Thank you, Liz. Chinay?
Thank you so much, Smita. Hi, everyone. So thank you for that question. And when I think about the future from where I come from, locating myself in Southern Africa, and then also being mostly interacting in East Africa as well, is that realization of potential increased bias based on more and more importation of technology, specifically for surveillance cameras, in the case of improved personal security and state security. So we see a lot of surveillance cameras being deployed in countries, but the question is who owns the data, and this was a question that was actually raised in the previous panel. There've been conversations around like where is the technology being procured. So there's a concerns around transparency, because it seems as if we are getting technology in our regions for the sake of training the technology to be able to better recognize black faces, and then it's imported back for someone who's like, great, it works better and doesn't deal with bias. And I think another point of concern is always data variance. So increasingly in a research project that I've done personally looking at how African feminists are engaging with data, there's serious concern about how does my gadget know where I am. I mean, I love the convenience, but why is it that I feel like I know there's consistently someone who's watching me and talking about, responding to, if I have a conversation, the next thing you know, it's coming out on my Instagram page. So these are the realities of people then having to deal with the fact that there is increased surveillance as they navigate spaces. And we know that surveillance has always been a tool of control, particularly from a patriarchal perspective. If you don't fit the box, there's increased watching in terms of what you're doing, and then there may actually be policies and regulations put in place for more control and more moderation.
I think an example of this is oftentimes shadow banning through content moderation, because what you're saying is not considered in line with the issues of hand. So, and then another thing with work that's been done by Mozilla, really thinking about privacy not included, some of the apps that are put out there as a way for people to respond to, say, for example, to mental health issues, mental health issues, and then you find out that actually the app you're trusting with your most personal information does not include privacy, and you're unaware, because as much as we're all experts in this room or people with varying knowledge of information, how many of us actually read through the terms and conditions and really understand how best to address the issues? So that's my intervention in terms of the concerns coming up. Thanks, Mita.
Thank you, Chinai. Srinidhi, can we come to you?
Sure. Thank you so much, Sita. And we're really excited to hear everything from all the other conversations. I think coming from the context of India, just to think about this specifically with regards to disabled people in the country, we are seeing a lot of conversations around systematizing as well as creation of ID cards that allow for easier and more streamlined access to health services, to disability pension, to other things that would make and accessibility safe within the school systems, etc. So these are conversations around what is seen as the universal disability ID card that is being contested at present or being introduced in this conversation. And one of the big things around this has been around disability organizations really asking questions around where is this data being kept, who is, how is the system wired against or able to detect or create spaces for disabled people to even access these systems, in the sense that and because all of these access to all of these services is often linked to the extremely contested biometric ID card that exists in India, which is called Aadhaar. And that system, which was built keeping the non-disabled body in mind, it doesn't necessarily take fingerprints of folks who have cerebral palsy or who have retinal detachment or who perhaps have one or two less fingers, are amputated. So the system itself was wired to see the person who is receiving the ID card as a non-disabled body. So then when the disabled body interacts with this system, then we see that there is an immediate hindrance of access to services, right? So in many ways that the technology itself that is being presented as a quote unquote savior for disabled populations is the technology that we are pushing against, right? That we are fighting against because we are not able to access the things that are needed, right? It takes up to sometimes over a year for somebody to access a disability card, which means then that they don't get pension for that year, or they don't have access to the educational system, which would give them, which would mean that they get further delayed in comparison to their non-disabled peers. So in many ways, when it comes to disability, technology is offered as a solution, as a way to bridge the gap between disability and non-disability. And what we are actually seeing is further hurdles, because the technology that was created using or envisioning the non-disabled body mind and not really putting the disability in front and center in the system. So I think so some of these are emerging conversations of how then that would impact disabled people's access to health or health insurance, which is a system that automatically removes disabled people from it as non-eligible for health insurance because of our existing conditions and lived experiences. So I think these are some of the things emerging from within this context, and I'm sure it's similar in other contexts as well.
Thank you, Srinidhi. Sheena, do you?
Thank you, Smita. Good morning still, everybody. My name is Sheena. I work with the Association for Progressive Communications. Thank you. And also something Kenyan say, mine is to say something small after everybody has said a lot of profound things. I think it's important in a space like this to talk about the fourth industrial revolution, which is a narrative that's pushed in many policy spaces that presents technology as this big equalizing moment for especially Africa, that the biggest solution to all our problems is more technology, but also less oversight, less accountability, and that the more Africans have access to technology, the more we develop. And I know very many women's rights and feminist scholars have already disrupted the language and the ideas of development for who. So when we push new technologies in contexts that are void of accountability, void of equity, void of representation, we are just widening the gaps and widening the lack of access. So for instance, in the previous panel held by policy, there was an intervention from the floor where somebody said that, well, it's kind of pointless to come to these spaces and have conversations about AI in Africa when we do not have enough AI engineers, but without investigating who are these AI engineers. Which bodies do they hold, which biases keep getting built into additional technologies. And so mine is to just bring it down to interrogating further some of the language that we bring into the spaces that we push, and we think that technology is this equalizing thing in an already deeply unequal society.
Thank you, Sheena. And thank you for bringing up the comment from the previous session, because I also think that a lot of times when we talk about technology, if we wait for everyone to understand it, to have a conversation about it, this implicit hierarchy forms in which like only those who understand it in a technical sense are the only ones who are allowed to talk about it, right? And it will never be that everyone understands it completely for you to then go about to have an open conversation which is multi-stakeholder, which is from different countries and communities. My next question actually is related to this one, which is, what are some of the lived experiences of marginalized communities when engaging with new tech and AI, and how does this shape our rights, freedoms, voice, and I know that in a current context it may seem like I'm leading towards like it's always bad, but it's not. Sometimes it can also be good, and to also recognize that, right? The reason I'm asking this is because sometimes when we talk about technology, the lived experiences of people who are being impacted by the technology is often the last thing acknowledged and addressed in it. For example, in India right now there's a lot of movement by a lot of money put in by governments, state and central governments, towards facial recognition softwares and towards CCTV cameras. And this is of course for the protection of women and children, because they both have to be protected together. But they never asked the women if they want to be protected and if CCTV camera is something that makes them feel safe. In fact, research shows that when there is CCTV cameras present in a locality, women actually feel further unsafe and they feel like their free space has now been taken over by surveillance, right? And when you're saying CCTV cameras and facial recognition as a method for safety, who are you leaving out and who are you throwing under the bus, right? Because facial recognition inherently has a race color bias, and in our countries, color has different contexts. Color has context of safety, right? Which is because of patriarchal casteist structures which exist in our countries. So when so when you're using a flawed technology which has bias baked into it, and you're saying that this is for safety and then this will be used for judicial processes, who are you throwing under the bus, right? Increasing research shows that facial recognition most misidentifies black women. Even more than that, and in recent researches, it shows that non-binary and trans identities are like are misidentified almost 100% of the time, right? So a non-binary person who is dark-skinned, they are just like, they are a criminal always according to the same system, right? And this intersection is important to observe when we are saying that this technology is being used for your safety, as the government tells us all the time. Similarly, what are some of these experiences that you have encountered when working with communities? Chinay?
Thanks, Mita. So I think for me, what is quite significant is looking at the work that we do at Mozilla Foundation around open source technology and responding to the reality of voice technology. So I'll use that example of the bias that exists within current voice technologies, where oftentimes the lived reality is, if I was to speak if I was to speak in my home language, which is Shona, and if I was to speak in like the way that I speak Shona, my device will not be able to recognize me. So oftentimes we find that most, well, if not all of the current popular voice technologies do not recognize different accents that are not American or refined European. They also really are biased towards women. So even if you do have an American or European accent, if you speak to your device, it's not going to recognize you. But if you've got a partner with a deeper voice who most likely is maybe male, it will respond better. So there's sort of like this reality of having voice technology is seen as a solution to disrupt the technological space and also increase interaction with devices so that people can have access to information. So we're seeing a lot of solutions in the space that I exist in, where voice is being pushed forward as a way in which to overlay current technological solutions to access information. One of the ways then, thinking about the positive aspect and then being reflective of these biases and existent discrimination with the current voice technologies is through a common voice project, we create open source data sets where one is actually where we track for representation for gender, where we infer it from male and female people who do sign up for the project. And we also are currently working on building up East African languages. And one of the things we've really been intentional about, because I think whenever you're building up a new technology, particularly emerging technologies, is really to be intentional and have people from diverse backgrounds in the room. So it's not just the machine learning engineers or fellows, it's not just the person who's writing the policy, but people who are able to then work in communities and come back with points of concern. So privacy is often raised by people, particularly African women, where the question is, what are you going to do with my voice? Because we really rely on people contributing their voices to the open source data set, so then technologies can be built up that are responsive to the different accents and ways of speaking that people have. And so we've really been working to address the question around privacy in terms of being transparent of where the data goes, who is going to be making use of it, and how we continuously think about how can communities who contribute to this open source voice datasets also benefit in the long run, in addition to answering the question of privacy. So just to sum up, I think when you think about emerging technologies, there really is a concern around the harms of bias and discrimination emerging. Then when we think about using them as a solution through an open source perspective, there really is need to be intentional about addressing concerns of transparency and privacy, but also future long-term thinking of how can marginalized communities actually benefit from the data or use the data in the way that they see best fit.
Thank you, Chinay. Liz, you wanted to respond to this?
Yeah, thank you, Smita. It's okay. Thank you, Smita. So one good thing about artificial technologies is that the more you use them, the more they learn your preferences and how you work with them, and they kind of adjust themselves to your patterns of usage. But the other thing is access, and access also affects us along gender lines, and we actually have disadvantaged communities along challenges of access. So when women and minority genders do not use these technologies, maybe because of cost, affordability, or maybe because just of societal norms, it means that then there's no data to actually learn what their preferences are and how they use technology. That means future development of technology is not going to take care of how they would like to use the internet. So we are really leaving them behind. So that's one point about usage that is really coming up important, even as we talk about the biases. There's also that bias that will also come about because we really don't have data about this other population.
Thank you, Liz. It becomes like a continuous loop because you don't have data, it doesn't work, and because you don't, yeah, and then you're biased. Thank you. Sheena, over to you, and maybe I can focus the question a little more because I know that you work on freedom of expression and civic spaces. Is there some lived experiences of communities that you have seen in relation to this particularly, or broadly is also cool?
And I don't know if this is the right place for this intervention, but I think it's also important to, and I think I'm jumping on what Liz just said around how the more you use certain kinds of technology, the more the machine learns. But I think there isn't enough room to refuse to use. So when we think about COVID, yeah, and when you had to still move around during COVID, you had to fill all these digital documents that track your movements, that say where you're coming from, where you got your COVID test, and there was no choice. There was no. And there's something about that I think fundamentally for very many communities who have criminalized identities. For example, if you are a trans-identifying person or an LGBTI person in a political national context where your identity or your sexual gender identity expression is criminalized, and this is some information that they try to fish out of you, this limits your ability to participate in certain spaces, or you have to lie. You have to say, yes, I am, a cis heterosexual woman, even though that's not how you identify, or that's not how you live your reality. So there's something also about how the technology is forced on communities without understanding the complexity and the nuance of our lived experiences that is quite problematic. And therefore, you could argue that some people choosing not to help the machines learn is an act of resistance, because you would be lying anyway in a political context where you cannot be yourself.
Definitely. And especially if like you said, the effect of helping the machines is going to be long term. Like for example, in India, I know that persons who are HIV positive refused to sign up for Aadhaar, which is a digital ID system in India, because there was news that they were going to bring in a health ID system, which would then be merged with Aadhaar, which means that their very identity will be linked to their HIV status, which is something they could not risk getting out to their families. But this meant that they could not vote, because the government tries to force you to have Aadhaar card everywhere. They could not access vaccines when the COVID pandemic happened, because they ask you to submit Aadhaar again, and make it intentionally more difficult when you don't submit it. Srinidhi, over to you.
Thank you, Smita, and really taking from what both you and Sheena were saying around what this means in terms of what we disclose and what we don't disclose. And this is very pertinent when it comes to disability, is that a lot of the emerging technologies and AI that are there right now are meant for us to, find parallels or be able to quote unquote detect disability in others. And we know this is a fact that there is just widespread disability discrimination everywhere, and that automatically detecting disability is going to have harmful impacts on others. But it just comes back to this conversation of what it means for a person. Like you were talking about the Universal Health ID that is being pushed in the Indian context. One of the things is that they want to streamline all health services. But this also means that, say, people who live with psychosocial disabilities or mental illnesses are often denied medical insurance because of the fact that they are not deemed as fit or able to access that service. And now, because of the streamlining of these systems, or being able to detect when somebody has a disability, or using standard ways of understanding how disability presents, like if it is like I'm not able to make eye contact, or I have difficulty phrasing certain sentences, etc., resulting in people providing a diagnosis for me through the system that is existing, and this is becoming popular for not just governments to do, but for private organizations to do, etc. And what that means in terms of me maintaining privacy or deciding when I would like to disclose my diagnosis, but also other implications of accessing services and requirements which will automatically, where I will automatically be deemed unworthy because of the system having a prior set of classifications of who is fit to access these things. So in many ways, it falls out because having to disclose disability is at the core of being able to access reasonable accommodation and accessibility needs of the community. But when that disclosure is weaponized, or when do be against us by excluding us from these spaces, but also who gets to make that disclosure and when is shifting rapidly because of the presence of technologies and creation of new technologies that is able to, quote unquote, detect disability or find who is disabled, right? And what harms that would cause. And the premise is that it's going to help us create a more inclusive world, but we do know that as a society, there is heavy stigma against disabled people. So is it going to create more inclusion, or is it going to create systematic exclusion?
Thank you, Srinidhi. I'm going to pause for a minute and open up to the room. Are there any questions from people in the room? You can just unmute your mic. Yes, please. You have to unmute, press that button. Sorry, they will help you. Oh, no, nothing working. Okay. Sorry?
Did you mute yours? And just start here? That's okay. Thank you so much. Apologies for it. So I'm coming from the Observant. We're a responsible technology institution, and we're trying to look at the issues that you have mentioned. So I would like to ask, what do you think are the challenges and issues that you face when it comes to holding technology companies accountable? Because these are companies with a lot of revenue, a lot of manpower, and they could just hire thousands of smart people to address those issues. What do you think their stance are, and what can we do for a better internet? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Then we can take a couple of questions and then ask the speakers to respond. Okay, no other question. Who would like to respond? All of you? Okay. Liz?
Thank you for that question. Challenges of holding technology companies accountable. You said it, money. So we're a civil society, I think, we just act out of passion, and sometimes you're limited with funds. And on the other side, we have someone who is so determined to make profits and can do whatever they can to make those profits. So that means they can also hire a big workforce, like you said, to do whatever they want. The other power they have is lobbying. So we can lobby our government from a citizen point of view, saying that these technologies are harmful and do not make these kinds of legislation or make this. But they also use money, and especially some of our countries, our politicians love money, and those legislations just go. Another one is understanding among the public, because sometimes we try the companies accountable by empowering the citizenry. And I can talk about some of our experiences campaigning for privacy respecting technologies. And we started this work as early as 2007, around there, talking about privacy. And when you start campaigning for it, people will start asking you, if I'm a good citizen, what am I hiding? And things like that. So it took some time for people to understand what privacy is, what is it, what is in it for them, and all that. And when people don't understand, then it also becomes hard for civil society to actually try seek these kinds of accountability. Yeah, others can add.
Thank you, Liz. Chennai?
Just adding on to what Liz said, I think it's also important about the geolocation dynamics. So, I'll give you an example. South African government summoned WhatsApp, one of Meta's companies last year, was it this year, when they rolled out the new privacy policy. They didn't come to the table. They do have offices in the country, but they took their time because generally where they're located, they're like, do we really need to go? So is South Africa a big enough market for us to listen when we're called? And again, when you frame it from that geolocation perspective, what people get under GDPR when you travel to Europe will be completely different from what you get, even if your country has a data protection law, because there are 33 African countries with a data protection law in the African continent. So you recognize that structurally we exist in a world where there's still that global north and global majority dynamic where they respond to where the money is and where the market is, right? And so even if there's political will, because oftentimes so many of the conversations in these spaces around capacity building of policymakers and regulators, but the reality is they do have political will to be able to call out and try to hold these tech companies accountable, but they're going to respond to a political representative from Europe who they think is likely to be able to give them a lesser fine, because the fines are quite high, but if they're being fined by an African government, then they do the quick conversion from dollars to rands. It's small change, we don't care. So I think for me, it's really accountability challenges around that geolocation, that as long as they feel like they don't have to respond to the laws of that country and they're located in a different place, it's going to be a long journey, and so collaborative work is the only way we can get to have these companies accountable.
Thank you, Chennai. In relation to that, another thing is that sometimes when we're trying to hold companies accountable, often it's civil society doing it alone, because tech companies, and as more and more as technology is being used to influence elections in different countries, politicians and governments don't have the incentive to support the citizens, right? They have more of an incentive to support the tech companies. They would rather work, go along with their lobbying and convert it into votes, rather than, and it almost feels like the civil society is challenging both the tech companies and the government simultaneously. They blend into like one symbiotic entity. And that is one of the big challenges, I think, today, because the tech companies can give them something which we cannot, which is votes. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Nomshato Luisingosungulu. I'm sitting here wearing two hats. So one question is from our UNECA youth on our social media pages. The second one is coming from me directly. So the question from the member is saying, as Africa, is our multi-stakeholder strong enough as we are approaching these issues? As we all know, we're coming from different countries, our approaches are different, and we have quite a silos almost approach when it comes to dealing with tech companies. The second question, as I said, comes from me. I come from Media Monitoring Africa, coincidentally in South Africa as well. And we've been quite robust in engaging the tech companies that were mentioned. And one of the things that happened was in our recent elections, we actually got the tech companies to come to fall when it comes to combating mis and disinformation during elections. So you then found government, civil society, and tech working together. That was, for me, a first step of obviously a very long way to go. But my realization in that is when we are all coming together and engaging about such a matter, whether we're coming from a perspective of decolonizing the internet when you're looking at race, gender, etc., or we're coming from a a point of data protection, which is now obviously coming into my privacy, my data as an individual. No one reads T's and C's, they're too long. What's happening there in terms of simplification, for example? Those have been the discussions that have been happening around there. But my interest is our strategic thinking as the different stakeholders is almost different. Civil society obviously is coming from an activism point of view, human rights approach point of view, whereas government might come in from a different perspective. And obviously tech, it's all about revenue. Everyone sitting here is almost like a money bag, you could say, as much as we are in a platform that is there for us to exercise our freedom of expression. However, at the end of the day, we do need those platforms. We do need them to be able to reach out on that global scale and to be able to interact with one another. So yeah, just what are your thoughts around that? Thank you.
Sure. So I was volunteered. I think in terms of thinking about multi-stakeholderism within the African continent, and that was a fantastic question. The reality is that I think it's like a slow-paced change. I've been part of the Internet Governance Forum space since 2015, and a lot of things that I've seen emerge in terms of policy cohesion and response to trying to hold technical companies accountable has been that long, slow journey to then be able to have technical companies in these spaces to have a conversation on these issues. Now putting on my Mozilla Foundation hat and corporation hat as a technical company that is working towards good of the internet and trustworthy AI, I think for us, we recognize the importance of community right from the beginning. So yes, multi-stakeholderism is stemmed with power issues, it's stemmed with people being able to access spaces, but there are companies such as Mozilla where we do try to facilitate spaces to have collaborative working groups. And one of the things that we have every year is the Mozilla Festival, and next year we're excited to actually have Kenya House, Nairobi House, Fest. And in that space, we try to bring in builders, is what we call the technical community, policymakers, civil society, to have a supported and collaborative conversation in terms of like, what's the intervention that we can put together. So to respond to that, and the question that emerged is, there are multiple spaces where multi-stakeholderism has actually been able to shift the conversation. I think the importance of that is to be able to weigh what point are you getting, where are you trying to get with the conversation, and take that slow journey. And then on the last point that you reflected on, I think it's really important then to use the multi-stakeholder platform, which is what it's designed to recognize that people have different starting points. At the end of the day, I think this year's topic around ensuring a resilient internet is an endpoint that as we decide that we're going to put in interventions around a resilient internet, how do we recognize that, what is the government's position, and how do we hold them accountable, and how do we support them, but also locating it into that political context of sometimes stakeholders have their own agendas. So at the end of the day, it's really kind of like, what do we get from each other, and not try to, turn a government entity into a feminist organization, because they're never going to do that, except for the Canadians who decided that they're going to have a feminist policy. So they've been able to influence other government stakeholders to think about gender from a feminist perspective. So it's really trying to have that strategy of who can help on the different agendas that we all hold.
Thank you, Chennai. Srinidhi, you wanted to respond?
I think also that with regards to large tech companies and disability in specific, I feel one of the hurdles is that we are often as a community stuck with access, because often accessibility needs are not necessarily met, and so we are not able to go beyond that in terms of conversation and deepening concerns that might be present. Like, how do we envision consent when it comes to disabled people's access to these spaces, etc. And I think one of the things is also that, it's true for all our communities, but within disability, because of the diverse set of needs and disabilities, and the fact that context plays such a huge role in access to many things. Like in the Indian context, we struggle to talk about disability and technology because of the widespread poverty, which results in limited access to technology and especially the internet, right? But I think that the conversation would be important for us to move beyond the conversation and use not just accessibility as an entry point, but to think about other ways in which we can imagine how disability is impacted in these situations, right? Like I was reading a study recently, which was done in the US around using AI to decide whether somebody is fit for jobs or not. And one of the big problems in that was the existing working system had such few disabled people that it deprioritized hiring of disabled people, or it used metrics of productivity and other things which work against the disabled people, like how long it takes for somebody to navigate a platform, which might be very slow for somebody with cerebral palsy or high support needs. So these kinds of markers that are defined within the system and within technology companies are often going to work against disabled people because of the lack of conversation around these things. So I think moving away from thinking about it just from the lens of accessibility is essential for us right now, because the technology is already developing further and it's beginning to work against the community in very, not good ways.
Thank you, Srinidhi. So let's get back to the panel. In terms of freedom of expression and civic spaces and spaces where discourse and conversations take place, how is this affected by emerging technologies, right? Chennai, you already mentioned some work which was done around shadow banning. If you could expand a little more on that, and others who want to add in on this particular topic, because I think when we look at the technology, one of the key things that's often told about technology is that, oh, this is where everyone is equal and everyone can speak, right? But this is a very easy sort of idiom to throw around. But is it actually true? And with technology progressing at breakneck speed, how is this being affected? How are rights online, especially in terms of expression and association, being affected here? Who would like to start? Sheena? Sheena?
Thanks for that question, Smita. And it ties in very closely to the work that we do at the Association for Progressive Communications in the Women's Rights Program. Earlier this year, I had the privilege of attending a gathering in Lusaka, Zambia, that was looking at decolonizing the internet. And what was profound about this meeting was, I guess, meeting and interacting with whose knowledge. And it's a civil society organization that looks at whose knowledge exists online. And I came across an interesting factoid which ties into this question. So for instance, Google estimated in 2010 that there are about 130 million books published online in at least 480 languages that we know of. In a world of 7 billion, now we're 8 billion, we've been busy speaking nearly 7,000 languages and dialects. We estimate that only about 7% of those languages are captured in published material. And so when you think about just that, the fact that a large percentage of the information that exists online excludes a considerable amount of the world's population, which would primarily be global south. It presents a very skewed understanding of who holds what power to shape narratives online. And this power plays out also in digital spaces when we come to, let's say, a more local context. So we look at, say, Kenya. In Kenya, you'll find that majority of the people online are likely to be cis heterosexual men who have the resources in terms of the technology, who have resources in terms of the ability to earn money that can buy enough data for them to go online and insult you. And then you have a situation where you have a woman or a gender, and I guess a visibly or an out gender non-conforming person that's taking up space online, expressing themselves, saying just about anything, yeah? And then this attracts vitriol and violence in the digital space, very similar to the offline space, the same violence that non-conforming bodies that experience carries on the online space. And so when we look at freedom of expression online, it's severely limited. When Chennai was speaking about, let's say, community standards on certain platforms, who's the community and whose standards? And by and large, it's going to be whatever the decided conservative norm is, that's the standard, and the community that's enforcing these standards is going to be people that conform to whatever this norm is. So this creates just an endless cycle of the continuation of violence online. And I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to, for instance, look into Special Rapporteur Irene Khan's report on the promotion and protection of the right of freedom of opinion and expression online, which is it's a groundbreaking document because it brings into sharp focus the particular violence that non-conforming queer women identities and bodies online experience. And it's a very important piece of thinking and coming together and work and I guess multi-stakeholderism. It's multi-stakeholderism in practice when we have mandate bearers who create space for civil society and people who are living the experiences of violence online to come together and say that the violence that my Black, Kenyan, queer, tattooed, bespectacled, short-haired body would experience online plays out very differently for somebody that isn't me in those spaces, and I think it's important to recognize that.
Thank you for that, Sheena. In fact, yesterday after I tweeted about the opening ceremony, there were some comments that came in my DM, which was saying, you know, you're in our country as a guest, you should not be complaining. And I was like, why is this in a DM? Why couldn't you tweet this to me? But, you know. Chennai, would you like to respond?
I guess the DM is safer. I think so in the inverse of what Sheena said, really thinking about also the reality is one of the strategies that people have employed is as we set up the community standards, the question that you raised, it's the ability for people then to use the community standards to silence people who are gender non-conforming, people who do not fit into the heteronormative, which are usually women and LGBTIQ people. So then what you find is a lot of times mass reporting is used as a tool to silence people on the platform. In American context, quite recently, someone discovered a WhatsApp or Telegram group where people had collected, I think, what they called democratic Twitter platforms, and they were planning to mass report. So obviously this Telegram group probably has about 2,000 people in it, and the plan was then once we have them, you know, we shut them off the platform. And then that raises the issue of who's actually doing the content moderation at the back end, and are they looking into the context to nuance why is this particular page getting this mass reporting, and looking at it in that political context of what's happening. Because oftentimes what we find is, well, the algorithm should be correct. So if you're reported, if we get 2,000 triggers of a mass report, I'm not sure, you know, I stand corrected, then we take the page down, or we put you in the sin bin until you're okay, and then we bring you that. But what we've seen a lot of is really the mass reporting again affecting a lot of like people who identify as feminists, people who go against the grain, then having their pages taken down. And that also then raises a challenge that a lot of us, because of the affordability issue, engage on social media platforms. That's where our discourse happens. We don't have resources to be thinking about maintaining a website where a discourse can happen, and maybe because the structure of the website doesn't allow for that conversation to happen. So where do we go to find our community? We go to social media, but the social media community standards meant to protect us actually end up harming us. So that is the context around thinking around freedom of expression and the current platform dynamics that exist.
Thank you, Chennai. I just want to add two short things in this. One is that in this, you know, now because the session is also being on YouTube streaming, I know that for a fact if I, if I'm supposed to go, if I post about this session on Instagram and say that, hey, this was a session where they mentioned Palestine, where they mentioned internet shutdowns in Kashmir, immediately the number of views I get on this post would be infinitely, like, will be 1/4 of what it would otherwise be, right? And when people are more, and as more and more people are reliant on online spaces and social media platforms for livelihood and income, are they allowed to speak about it and without economic repercussions on themselves, right? Another is one of the most recent examples of how technology was used to silence people is what happened with Muslim women in India. A lot of vocal Muslim women, vocal online, and Muslim women journalists, their photos and identities were taken without their consent, put on an app which was hosted on GitHub, and they were auctioned. And this was used as a way to shut them up because they were speaking up against the government, they were speaking up against extremist Hindutva ideologies which were becoming more and more prominent in the society. This was shut down the first time, and then within barely 2 months, another app came up using the same source code from GitHub because GitHub didn't think it was important to take it down, right? So when we're talking about intersectionality, this is important because just because someone is, for open source software does not mean that they understand the intersections of who a particular open source app is affecting. And after this also, the curious thing was that most of the writing around this came from Hindu upper caste women, but not from Muslim women themselves. The conversation which was happening with Muslim women were happening in closed spaces. So this means that there's also, after this invasion on their freedom of expression, when they tried the experience that they felt in one going and complaining to police and getting a complaint filed, to how they dealt with this mentally, in terms of mental health, what were the impact on their, how this led to further self-censorship and self-silencing online, just to avoid this incident. Again, all of this was not recorded by Muslim women themselves. And that's a problem, because then who's speaking about whom? And this is a very big element of freedom of expression, which is not spoken about as well. Hopefully now there will be more research coming out around this by Muslim women themselves, which I think adds a really important voice to any sort of work and knowledge produced around this. Going to the next question, because, and when we look at big data, because any conversation around emerging technology is kind of incomplete without talking about big data, right? And data algorithmic processes. Do you think the binary codes, the data right now is able to hold the multitude of identities that we share, the intersectional identities that we share? What is, and how do we avoid this binarification that happens when data is collected? Because yes, on one hand, there needs to be horizontal data collection to make sure that policies and laws and schemes that are influenced by data collected is inclusive. But on the other hand, data also want to fragment you. They want to put you in boxes, right? How do you reconcile with this dichotomy which exists? Liz, would you?
That's a very important question because sometimes you want to be represented, but sometimes the process of that representation becomes quite challenging for minority of populations. For example, in countries, for example, for a lack of a good example, UK, most of the time you're reminded that you're a Black American when you're filling out a questionnaire, because yes, it's important for them to get that data, but on the other hand, when you're seeking medical services and services where you don't understand why your identity comes in, then it makes you question why should I reveal this identity, and would it affect me if I give this kind of data? So yeah, there's that balance, but I think we need to think critically how we are going to implement it without actually hindering or affecting what you really want to get out of such processes. Yeah.
Thank you, Liz. Shinai? No. Srinidhi, on to you.
Hi. So, I mean, I think it's also a complicated question because as activists working in this space, one of the big things we realize about disability is that we don't have enough data around it. But like we were saying, that data often collected when it is not dealt with in terms of privacy, or we don't take into account how it features in our perspectives. One of the problems then becomes is that it is weaponized against the groups that we are collecting data against, that we're collecting data about. Right. For instance, there was this study that was done in the US, which basically saw that there was a company that was collecting user data around disability, and one of the things that it ended up doing was that general user data around disability, and one of the things it ended up doing was that it would deprioritize disabled people's applications during hiring processes. Right? Because it didn't fit those ideas around who gets to be hired, right? Or who fits the roles that are most productive, quote unquote, productive, or most valuable, quote unquote. So all of these implications mean that the data that is being collected often is not in the best interests of the community. And if it is not in the best interests of the community, how are we perceiving the larger space around how we are able to use this data? Right. In addition, one of the things is that we often don't know that data is being collected about us. And when we don't know that data is being collected about us, it implies that there is a power in play in order to be able to challenge whether this data is actually there, right? Like, for instance, the AI system at this particular company, I think it's called HireView, was challenged by is that the user is seen as the employer. So the employer has all this data about disabled people and who works and who doesn't work and what are the characteristics that make them better fit for this organization, etc. And the disabled person doesn't know that this data is being collected, one, because it's being collected within the system, and two, how do you challenge when you don't know that the data is being collected, or what is the data that is being collected against you, right? So the only thing that is clear for us is that the data is, of course, built on biases and stigma that exists in society. And we already know the biases that disabled people are burdens and we aren't going to be productive in workspaces. So by default, you know that this is being built into the system. So, that's primarily the struggle for data, is that we would like data to be able to build an inclusive society, to have better systems that help and support disabled people in workplaces. But in reality, that we are aware that that data that is being collected about disabled people is going to be used against them in these spaces. So it complicates our relationship to data and who's collecting it and what are the implications of that.
Thank you so much, Srinidhi. Next, let's look at policies. How do we think about policies around emerging technologies? Do we want to reject certain technologies? Like, for example, if I'm not mistaken, there's a city in San Francisco where they have said that CCTV cameras with facial recognition are banned in public spaces. And I want to bring in another question which has come from an online participant, Caroline, who was asked, do you think there's a need for a transnational human rights instrument that would be legally binding for multinational corporations, such as tech corporations? What other policy solutions do you think would be needed to make sure that the development of AI is inclusive and non-oppressive? Liz?
Yes. So thank you for that question. I think when we think about policy, especially as I've been reflecting around the policy space with the work that's been mentioned around, say, for example, digital ID, thinking about AI strategies, the previous panel talked about a whole focus on developing AI strategies for selected African countries. A lot of the starting points I think we should start with is why. right? Because the why then determines the kinds of policies that we're going to get. A lot of the times, especially with the artificial intelligence conversation, fourth industrial revolution conversation, the why started from an economic growth perspective. So the point was, you have a strategy or you respond to AI and you develop the necessary policies in order to regulate emerging technologies so that you can be seen as converting the famous World Bank quote of 10% of 1% investment equals to 10% growth, or vice versa. I'm not quite sure, but that's a very popular statement around if we invest in technology, this is what's going to happen at a GDP perspective. And then secondly, it's also a lot of the times policies are put in place and strategies from a perspective of research and development, pushed by academia in the computer sciences, in like the computer sciences department. Fantastic, without a doubt. But a lot of the times it's kind of like, so how do we innovate? Like, how do we cleverly build these cute robots that are going to like walk around the streets and everyone's going to love them, but we're not going to give them guns, we're going to give them grenades. I actually read a tweet this morning about those cute like dancing robots from MIT. So there is that like innovation of research and development, and usually connected to like state security, military points. And then also policies are put in place for the point of participation in global spaces, right? A lot of the work that's been done around data protection on the African continent was in response to the General Data Protection Regulation from the European bloc. It wasn't necessarily driven by the contextual needs of protecting privacy and data, respecting privacy and data within African states, but it really was, if you want to trade with us, if you want to hold our people's information, show us your privacy, your data protection policy, then we can talk. So clearly, when we think about policies for emerging technologies, there's a need to locate the why, and then if we're going to have policies that and regulations that are aware of harms in place and issues that need to be addressed, they really need to take on that multi-stakeholder or being pushed by civil society, as what we've seen with online gender-based violence policies that have been put in place in current laws. It's because there was a need to recognize that tech does not, the online space is not an equalizer. All the current policies that we have around gender-based violence also need to recognize the online platform, and that's how we saw non-consensual intimate image sharing actually being put into policies connected to cybersecurity and data protection. So the regulation is important. The question becomes, where does it come from, and how do we ensure that it does not replicate harms, as we've seen with the facial recognition challenge?
Thank you, Chinay. Liz? Yeah, the question was about. Huh? Yeah, the question was about. The transnational, yeah. If there should be a multinational body which will hold tech companies accountable. Why don't you use mine?
Apologies for that, and now I'm becoming the chair. So responding to why don't we have, or can't we have some kind of international treaties to bind technology companies to like respect human rights? I think there are some initiatives where we have tech companies actually coming together, form some kind of is it guidelines or something like that where they follow, but the methods of assessment, how they assess each other, I think some of those examples, I wouldn't want to mention some. I think they're kind of inadequate. And then this brings me to a question of then who puts them into accountable when they come together? And if some of them, let's say, don't respect human rights, what kind of action should be taken, and who should take this action? Because again, these multinationals are registered in countries and they follow country laws, and where also these guidelines, let's say a country has doesn't have a right respecting law, or might put the company in a position where they'll have to, let's say, do things like enforcing an internet shutdown and such rights abusing actions, then what kind of balance should they follow? Because if they don't like follow, let's say, government requests to internet shutdown, then they're going to be deregistered. But on the other hand, if they do that, then they go against these laws. So who comes first, the one who they're registered under or these other treaties? Then I think the best approach is actually to work with intergovernment organizations to actually come up with these laws so that nationally, then it trickles down nationally to actually hold them accountable as these treaties are domesticated. I think that would be the right approach, but it's not a single one solution. It's expired.
We're playing musical chairs along with this. Thank you very much for that. And I'm really glad you mentioned like who are we, like when we are saying like asking for a multinational body, who is the people then, right? Because I live in India, I'm very scared of asking for more policy and laws always, because this is, our government usually takes that as a chance to, oh, we can sneak in another surveillance thing in here. Oh, we can, use this to control how people are speaking about us online. So I personally believe like asking for legal reforms based on what is existing right now is also a good point to start when working with governments. Also because in India, what they do is also that they take offline regulations which exist. They're very lazy about it, yeah? They copy paste it into an online thing and put it under the Information Technology Act and say that this is the law for technology. Which means that, anti-sexuality laws, which are talking about obscenity and things, also get replicated in your freedom of expression online legislations. It's a big problem. We still hold on to the British words of obscenity, prurient, lascivious, all this sort of language. My last question to all of you wonderful speakers is, when we talk about advanced technologies, what happens is that sometimes we forget that we've already done a lot of work, yeah? It's not that everything has to be reinvented. The wheel doesn't have to be reinvented, as they say. Based on that, what do you think are some thoughts, learnings, principles that we can take forward from ancestral technology, from the work that we are currently doing, looking at rights and technologies? How do we embed pleasure, care, rights into how we are imagining and thinking about emerging technologies? Because I think like sometimes, particularly for women and queer people and persons with disability, technology is seen as only for practical use. You will use this for applying for examinations and applying for jobs and for doing your job. But you forget that, the internet is not only for practical purposes, it's also for pleasure, it's for joy, it's for connecting, right? And it's for talking. How do we make sure that we hold on to these values, thoughts, and what are some of these which we want to carry forward when we're working on emerging technologies? Srinidhi, can I come to you first?
Sorry. I think one of the things that when you were asking this question, I was smiling and thinking about was also because a lot of, and this whole thing that's been happening with Twitter, and we could see a lot of disability Twitter, which is large groups of people who are disabled and organized online, feeling really upset and scared about what that implies for community for many of us, especially because other forms of organizing often might not be accessible, so might not necessarily be able to have in-person meetings and or engage in things that are more possible. But one of the things that really stands out is that apart from the fact that the internet and emerging spaces does provide for different forms of community and organizing, but also that that often when we imagine, especially in the conjunction of disability and technology, the premise is almost always to fix the disabled person, to make them as non-disabled as possible so that they can exist in society. The attempt is always to use technology to make that possible, right? And one of the things that is helpful for us to think about is where that is coming from and what that means when we infuse these ideas of using technology to meet certain ends, but also to remember that at the core there are still people, and how do we enhance community and care and stuff, right? Like, just to give a small example, there's a lot of AI now that is being deployed on images, and especially on meta platforms like Facebook and Instagram, where the image automatically creates an auto image description for blind, low vision, and screen reader users. And it is a way of making that space accessible, and that has its own benefits and learnings from. But it's also about the fact that we are in many ways trying to replace the human aspects of that, right? Of making spaces accessible, of creating spaces where we are all welcome and present. And I think that it's important for us to think about why we would like diverse societies and where everybody feels happy and welcome. Is not just so that they can participate in society better, which is a great end, but also that we can all be together and learn together and enhance our understandings of each other and grow together, right? So I think just thinking about how we think about technology is not really as a replacement to or trying to fix a problem of some kind, but more so about how do we build more collective spaces for us.
Thank you, Srinidhi. Sheena?
Thank you. I think so. One, I like that we're ending this conversation by like shifting the focus away from, oh, what's wrong? Oh, these horrible things. Oh, we are suffering. Oh my goodness. Towards what do we want more of? Which I think in civil society spaces, especially like feminist ones, is something we do a lot of. We try and shift the focus away from this is all that's horrible towards this is what we want more of in the different spaces. I think it's also important to remember that technology and innovation is not new to the human experience. We have been, I think for as long as human beings have existed, we have been innovating, we have been we've been developing technologies, yeah, and I think the speed with which current, tech shifts and changes and the uptake, a new thing comes out, everybody's on it, is testament to this, that there is an inherent need to want to do more with more people, better. But the issue here then becomes how this inherent interest in participating in the development of technology and the use of technology is then manipulated by corporates, by states, towards limiting people's access and people's ability to participate actively as who they are in these different spaces. And I guess that's what brings us to these spaces to say, where is the choice? Where is the option to participate so far in particular technological advancements, yeah? Yes, we love tech, but what if I only want to participate so far? Where is the right to choose how far I want to participate in particular spaces, and where's the agency of my being in these spaces to do that? And also, I'd be remiss if I didn't also take this opportunity to talk about young women, especially young women and young queer, gender non-conforming people, because this language is not going to be used in many spaces. We're taking as many opportunities to throw the language in this panel. Who take up space and face incredible amounts of violence online by simply posting a TikTok video of them dancing, posting jokes, posting ideas, posting just anything on the internet that doesn't stay in line with what society had, very patriarchal, old-fashioned society had decided is how we are supposed to live as good people or good women or however people identify online. And young women are truly at the battlefront online, yeah, and are sometimes cannon fodder because the attacks are fast and furious, and there's no solidarity, there's no support, there's no recourse, there's nowhere that they can go to find voice and find support. So it's important to say that, you know, we see you, and it's important for the rest of civil society to recognize that they're defending an inherent freedom for all of us, whether or not you agree with what a lot of young people are doing online. But there is an inherent freedom that is being protected in these spaces that is important to talk about.
Thank you so much, Sheena. Liz?
Thank you. I hope my mic hasn't gone off again.
No.
Okay.
It's okay. It's a shock.
Thank you for making me chair again. So a lot have been said about tech for public good, and I'd just like to emphasize that. Chennai talked about the drivers of bad policies, R4D and things like that. And I think it's also time we start interrogating drivers for bad tech also. Of course, economy or political economy has to be researched wider, because profit making is a very big motive. But there's also another one for tech as an excitement, innovation also as an excitement. There's a time where we had IoT, Internet of Things, where tech people were connecting basically everything, including pencils. If you could connect food, that if it was practical, we could have connected food also. But why don't we have these technologies? I think it's because the market didn't receive it well. And who's the market? I think it's us. So if we understand our rights better, I think we'll be able to drive what we want also through what we buy and what we use. I think another way we can try or voice out what we really want is by interrogating really what we buy and knowing what we buy. Read privacy policies, know how your data is being taken, what companies do with your data, and any other thing. Make an informed decision. If you're not going to educate the end user, then I think we'll still be drumming. We'll be drumming whatever we are drumming right now for a very long time.
So back to Mike musical chairs. So I think just adding on to everything that my fellow panelists have said, which is very exciting, again, emphasizing feminist and patriarchy and queer community and all of that representation, because it's very important. At the end of the day, building on the drumming analogy, it's really that importance of looking at innovation, looking at technology as a space where we can have fun. The two examples, just to add on to the point of thinking about fun. When people started looking at how people from the global majority were making use of the internet, people would find that they were making use of the internet to date. So they had access to the internet, they would go on websites, they would find love. There was a lot of sense of, oh wow, why are you not using the internet to get a job from the academia space because of the utility of the internet? But now we found people have innovated and they've made Tinder and Bumble because they recognize the pleasure aspect of these platforms, and then they created and innovated in that response. So I think it's important for us to, so that's one example. Another example is when TikTok came. And a lot of people who, sorry to Facebook folk, but that's the reality. A lot of existing technical companies thought that TikTok wasn't going to last because A, you didn't need to sign up on the platform to see, and you still don't, to see the content that was there. And you would create content at the beginning where you could do anything. Now I know there's problematic content moderation algorithms. So they thought it wasn't going to last because what is this business model where we're not capturing you on the platform? Subsequently, what did we see? Instagram tried to recreate TikTok. So at the end of the day, it's really important for us to, especially from the global majority, because a large number of funding, a large number of innovation drive is respond to the SDGs. Think about how are you going to solve issues for your grandmother in the rural areas. But my grandmother also just wants to have fun, in the words of Cindy Lauper. So I think at the end of the day, it's really, I'm happy that we're ending on this note of pleasure and thinking about how do we ensure that there is increased participation for people to be aware of their digital rights, also because they're doing it as a matter of, I don't want you to steal my joy. So now how do I make sure that the innovation you're giving me allows for me to have as much fun as I can, but at the same time call out my member of parliament who's about to get a loan that I do not agree with. So that is my summing words.
Thank you so much, Chinay. You know, a friend of mine says that any website can be a dating app if you try hard enough. It's like that. And on TikTok, I'm really glad you mentioned that. So India has banned TikTok right now. And what is important is that when TikTok was still allowed, it really subverted who is creating the videos. Suddenly you see people from, lower economic classes, those who don't speak English, creating these content where they're just enjoying, right, and having fun. But when it was banned, there was no uproar about it, right? And that is really funny, because if Twitter was banned, there would have been an uproar in the country. And that really tells how we think about freedom of expression and the intersection of that with class and caste and language, right? Why was TikTok not seen as a space of freedom of expression when Twitter is seen as that? And that is an important question for us to also reflect on as, and this is what I would take away from the work that has been happening so far, and like from ancestral technology, is that I think we need to be really careful that we don't create the hierarchy in what is good freedom of expression, essential freedom of expression, and what is not, right? Because when it comes to, if we create this hierarchy, political freedom of expression will be completely agreed. Everyone would say, this is important, we must protect this. Religious freedom of expression, we must protect it. Sexual freedom of expression, no, how can you send nude photos and say that is freedom of expression? But it is, right? And that's what I would carry forward in whatever technology we're bringing forward. You need bread and roses, both. It's that, right? Don't just tell me that this technology will help you live better. Is it making me and allowing me to live happier? Is it helping me connect with people? And that is what I would carry forward. Thank you for being here in this room, and I know that we are about 6 minutes over time, but we started late, so I will take this. Thank you to the panelists and speakers. I know that we are very close to lunchtime, so if there are any burning questions or comments that anyone wants to share, we can take 2 minutes for that. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Florence. I am an ICT Access and Equality Fellow for Persons with Disability at the Kenya ICT Action Network. My comment to the disability discourse is that persons with disabilities, we are willing to be involved in the design of new tech from the design stages so that the output is something that works for us. Otherwise, we risk once again losing the independence and going back to social exclusion, which is something we advocated so hard against. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, who? Yes, please.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Fadla Adams. I'm with the South African Human Rights Commission, and I'm joined behind me by colleagues from the Ugandan Human Rights Commission. Thank you so much for the discussion. We stepped in a few minutes late as we ran over from another discussion. But just to highlight the integral role that national human rights institutions play, there's a lot of discussions around civil society, but NHRIs are a key interlocutor between civil society, the public, and the government. There are 86 A status, or rather 83 A status NHRIs, and that means that they have speaking rights at the UN Human Rights Council. So I would really encourage tech companies, policymakers, government representatives to ensure that there's a seat at the table for NHRIs, because we do engage on the ground. Many of us have a built-in equality portfolio which deals with issues around persons with disabilities, older persons, SOGI rights, LGBTI, Q plus categories. And in relation also to, there was a comment made about a treaty, a possible tech treaty. These kind of mechanisms, or it takes so long, at least minimum 5 to 8 years, if not a decade and longer, to get a treaty off the ground. So we need short-term solutions. But what I can say is that perhaps there are ongoing discussions around looking at business and human rights, and perhaps that's an entry point. There's currently the forum happening, and I found it bizarre that it's happening at the same time as this, because there are colleagues who were split in 2 ways, not knowing to go to Geneva or here. But there's definitely a need to integrate it and maybe look at how do we have a BHR-based perspective, business and human rights within technology. And then at the same time, bring in your NHRI voices who do engage and that can give a lot of insight from a different perspective, and that can use the platform. If we're looking for some kind of traction at a UN or international level, your NHRIs also have the voice to speak on agenda items at the council level. And so that might be a very good route to elevate your country or issues that you want to bring to the attention of the council or any of the thematic mandate areas. Yeah, thank you. That's all for now. Don't want to encroach on the right to food and lunchtime. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you for your comment, and that was really glad we could hear you. Okay, let's close the session and go to eat. I hear some rumbling stomachs. Thank you very much for being here, and see you around. Thank you so much. Time for a selfie.
Are we taking a selfie? Are we taking a selfie?
Yeah.
We've got 5 speakers, so we have, I believe, 6 minutes per each speaker. And after that, we'll have the discussion with the audience, both online and on-site. I'm sure that we will have any outcome of this session. Either you will support your first opinion or you will change it. Never mind, it doesn't matter. The idea is to discuss. So, some experts consider that metaverse is the first step towards the digital state and the corresponding citizenship, let's say digital citizenship. And as a product of Web 3.0, the metaverse will in fact reduce the role of the state. That means that IT giants and corporations are establishing rules in the metaverses, and governments, vice versa, have very little power inside virtual worlds because of the absence of any rules and regulations. The widespread use of decentralized applications in any area of society within the country actually takes the area out of national legislation. Oh, that's better. Thank you. Well, having said that, I'd like to give the floor to our first speaker, Ms. Alona Yudina. Alona, please.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to the session.
We have some technical
and for the question, do you hear me
issues.
Well? Hello. Do you hear me well? Hello.
Never mind, sometimes it happens.
I don't know what to do. Do you hear me?
All
Hello.
Right. We can skip to the next speaker. I'd like to give the floor to Milos. And before I do that, I'll have to make a short, let's say, preview or forward. The question is that today we're going to discuss combating cyber threats in metaverse as well. So it seems that the metaverse likely exacerbates the problem of identity theft of avatars, frauds, and blackmail, especially with the development of deepfakes that are also becoming a part of this problem. Deepfakes can damage trust in the justice, and because of that, evidence in court can be manipulated, and so on and so on. Moreover, they pose a serious threat to data security and can be easily used by identity thieves. As far as we know, Metaverse looks like a paradise for different cyber criminals and the ideal breeding ground for the rise of almighty tech and financial corporations. So how to protect the privacy and data for ordinary users in this situation, please?
Yeah, no, it works. Okay, it works. Okay, first of all, thank you, Vadim, for the introduction. You know, it's really interesting topic. I'm Miloš Jovanović. I came from Belgrade, Serbia. My background is related to information security and information technology at all. When we speak about such emerging technologies like metaverse and concepts generally, we should understand what is in background. You know, we should understand technologies behind. You know, starting from augmented reality and virtual reality and some concepts related to this, we should understand how we want to use metaverse, for what we want to use. Okay, so speaking about DLT as decentralized database managed systems and so on, we should firstly understand, all, technologies we want to use there. So regarding metaverse and data security, if you speak about technology, and metaverse, we should understand that this is, 3D space, and we should care about how we want to use technology at all for humanity, or for something where we'll make parallel, worlds at all. So regarding data security, there are many confusions right now. We speak about some augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, blockchains, and etc., etc. Many people do not understand, for what we want to use it. We speak. I will start defining, artificial intelligence as one, emerging concept and so on. So when we speak about, artificial intelligence, who will say to you what is exactly artificial intelligence? We should understand that concepts behind artificial intelligence is related to data mining, to algorithms, to crypto mechanisms, and so on and so on. So moving further, to quantum cryptography and so on and so on. So speaking about metaverse, we should understand that metaverse is based on combining many technologies which are available currently. We use every day. For example, 3D technologies, virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, machine learning behind the data mining, and many other aspects. So moving to your question regarding security and so on, so we should understand basic principles behind cryptology, some mathematical models, and how we want to protect information flow and channels. Speaking about networks in general, because metaverse, it's some concept of virtuality and so on, but it's all going through network. So we should understand how we protect networks, and our information channels. So this is my point. If we speak about some, concept like metaverse, we should understand that in background we have many technologies, but basic fundamental principles are the same. Speaking about any technologies, in information technology as a field. So if we want to go, further in, deeper in information security and so on, there are many different aspects and how we want to protect our, data, speaking about databases, about information channels and information flow from clients to server side and vice versa and so on. So this is really wide topics. I will stop here because firstly I think we should understand for which usage we will use metaverse, and we have now confusion, as I mentioned before, speaking about blockchain technology, which is really good technology, and we can use blockchain to advance our security systems and so on and so on. But making confusion with cryptocurrencies and all other, this is really tricky, and it's I will not go to a deeper explanation right now, but we should understand that there are technologies which are really safe and which are which we can use every day to improve our technological systems in everyday life, in industry and so on and so. And we should understand that we have some risky technologies, like I see cryptocurrencies, and I would conclude that metaverse for me is also something very, very risky and undefined. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Milos. It's really a very valuable contribution into our discussion. Milos is a real expert in cybersecurity field, so I completely trust you. And of course, metaverse is a risky area, a risky field. All right. Do we have our online participators, speakers? Alona, are you with us?
I am with you, but do you hear me?
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome.
Yes.
So,
it works.
My question to you was, I was talking about the metaverse as a step towards the digital state and corresponding citizenship, and laws in the metaverse, how are they going to work? And the question was, in which jurisdiction do you think this metaverse should operate? And what is your opinion about metaverse rules as such? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Well, I would like to refer to what Milos just started to talk about. What is actually metaverse? So when we talk about metaverse, it's quite different substance for everybody. For some people, it's the VR space where you can integrate and co-integrate with each other. For some people, it also involves certain cryptocurrency or blockchain technology, and it's a decentralized space. So it's like a layer extra. For some people, it's something else. And if we take metaverse in its ultimate concept, let's put it that way, and that's decentralized space where everybody can join, and it's certain virtual space with its own architecture, with its own governance, with its own currencies, with its own laws. And it's literally parallel world where we can participate, where we can be present, independent on where we actually are located or what we actually are doing. And if it comes to that point, and if it's like this one ultimate metaverse, like universe, which is virtual, then in my opinion, governance should be in there. But then it's governance of people. Then it doesn't come towards governance from one state, because it's not a state of metaverse of, I do not know, like Switzerland, where I'm based, for example, or Dubai, which is super promoting and supporting the whole industry, or Saudi Arabia. It's not states, it's the unification of everybody and everything within one technology. And that's the beauty of it, because it gives rights and it gives choices to people. And with the blockchain technology and cybersecurity, which Milos just mentioned as well, it can become safe and it can give certain freedoms and it can give choices to people. But then the governance comes towards decentralized governance. And what is decentralized governance, and how can it work outside of classical institutions? That's quite a challenging question, but I think it's very much within the UN scope of work generally, because United Nations, they unite nations, right? Without looking at who is based where, what kind of jurisdictions people are under. We are talking about human rights, and what are human rights? What do people want? So in my opinion, when it comes to governance and metaverse, the ultimate concept comes towards decentralized governance. And it is challenging because it completely goes against what we are used to. It goes against to governance deciding, the governments of one country being different from another. It comes towards people and communities and how they understand each other, how they understand technologies, and how they respect choices. So then democracy comes in quite different lights, I would say. So if you talk about metaverse, then that can be an option. But if we come back to the reality and what we have right now, it's a very, very beginning of this whole huge journey. Then yes, then if government of one country or another supports the metaverse and wants to create certain space where the rules and regulations are applicable from that country, then of course it would be great. It would be great that to have there the local currency. It would be great there to have local set of rules. But then everybody who is participating needs to go through the KYC procedure, and every kind of transaction should go through AML procedure. And literally everything becomes a virtual copy of what we have right now in the centralized and governed world. So we have options, but I think that one step after another, technologies can prove that it can serve all the people and it can bring really prosperity to the world and give those rights and freedoms that we all dream about for the whole world.
Thank you very much, Alena. That was really an exciting insight. And indeed, the United Nations is about uniting people and countries. You're absolutely right that we are at the beginning of the way of the journey, as you said. But I suppose that we are already in the reality of metaverse. It's already today's reality, not the reality of the future. And a part of the law, health, is what people are interested in while talking about metaverse. Crimes related to health are not what is usually discussed when people discuss metaverses. But let's imagine that in the virtual world, there is some crime which really harms real people. For example, if a cyber attack makes a real person suffer, for example, blind or deaf, because of the damage to sound or visual effect while using VR tools. So who's going to be responsible in that case? How can we find a real perpetrator if he or she is in a metaverse? How will we transfer to virtual reality this effect? So it would be interesting to listen to the point of view of one of our speakers who is a real expert in the field of digital health, Mr. Amado. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to attend this panel. Well, actually, digital health is part of the toolkit which the World Health Organization offers to the different members of the WHO General Assembly in order to achieve the Millennium Goals. And then, of course, it's a very important resource which should be taken into consideration in order to deploy or to implement a successful healthcare system, which here in Africa, by the way, there are a couple of good examples. Yes, you were mentioning two very important issues. I mean, certainly, if we talk about a technological world in which the participants really are in touch with different resources, different instruments which they are not used to in the regular life, well, certainly specific health problems should be addressed. Mental health problems, as you already mentioned, visual, hearing, smelling, and sleeping, and so on. There are very many different issues, which, of course, there are a lot of studies already published, scientifically published, and they show how the effects during the lockdown in mental health, which the effects were from not only metaverse, but also from video games, or also the exposure to timeless days of television or whatsoever. Then certainly there is a public health issue which we have to address, and we do have to take it into account, but into consideration. But the second area which I think it's important here to address is how the metaverse is going to change the healthcare providing services. I mean, right now there are different countries. For example, if you use the NHS services in England, then you are usually exposed, first of all, to a robot trying to fill out a check symptom, a symptom checker format, in where they trying to make kind of something that we call in the healthcare a triage, which actually classifies the problem, the health problem of the patient or of the user, and then this robot can provide some guidelines, just follow up the guidelines, and it identifies itself as a robot, of course. And if it is the case, then they bring the patient to a real physician. It could be an MP, it could be a specialist, and then he could attend. But now, if the metaverse arrives, then you have the possibility to get in contact with the patient without changing the place where you are, because sensors will allow patients to have the consultation as if they were at the physician's offices. Then that's gonna shift the way how we provide services, because it is not going to be necessary for every single case to have a specific physician, but nurses will play a very major role in these cases, and they will certainly take over some of the activities that we are nowadays used to have from them. Another area which is not exactly metaverse, but it is some kind of approach, is the remote surgery undergo by robots, in which they can, through different sources of information, undergo an operation which can be controlled by a physician, and it has not to be physically underwent. And this is something that is going to be certainly more frequent, more common, cheaper. Nowadays, it's very cheap to buy one of those devices, and not every institution can afford, but it will come. And then that means the new format in which the physician will interact with patients at the home care facilities, at the nursing facilities, or at remote places, it's going to be certainly virtual. It is going to be part of the regular healthcare system. And maybe I can finalize my intervention by saying also there is also a very new area, well, not very new, but right now it's really in a very high point of development is the self-management of care, where it is not only about having sensors, it is not only about an electronic health agenda to have some recommendations based on international guidelines, but also how the patients interact with this huge database, which will provide information from different sources. It can include genome databases or gene databases coming up from different institutions, which they are already public. Some different sources from something which is called proteinomics, in other areas of nutrition, health inputs, which will also dramatically change the way how the patient perceives, the way how he can be a partner of the healthcare environment which he has to follow up. Then there are very promising opportunities by using metaverse. It's not only about NFTs or fancy games or fashion shows, but it is also for real practice, real life. Nowadays that healthcare personnel is lacking. Nowadays that we have overbooked our institutions and the resources are not enough, certainly there's going to be a dramatic shift in our paradigm, how healthcare should be provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Amada. So from what I understand, it is that metaverse for the digital health, from the point of view of health itself, is more good than harm, right?
Exactly. The perception from our side, looking forward, this digital transformation of the healthcare sector is taken into consideration or is including already all the resources which can be found at this new, very, very new environment, which is called nowadays metaverse, but it is going to be part of our current reality. It's not going to be a virtual or a different one. It's going to be part of our reality. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. And as we are talking about health issues, let's move to another related topic. Metaverses give the opportunity for disabled people. And VR technology can help, for example, with medical treatment or create a space where everyone can be equal, no matter what one's health condition is. So how can we make this virtual space inclusive for all people, as VR tools are not always designed for people with disabilities? I'm happy to give the floor to our next speaker, Marilu Kunanan from the Philippines. Are you with us?
Hi everyone, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can see you and I can hear you very well. Thank you for joining us at this late hour. We really appreciate it. And by the way, according to a recent Deloitte report, the Philippines is a key source of talent for metaverse support as a leading destination for business process outsourcing. That was a quote. So the floor is yours, please.
Yes. It's actually one of the things I would like to talk about, aside from helping people, how metaverse is able to help people with disabilities. So just to give you a brief background about myself. So my background is in cultural diplomacy for almost 15 years, based in North America. And I'm currently a faculty at Ateneo University teaching international business. And I'm also the CEO of Suyamano, which is an virtual educational platform born during out of COVID. So Philippines is poised to be one of the largest economies in 2030. We approximately have about 110 million in population, and 65% of that 110 million people are under the age of 35 years old, which means a lot of the people in the Philippines, the Filipinos, they're used to being online and they're used to navigating the complexities of internet, technology, and metaverse. Like you said earlier, we are one of the biggest pool of metaverse talents. We are the second, Manila is the second largest BPO outsourcing company concentration in the entire world. And our second biggest city is the 8th largest. So if you can imagine just a huge number of international companies moving to outsource talents to Philippines, which brings about, because the industry is changing dramatically because of the demand, the education system is also changing dramatically as well. So recently, Ateneo joined this program called X Culture, and X Culture allows almost 10,000 students from almost 200 universities from more than 50 countries to get together and have classes from different parts of the world, discussing companies. So this is on international business. So discussing companies and case studies of companies from different parts of the world. So this is quite revolutionary, because the traditional classroom, so even before, even during COVID, you have the hybrid online and face-to-face classes, but this one is revolutionary in a way that now your classmates are actually from an entirely different university, studying an entirely different field, from an entirely different country. And I think that because of that background and upbringing, this brings about a lot of future changes on the way we do business here in the Philippines. The Philippines, aside from being poised to be one of the largest economies in the entire world, the entire Southeast Asian countries are also poised to be extremely progressive in terms of technology and economic aspect as well. So the 10 Southeast Asian countries, approximately have about 850 million population, and 70% of that population is also very young, which is under the age of 35. Vietnam is placing themselves to be the artificial hub of Asia by 2030, and Singapore is also investing a lot of funds when it comes to artificial technology and metaverse as well. So when it comes to disability, Philippines is able to come up with, we have this organization called Consulta MD, which gathers a lot of different medical professionals to be accessible by different Filipinos from different parts of the world. So if you do not know, 1 out of 4 nurses in other countries most likely are from the Philippines. Just because our healthcare professionals we're one of the biggest exporters of talents in the entire world, and professional medical people are one of our biggest exports. So now, like one of our speakers have mentioned, we have doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists who are now conducting sessions, consultations, giving medical advices to people without access, who wouldn't normally have access. So it's still quite limited at this time, but I think the metaverse is able to be a good equalizer, especially for those people with disabilities and who wouldn't have access, especially to education and to medical help.
Thank you very much, Mary Lou, for this very interesting statistics about the Asia-Pacific region and your country in particular, and for this very interesting perspective. Indeed, I never knew that 1 of 4 nurses in the world is from Philippines. That's great. Thank you so much, and once again, thanks for joining us at such a late hour. Well,
my pleasure.
We are discussing today metaverse sometimes thinking that it is given. But for many people in the world, especially in the global south, all those equipment, gadgets and tools are still not affordable. Moreover, global south is still facing connectivity problems, and many speakers have been raising this issue since the very beginning of the IGF, and not only these days. Is the problem of emerging regulation of advanced technologies relevant for the global south? How can we make sure that the community will hear the voice of the global south while making decisions on regulations of new technology? These questions I would like to ask to our next speaker. Yombarana, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vadim, for giving me the floor. To be honest with you, metaverse is still not really very developed in global south, particularly in my country, Madagascar. Some countries in the global south may have more developed in metaverse, but it's not the case for my country. We must understand that legal framework is still in phase of discussion for most of the countries in the global south. It remains confusing and unknown to many of us. But it brings now new legal issues and challenges that has never been before contemplated. And so it's important for us to know what laws will apply to metaverse. It's important to start like in a discussion like in the discussion like we have now at the IGF. It's important to start and take learnings from other countries who have already started to use the opportunity provided by the metaverse. How can we enact law to be able to benefit the metaverse, like using virtual classrooms for education, which is still a problematic for Global South. As you may have seen in the television that even classroom is problematic in Global South. We don't have a classroom for children. For health, it's exactly the same. So existing laws may have insufficient to address problematic conduct, but it might trigger passages of new laws and regulation adapted to Global South reality. And Global South should explore the opportunity provided by the metaverse for development of a country. For that, we need to have capacity building for the decision makers, for the policy makers, and for the parliaments to be able to have a global perspective and to have the opportunity to be heard and to be shared for the learning to share and to take learnings from the other countries. I'll stop here, Vadim. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Yombarana. It's really useful for all of us to hear the perspectives of the Global South representative, taking into account that our forum today takes place in Africa, in Ethiopia, and I would like to thank the organizers and this hospitable country for this real festival of internet governance. All right, I'd like to ask our online moderator, do we have any questions so far from the online audience?
Thank you very much. So far, we do not have any questions from the online audiences.
All right, thank you so much, David. In that case, I would like to give the floor to all of you, to the audience. You can ask any questions which are related to our topic today, please. Yes, the lady.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this great topic and for all the presenters. I am Ude Sheikh from Tunisia. I want to ask about what is the security solution towards if we deploy metaverse.
That's a very good question. Thank you very much. I think, Milos, it is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. I will give, elaboration of the situation. So we speak about metaverse. We know that we saw the first, when we saw metaverse, it was in futurism, movies and so on and so on. So to deploy metaverse, we should define what is metaverse. If this is just a concept of technology which we want to use to help everyday life, for example, colleagues mentioned medicine, disabled people and so on, or it is something very, far away from our real life. So if you speak about metaverse as a concept which will help everyday, life, that's okay, and I will answer this. But if we speak about something which is really undefined, which is really, we don't know what is it, or just a, concept, we shouldn't. I'm not able to answer this. That's my point on metaverse. So speaking about digital transformation, about emerging technologies, about how we can transform our societies, our countries, and so on. This is, this is a place where we can address usage of many emerging technologies, like a concept like it's metaverse, like a metaverse concept. So, regarding the security issues, I will repeat what I said. If we use technologies in industry, in banking sector, in the healthcare sector, I'm very experienced in healthcare sector because we did the biggest project related to digital transformation in Serbia. So we know how it is, how it is important for citizens. But there is another question. Colleagues mentioned here connectivity problems. You need infrastructure to deploy technology. Speaking about many countries, on the south, we have connectivity problems as well, especially in Africa, Latin America, and so on. So, firstly, to deploy, emerging technologies, to deploy metaverse as a concept, whatever is it, we need infrastructure. We need digitalization of countries, of governments, of data. There is a big problem how to merge all data in many institutions to make some, records. For example, EHR, electronic health records. There's a lot of question about it. So, speaking only about security concept, it's really hard to describe what is it in metaverse. I can give you some, comments regarding fundamental principles, how to secure your data using some different algorithms, or for example, Vernam Cheaper, which is, one of the best algorithms we can use to protect our data. This is a very wide topic, but I will conclude that we should think about fundamental principles and how we protect data. Because look, it's a paradox. This is an internet governance forum, and we should think about minimum common framework, how we will, define internet in the future. Will new strategy replace the legacy one? What is the minimum common framework on internet governance? This is a question. So if we ask what is, the minimum common framework on metaverse, how we could, define what is minimum common framework on metaverse if we didn't define what is minimum common framework on internet? You understand? So metaverse, works via network. That's my point. So we should understand very clearly which technologies for what we will use. So, thank you.
Oh, thanks for the opportunity. I think yes, very, very important issues, very, very important. I think we really have the opportunity nowadays to distinguish a little bit between the real and the metaverse world. This is something a little bit different. What I was trying to address were some of the applications that the real world, that means a digital health system, would take from the metaverse. This is an application. This is a way to approach. Let's take, for example, the Da Vinci robot that I'm mentioning. Well, it includes, of course, a lot of personal healthcare data, a lot of parameters, images, and so on, which should be stored. Storage in a place, and certainly it has to be very sure, very safe. And for these cases, what we consider nowadays cybersecurity or cybercrime can apply. And we can map a little bit what is going on if somebody is trying to steal some information, critical information from the documentation department at the hospital, or if someone is trying to breach a server from the Presbyterian or the Ministry of Health here in Ethiopia. That's something that we can nowadays still understand. The point is, if we really approach metaverse, then we are talking about different rules. It's not that we are going to map the way how the society functions nowadays, because it is about natural rights or human rights or common law. This is not applicable at this new environment. This is going to be a very new world in which we do want, or we do have to define the new regulations and stuff like that. And it is not only about cybercrime or cybersecurity, it's about how the new concept of property, of privacy, of personality, or whatsoever we are going to have. And this will place a lot of important questions that I agree with you. IGF is a good place to start discussing how are we going to move ahead. For a couple of minutes, a conference on interplanetary communications took place. And it's interesting that right now, for example, in the healthcare area, we are talking about an interplanetary healthcare system. Because someday, Elon, it's going to be able to bring us to Mars, and then we have to have a healthcare center there, and then, okay, something is going to change. You know? And then we do have to start thinking a little bit different about what's going on, and what can we really do through these kind of participations. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Amada and Milos. Did they answer your question? Okay, great.
Thank you.
So we have two more questions from the gentleman from my left, please. It should.
Sorry, got it. Thanks very much. My name is Satish, and I'm from India. My comment is based on crypto, which I've been studying for a while. Now, by definition, decentralized systems were created specifically not to be governed by states. They are self-governing, and Lawrence Lessig called this code is law, which basically means that all the governance principles are encoded in code, not through traditional documents like charters or constitutions. So code is law, and the governance is entirely embedded in code. A crypto or a metaverse is a voluntary community, and the governance of such community, in my opinion, is best left to the members of that community and not by the state or another centralized entity who is not part of that community. The community can itself evolve their governance by changing code. Now, I do have concerns on just one or two companies, or few companies monopolizing this space and limiting competition. And what governments can perhaps do is to ensure competition so that these communities govern themselves through competing services. What we could also do is to educate different communities on the risks of participating in these mechanisms. And finally, I do note that this hybrid version of the IGF would have been a much richer experience had it been on a metaverse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your intervention. That's a really interesting point of view. You had a question, I think.
Thank you. My name is Asim Adil, and I don't have a question. It's just a reflection of the conversation we had here. As it started about the legal framework, I somehow agree with my colleague here that code can be designed, and the people who are participating in that metaverse, they can design their laws itself. But eventually, there is someone who has the control on the code. And can you address that or not? Then there comes another point of view, that is this a parallel universe, parallel world, or is it also interfering and interacting with the current world? So at that point when it is influencing each of the world, there might be, but definitely there will be a need of such a legal frameworks to interact with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this valuable opinion. I think it contributes a lot to our today's discussion. Any more questions, please? Okay, madam.
Just a comment. Yes, I certainly agree. A code has to be written, as it was by the French Revolution. I don't know if igualité, liberté, fraternité will be the basis for the new code at the metaverse. I'm not sure about that. I think, yes, we do have to start thinking about which should be the new roles, which should be guiding the way how we interact there. We see the amounts of money already invested into this new environment, which if the crypto already has some troubles, some struggles, I can imagine what is going to happen with the metaverse where no rule actually is in place. From the legal frame, I haven't heard anything from the European community starting to define how it is going to work. Of course, in the US, we haven't heard anything certainly close to that, but it's something that it also has to come from the society. I think it's very important that we in the society have to define how we do keep the human values, no matter the metaverse deals in another way, and how do we deal with the new sense of interacting in this society through this platform, through this new environment, because it's not going to be only environment. This session, someday, it's going to be in metaverse. And we do have to have a code still, how we are going to participate, who is going to be allowed, and so on. Today we call it hybrid, but it's going to be someday metaverse. Then I think certainly we do have to be very thoughtful in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Amara. Miloš?
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for this philosophical question. You know, this is really important because I have no doubt that there is interference with, you know, real world. You know, we speak about technology, you know, applied technology. So, you know, there is a lot of question regarding, you know, infrastructural side, you know, how metaverse works, you know, as a concept, of course, you know, basement is technology. You know, yesterday we spoke about internet fragmentation, about some division in our, you know, global space, about technological sovereignty. So if we build one day, you know, I agree, maybe we will build metaverse in a way that will be completely, you know, out of our reality, you know. But let's, you know, keep it here, you know, speaking about technological sovereignty. Who will control metaverse? Who will control infrastructure? Where the data will be stored? You know, there are a lot of questions, and now we have, you know, internet fragmentation because of many things, you know, different aspects and so on and so on. So, you know, I don't see, you know, don't understand me wrongly, but I think that, you know, this is far away. You know, we should do some, you know, really important task if we want to digitalize our countries first, our continents, you know. Look, you know, what's the situation here in Africa, you know, there are a lot of problems in Europe right now, in Eurasia. We should speak about common standard. For example, regarding data security, data privacy, and so on, we have a different standard in the European Union, in the United States. There are, you know, some intentions to build, you know, some standard here in, you know, in Africa. Yesterday, I spoke with a colleague from the African Union. He said that they are trying to make, you know, one uniform approach how to deal with data. And there are a lot of questions. For example, when you visit, you know, from the United States, Africa, how they will protect your data. You know, there are a lot of questions, you know. And speaking about cryptocurrencies and so on, we have a lot of different cryptocurrencies, you know, Bitcoins, Ethereums, and etc., etc., etc. Is this just one a supercomputer? For example, if you I don't know what's the exact word, but if you try to get Bitcoin, or you need your processing power or computer power or whatever. If you need another cryptocurrency, you will need data storage or something like this. If you need another, you will need CPU or different type of power. So you just want a supercomputer. We should speak about many different aspects. There are a lot of unclear emerging technologies. People lost money. For example, if you visited the United Kingdom and if you go in a train, in a metro, you saw a message. You can see in a message that National Bank cannot guarantee for some cryptocurrencies and so on and so on. We saw a situation that China, I think Russia as well, prevented some transactions with cryptocurrencies and so on. It's all about national sovereignty. We don't live anymore in a unipolar world. We have a different technological zones. I mentioned it yesterday. We have Chinese zone, we have Russian zone of technological influence, we have Western zone of technological influence. So when you visit China, you're not able to use some Western services like Microsoft, like Google and so on. If you visited Russia, you're prevented to use Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on. If you are in the United States or the United Kingdom, there is, debate how to use, Huawei equipments or some, equipments from China and so on. There are a lot of fragmentation in every aspect. So I think it's too ambitious to speak about, metaverse and something which is not clearly defined for me, Thank you.
Can I ask you a
Thanks,
question,
Milos.
please?
Yeah, sure.
Milos, you touched a very, very important question, and since you are a specialist in cybersecurity, I would like to go deeper on that. So you said that it's very important, the protection, personal protection and data protection in the online space. And I think that's actually the beginning of cybersecurity protection for all the people in metaverse, and even before we are into metaverse right now when it comes to any aspect. So what ways do you see of protection of every individual in the internet space as for now? Because I think that cryptocurrencies, or let's say cryptography, can actually serve quite well on that, from the digital identity verification and unique stamps, like through NFTs or through any kind of technologies connected to that. What do you think?
No,
1 minute, please.
Okay. Well, I'll be very short because we are out of time. I agree on some, circumstances, but definitely we should understand basic principles. I did my PhD related to information security, and we learned what is real, what is the only way how to protect your data. So if you speak about security, we should know that there is no absolute security. We have many algorithms, ISDS and so on and so on. We use some commercial available algorithms, but security is always about, national security. Security, technology, sovereignty, and technology security in the field of technology is a part of national security. So speaking about how to protect data, I know that in Russia you have your law which protects data of Russian citizens. All data should be stored in Russia. There are many different laws in the United States, in Europe as well. So we should be very careful when we speak about technological aspects. I know your intention probably was related to blockchain, and I absolutely agree with this. This is a good technology. It can help us a lot regarding crypto, and how to protect our data. But it's very complex topic. So I mentioned one algorithm. I mentioned different, but it's all at operational level. So strategically, we should speak about common framework, which will be globally available, and how we can be sure that all our data, wherever we travel, will be safe and secured.
Thank you very much, Milos. As we are really running out of time, but we started a little bit later, I'd like to ask each speaker who maybe someone has final remarks. We have a question. The last one, please.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just heard the question about cryptocurrency and blockchain and NFC. I don't think there is a total security on a data breach, or if anyone here can answer for me, if we develop a very sophisticated system for blocking cyber attack is not going to happen. The cyber attack is in the human mind. If we build a sophisticated, we invest everything and then do sophisticated to tackle dark wave or other attackers, it's actually in the human mind. That sophisticated, the end of the day, the sophisticated software, whatever hardware, is operating by the human. If that particular employees or managers or directors pass the keyword or the password of the software, that's the end of it. So what we try to do here is actually to avoid a cyber attack. Every one of us has to have responsible, accountable, and also stable world internet inclusiveness. How? It has to be effective, accurate, timely measured, and also beneficiary. Not the developed countries developing all this sophisticated technology, and the third world countries' government doesn't have any capability or building human resources to tackle the cyber attack. The end of the day, and this morning I asked the United Nations, we have to conclude with United Nations governance law. That's the only way we can protect everything. Otherwise, the country, they don't have capabilities. They can get attacked every single day because there is employee, they have equipped with low professionalism. So at the end of the day, we need to live in this world with the peace, the stability.
Sorry, excuse me.
I'm finished now, sorry. And
what was the question?
I'll talk about the blockchain if you want. I just add with my brother.
I'm sorry, we're really running out of time. Actually, we can talk about metaverse and blockchain and DLT cryptocurrencies for hours and hours. And your opinion is really, really interesting about the global UN law and probably about the internet governance. Probably the global digital compact that all the stakeholders are working on now. Probably this document will set some rules that will help us. And well, we have to wrap up, and I would like to just to say a couple of things. Definitely, metaverse is something is not something from the future. It is today's reality, a rather controversial one. And yes, there should be some rules that would ensure our activities in the metaverse are safe, secure, and beneficial for everyone, so that the letter of law is not blurring but a clear one. And I hope that our today's visionary ideas will become a part of the global digital compact that I just mentioned, because they really are useful and practical. All right, so with this, I would like to thank everyone. First of all, our speakers, both on-site and online, and all those who participated in this very exciting discussion. Thank you very much.
Speakers. I'm here with two, and I have Joanne online. My name is Theoros. I'm from Ghana. and I'll be the moderator throughout the session. On my right is Orabil, on my left is Umat. I'm quickly going to move to Orabil to introduce himself, followed by Joanne online, and I'll come to Umat.
Thank you, Theoros. I'm actually Warabile and a technologist and a policy researcher focusing on public interest technology at the intersection of digital governance, policy, and regulation. Currently, I'm a member of the advisory committee to the African Internet Governance Forum. I also sit in the expert group of the African Union High-Level Panel on Emerging Technologies. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Joanne?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Joanna Mazur. I'm from Poland, from University of Warsaw. I'm an assistant professor here, and I'm working in the area of law, especially in European Union law, and I also did some research in international economic law, which governs new technologies, with a special focus on data protection and competition law. Thank you again for having me.
Hello everyone, my name is Omo Pájaro Velázquez. I'm a consultant in artificial intelligence and ethics developments, and also right now part of the gender standing group, as a chair of the gender standing group from ISO. My main work or research right now is to find a framework that includes digital rights for queer or gender-diverse people into the different policies or regulations that I've been developing in artificial intelligence around the world. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here and to start this conversation about artificial general intelligence.
Thank you. So I would want Bruce, who is our online moderator, to introduce himself as well, if it's there.
Hi, I'm Bruce. Thanks for having me. I'll be the online moderator, so if you have any questions anytime, just feel free to put them in the chat, and then I'll speak up on your behalf. Yeah, this is an area I'm interested in. Looking forward to seeing where the discussion goes. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So that out of the way, I'm just going to, again, just quickly jump into our first set of questions. I would also want all of us in here to feel free to ask our questions and make any contributions and submissions as well. We do really appreciate your input and all that. As I said at the earlier part, right, during the first set of submissions, is really important. That we cannot dispute that. We've been using it, and I mean, in most developed countries, it's really fully in session. Now, moving to Orabil, as somebody who is in the policy system, right? How do we harness the synergy between all the stakeholder group? I mean, I'm talking about government, civil society, private, technical, and even academia, which would fall under civil society. How do we harness all those power really to contribute to a more ethical
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much, Theoros, for that question. I think for me, the discussion really starts off when we have to literally framing AI through, I mean, my inputs in this discussion would really kind of feed into the African narrative and looking at the developments that are emerging given the work that I've been doing in the continent. So framing AI through this African lens, I think the continent is playing a central role in the global AI supply chain, and we have almost become consumers and a testing ground for these kind of technologies. And at the same time, yet foreign technology companies driving AI technologies in the continent are dominating the region through public-private partnerships. We have also noticed many African states that are deploying AI-driven technologies and at the same time not practicing open procurement standards and with this lack of transparency to how these technologies and products or solutions are functioning at a community or society level. But also I just wanted to point out to one key challenge or one area that I feel needs to be discussed in this setting, right, is the monopolistic strength of technology companies that are driven by monetary value through the supply chain models and perhaps with added rental costs and surveillance capability, which I think establishes this new form of profit-making predominance. But at the same time, I think by controlling and engineering this digital ecosystem, these companies or these big tech companies mostly, they dominate the technology architecture as well as giving them this direct cogency over the political, economic, and also the societal layers of life, which is, I believe, is a form of new sovereign control. But I think the main issue here is central around the policy inadequacy for Africa. While we are seeing this many developments and at the same time adopting these technologies, do we actually have sufficient policy frameworks or standards to regulate how these technologies? Perhaps that's a question I would like to explore further in the discussion.
Really, I'm glad you spoke about investment, because I was actually coming into that, and I'm throwing this to Joanne online. Now, one of the major challenges that we face really in all the sectors, that the more private sectors invest financially into policy making or development of devices, they kind of seems to have control or some level of input, really, because they are investing in it. They kind of determined, it looks like they kind of determine the font or the stream that those things should go. So just to you, Joanne, what are some of the challenges that we face again in the area of ethical artificial intelligence when it comes to private investment and making sure that all the stakeholder groups are equally represented?
I wish I knew the answer. It would be great to have perfect solutions for these challenges. But I think that one thing that has been missing for a while, and it's only started to be somehow present in the debate right now for last couple of years, is the fact that we used to treat new technologies as something that is it's better to leave it unregulated and just to let it develop on its own pace, in its own way. And I think it's changing for the last couple of years, and this is good that it's changing, because we cannot let such important sphere of the economy and also the social life and political life to just develop on its own without any regulatory measures addressing the challenges and the risks that are connected to it. So this would be the first thing that I would like to stress, that actually the presence of and the development of regulatory measures concerning new technologies is quite important. And this feeling of being powerful in this regard, and that the states actually do have the right to regulate new technologies, is something that we should stress and acknowledge and follow this path. And the other thing which I think is important is that we also sometimes tend to forget that there are regulations in place which somehow would demand the AI tools to be aligned to certain human rights or to certain values that we deemed protected by law. And we have this tendency of treating technology and digital space as something particular, where it's not necessarily that relevant, these old traditional laws and rights and values. And I think this is something that we also should somehow recognize, that all the provisions concerning non-discrimination and so on, they should also be considered as important when we are talking about the development of AI technologies. And if the companies decide to implement or introduce such products and services on the market, all the requirements that actually are foreseen in already binding legal regulations should be also followed. So this is the second point. And the third point that I would like to make is that maybe it's also time for the states to actually become more active actors in terms of developing their own solutions. So instead of relying on private sector for the provision of services used in public sector and for the goods of citizens and so on, we could think about the way of channeling the public investment into the development of sovereign technological solutions. So instead of treating the state as the client or the consumer of the products and services provided by the private sector, we should think about how can we assure that we'll have funds and resources to have our own public solutions, which would be more, for example, transparent, which would be more accessible, which would be based on more diversified types of data and so on and so on. So these would be the points that I think are important in this context.
Yeah. And just move on to Umad. So one of the challenges that we are really facing with this new innovation is its ability to really serve globally. So we've realized that some of the softwares are not able to recognize accent. They are not able to recognize faces. They kind of lack some colors as, not really because the innovation is not fully, but the whole idea is that it should be able to serve everybody globally, right? So now what can we do in terms of the innovation to make sure that in terms of representation, it does represent every stakeholder group. In terms of jurisdiction, it does serve globally.
Well, this is a question more related with, what I call it right now, artificial intelligence governance, and it's kind of getting to a way to solve all the problems related with artificial intelligence with a set of principles or values that actually serve to protect the different digital rights that people have and set a different ethical frameworks or standards. Right now, there is we can find some efforts. For example, UNESCO has developed a set of principles that try to they want that all the nations start to develop different policy frameworks related to those principles in order to protect the digital rights of the person, no matter their gender, sex, race, ethnic background, protect the human rights in general. Another set of principles that we should look out also as an example of some effort of creating artificial intelligent governance, the OECD principles and the G20 principles. Those ones are also part of all those efforts, or including voices outside from the global north in the development of the different regulatory frameworks. Yeah, the idea behind those different principles is that every country can adapt those ones into their culture or into the way of seeing the things, because technology, as you said before, should work and should serve to the people that actually is going to be the beneficiary or the user of it.
Thank you. Olivia, would you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to add to that question as well, based on the point I highlighted to earlier on the issue of policy inadequacy. And I think it gives me pleasure to actually share on one of the interesting insights from the UNESCO AI policy report we just finalized in the AI Africa Observatory project. What's really interesting about this is in the AI regulatory and policy mapping portion that we were doing, particularly looking at 9 SADC countries, we kind of find out that, the mapping included national AI policies, as well as provisions that are related to AI data processing, as well as automated decision making within ICT, competition, and consumer protection. But what's really interesting about this study, some of the reports, preliminary reports or insights from the report is that, we have actually noticed inadequate environment, particularly in many African countries where policies, legislative environments, legislative instruments and institutions are lacking in context to define what exactly this regulatory frameworks should look like in regulating AI technologies in Africa. And we think that, with this kind of approach in Africa, there's still a lack of understanding, especially from the government side, which I think needs to be actually addressed from that.
Yeah, we would come to that, but I want us to move into another equally important area that is more on uncontrolled pursuit, right, of AI and all that. Now, we spoke earlier, or we had the earlier submission on the role of investment, private sector investment, especially in how the innovations are governed or are taken or handled, right? So just on the same lens of governance, but this time around, I want you to focus on the socioeconomic factors that actually affect the innovation. And again, is there enough resources? Now, before you go into that again, let's have just a quick look into IoT, which is also in the same category as it is, right? Internet of Things, having smart homes, that is a good option. That is something that we should look at. We don't even want to talk about the data that is there and how protected it is yet, but it has to do with money and it has to do with a lot of investment. Do you think really that the developers, first of all, have enough resources to do that? Now, if they don't, do you think that the investment could have a positive feedback on how the devices are controlled or how those things are handled?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I think, when you look at the emerging debates in the global digital discourse around AI or emerging technologies, they are kind of centered around digital sovereignty, right? And the controversies around it, not only in global north countries. We are actually beginning to see similar developments in global south countries who are also trying to assert their position as opposed, in relation to the reactions of the global north countries. But the contested governance of emerging technologies, I think it is part of the emerging global digital discourse through the lens of multilateral parties and is the result of a thorough understanding of benefits versus, benefits of the technology versus the implications in our society, right? And looking it from a context of digital infrastructure development. However, I think we should understand we should understand these arguments within the broader context of datafication as well as surveillance and digitalization, which is most of the batons that many African basically governments globally are using to justify why they're driving this kind of technologies, right? But the overlying governance and digital transformation on this already loosely used concepts has, I think, the potential of blurring again this useful distinction from a technology policy as well as the governance and legal perspective of what exactly is the enabler of citizens' benefits and at the same time the state's obligation to what is open to abuse and exploitation, right? But that to that, and in addition to that, I think the shifting socio-economic and geopolitical dynamics of all these conversations, they have disrupted the traditional digital development agenda, that is respect for human rights, which my colleague has already alluded to, as well as respect for sovereignty in other countries, right? So towards this capital-driven business models and disregard of citizens' relation with this kind of technology. But also lastly to that point is this powerful autocratic regimes that are trying to assert their developmental agenda, demanding greater flexibility and exceptionalism in the global arena to how these technologies should be regulated globally. So most of these states actually contest the democratic values and their quest to control the internet and even the very same technologies we are discussing now in favor of economic development. And this has actually extended to safeguarding the elites of the, wealth of the elites and political patronage in some instances.
Umar, I would come back to you. We spoke earlier on the fact that the devices, the artificial intelligence devices are not recognizable in some part of the world globally, right? It's still under development. What is your take on the global dynamic factor of that in terms of the development, those that develop the devices? What are the dynamics? Is it more European, more African? What are the causes? Is it just because the understanding is not there, and because that more people that faces that challenge are not the ones making the input when it comes to the development?
Well, I actually love this question because I came from Latin America and I had this conversation regularly about how the development of this technology affects us in a way that we implementing these technologies as it was something that actually was made for us, but it wasn't made for us. And actually, we think that I would like to say that we're actually facing right now a new way of colonialism through this implementation of these technologies on everyday life. So we need to be aware of that before implementing those technologies in our countries. There is several samples or implementations of artificial intelligence, for the facial recognition technologies, how they can be biased towards different genders or towards different races. Also, there is another thing that we need to address here, as Joanna said before, we need to have a better curation of the different data sets in order to include more visions of the world inside of those technologies. I think we are in the majority of the world. I prefer to use that term, not the global south term, because we are the majority of the world, literally. We are the majority of the world. So, to use our visions of the world embedded into this technology. So we actually going to have this technology in a way that actually can benefit to all of us. And start to shift this balance of power that actually is happening in the development of these different technologies. Because we have the resources, and we even don't think we have the people that actually can develop that is inside our countries. Probably we lack a political we have a political will to do that, but we have the people that actually are developing this kind of technologies in the global north because they can make it in the majority of the world. So, yeah.
Thank you. Now I'm going to move quickly to Joanne online. I just want to know your take on this. Is there any existing, or has there ever been any historical factor when it comes to AI development? Is there any precedent that is there, or something that had happened that, I mean, speak in favor or not in favor?
In terms of using the data, for example, for the development of the solutions, we have the problem of like obvious biases that will be there when we use historical data sets to develop AI. It will probably replicate the biases that were there historically, and therefore, like, I think there are two things that I would like to mention in this context. One is the fact that we need to support the solutions which would actually take this into consideration, and or even not support but demand that the solutions that are implemented would take this into consideration. And then the question is whether actually the development of these technologies can have like positive impact on equality. So can we make, thanks to the technologies, solutions that would be more fair than the solutions which we have, which are based on human decision making, for example. And I would like to just briefly come back to the topic with which you started the whole round of questions, and the smart home and the solutions that you gave as an example, like this IoT technologies and so on, because I think it brings us to like very important issue of what are the solutions that are developed and are actually needed, what are the solutions that are needed but are not there yet, and what are the solutions that are available but are not only not necessary but also actually harmful for us. Because I think that the problem that we have is that we use the resources and we use also the people who have competences to develop AI to work on solutions which are absolutely not necessary and don't make our lives better, like, you know, all the chatbots that would discuss with us the possibility to buy something new, and all the automated calls that, like the voice, you know, automated voice that actually recommends us to buy something. Like, does it really improve the quality of life of anybody, or does it help us to provide more, I don't know, better health services or better housing, or like we are missing, I think, the point, like we're missing the question of like whether the solutions that we develop will actually bring something good. And this is something that I would very much like to change, to take into account that we should focus on the areas and on the solutions that would actually provide something beneficial for the society and not only for the market. And therefore, I strongly support what was already said in this regard.
Thank you so much, Juan. Just to wrap up before we take questions, I would again want to move to Arabil to now this time around focus more on redesigning the AI governance. We started with speaking on AI in general. We streamlined it to the socioeconomic factors. We streamlined it into the different dynamics, and if there are any historical traits or changes. We spoke extensively on the fact that the devices are fully not global, even though we want those ones global. Now, there has been this perspective really that the development in itself should be a multi-stakeholder approach, so that it should include all the stakeholder groups, and then it should include every age group as well, especially the youth, people in minority. I mean, that it should have that merger that everybody, irrespective of where you are and where you belong to, that you do have an input in that. So now I would start with you again, with your experience in AI policy, governance, and all that. Do you think that minority groups or youth are fully represented in this area when it comes to policy? Do the policies cover those group of people a lot?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good question, and thank you for that, Theo. First of all, I think there's still a lack of representation, especially for minority groups in the space. But more specifically, I think it speaks to the transparency and fairness in how policymakers are developing policies in this policymaking process, right? Which kind of mediates between interests of all stakeholders, especially those that are in the global south. So I think there is still a gap there. But in terms of, speaking more on principles of transparency and fairness, I think many of the principles of transparency and fairness are just not important for AI, and the representation of the minority, especially arguing it from a private sector perspective, right? Because these values are part of a larger umbrella of digital ethics in policymaking processes. Therefore, digital ethics is or becomes a crucial element in creating a better digital world that caters for all stakeholder groups, that is fair and inclusive to all. But here's a metaphor I probably want to throw off to our participants in this session, right? Think of yourself buying a product in a store with a label showing all the nutritional values in its packaging, or a guideline booklet of some sort to an IoT product that you just ordered on Amazon, right? Wouldn't it be nice to have the same approach in every IoT or AI-driven technology that comes packaged with a booklet indicating how that device processes data? So those are the minor issues that we might not really think impact psychologically to how the society see and appreciate these technologies, but it makes a difference because it speaks specifically to issues of transparency. But at the same time, I tend to also sympathize with the private sector in terms of how they are looking to approach this issue. There are, of course, challenges of implementing digital ethics, particularly from the private sector, which might come as though we are asking for more. But navigating the issues around transparency and fairness can be easier said than done, because taking fairness as an example, how can it then be defined? From a private sector perspective, how can businesses choose between what is fair to the customer and what is fair to the business? For example, in the eyes of a customer applying to a bank for a loan, the fair decision would be to approve the loan for the requested amount, but the fair thing for the business would be to decline a customer that may be a risk to their investment prospects, right? Yeah. So those are some of the issues I'd really like perhaps for us to think about as we look at both sides.
Great. I'm going straight to Umat. I think the Honorable has listed some of the challenges that we are facing in the ecosystem currently. What are some of the practical solutions that we can implement to make sure that all groups are represented, especially the youth group and those that falls within the minority groups?
Well, this is Kenya, sadly, in my earlier work. Right now, I'm trying to develop like a framework where include minority groups, especially gender diverse groups, into all the process of designing, development, and deployment of the different artificial intelligence, and how we can make that possible. One of the solutions that came to my mind is the participatory design. And this means not only the people going to be there to be asked what they need from these technologies, but also being from the beginning to the end, saying where is the process failing to achieve their necessities. So the technology that we have at the end actually is a response to the digital rights or the digital necessities of the people that are historically not included inside of this process. That usually are minorities usually are people, the different races or different ethnic backgrounds or genders. Let me say another thing. Another solution that actually came to my mind also is like this kind of technology had two parts. One part is the part of we need to protect the human rights. We know we need to protect the human rights, but also we need to guarantee that to the private sector they're going to have some benefits from the technology they are developing. So right now, I'm seeing in some countries that doing something interesting when it comes to regulate the different artificial intelligence in their own national laws, and those are the dashboard and the sandbox, or for regulation or policies. Those this kind of form or create regulations for artificial intelligence consists in trying some kind of experimentation of what can work in a small scale in order to affect, to cause the less impact possible and to identify all the risks that actually can a product cause to a specific population, and then decide from that what kind of regulations is needed for the private sector to release the product into the market.
Great, thank you. I just want to check with Bruce if we have any question or comment in the house. Okay, I see one hand up. Bruce, do you have any comment or question online?
No, nothing here yet. I'll let you know if anything comes up.
Okay, so I would take the question. Joanna, I'll come back to you for a submission. I could say yes, sir. So,
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much for giving me these opportunities. I'll have one question and one supplement or my opinion regarding the big data management system. I'm sure everyone knows that there is no one around this room now, because we're talking about big problem and challenge. How we manage big data governance as UNIFC talking about all the internet. So the internet is generating billions of messages and data every single minute. So how are we going to managing this? My question, I'll forward my question to you, and then I will add some strategies how we initiate both the government and private sector. What I see here now is you talking about the policies, and also I will mention a little bit about IoT and IOE. Okay, that's the one we were talking about. These are the one generating the data. So how big data government implemented in a global stage? That's my question to you. So my clarification is every country, the government and the private sector, they have the working system framework, which is containing environment, strategy, and infrastructure at the big level. Inside each, we have customers, we have products and services, and processes and activities, and we have participants, and then we have information and technology. And those are the framework we need to develop for each country and practice for managing big data. And back to the IoTs and iOS, what we see here is the technology is driving the force. They're generating a huge amount of money because of AI. We have IoTs, which is integrated everyday things on the internet. An IoT application is collection services and software that integrated data service from various IoT devices. The use of artificial intelligence technology and data that helps make the decision for the private and the public sector. So to implement this, what we do is the IoEs is so machine to machine is a capability, and then people to machine, and then also people to people. That's why this devices is working for. So how we manage all this big data? What are the strategies? Is actually in the especially my brother he mentioned the south to south. So how we actually an-African? When talking about African context,
I think that I would give that to Orabil to answer that for us, right? And then John could also add up onto that.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that question. I think for me, from a general perspective of how you're framing the question, for me, I think there is a need to provide guidance to both private sector and the governments, especially big players, on the acquisition and operation of AI-enabled services that are data intensive in both the private and public sector, including assessing whether AI is necessary and whether it's developing evaluative criteria and specification models that guide on data processing within these technologies. But at the same time, I think we need to evaluate the technical and social impact of these technologies in the society. In addition to that, we need to ensure a sustainable operation over the implementation lifecycle, which I think speaks to principles or standards of how data is stored in the system and at what point are we supposed to destroy it from the data management system. So this should be perhaps accompanied by establishing appropriate oversight mechanisms to monitor the data gathering process or the data development aspect of these technologies, its adoption and the withdrawal of AI-enabled services whenever they violate data practices, if and when there are such legal frameworks in a particular country.
Great. John, what do you want to add up?
I actually wanted to go back to the question before, just to add one thing, because of course I do agree with the fact that we need some specific solutions concerning the way in which we can get the minorities or majority or groups that are somehow underrepresented in the AI-based solutions which are being developed, the new innovative way to actually ensure their presence in this regard. However, I think it's also important to remember that we are also talking about the technologies which should be at least subjected to very traditional regulation and to very traditional conditions and the procedures, and that the laws are enforced still in very traditional way, and they are also made in very traditional way. So I think it's important that we also ensure that, for example, in regard to the enforcement of the rights and the process of preparing legislative proposals, and in the process, of course, in the development of these solutions, from technological point of view, we have proper representation and we have the right to participate in this processes of non-governmental organizations and grassroots movements and any of these kind of bodies, because of course these technological aspects are very important, but finally what we end up with is the need to enforce the rights or enforce the regulations that are in place in regard to these new technologies, and then it all goes down to the question whether, for example, it is possible to represent somebody as non-governmental organization who defends rights of certain minority, for example, or is it not? And therefore, I think we should also include this very traditional and actually somehow boring dimension in the framework concerning the governance of the inclusiveness of these new technological solutions. So this would be one point that I wanted to make regarding the topic that we discussed before the comment question. And in terms of this, like the state systems and so on, I think that we are living in very difficult, like the fact that we are dealing with technically global solutions, which also are somehow particular in the local context, and that they're unequally available, accessible, transparent, developed in various parts of the world. It makes it very difficult to think about the interplay between various layers of governance and regulation that we are dealing with, and that I would be very much for the development of rather global standards than the standards or on lower levels, because I think that this is the way in which we can actually somehow face the challenges which are caused by global companies by addressing them on global level. Like this is the dimension on which we meet. And therefore, I think that, of course, like it is also dependent on the states, but it's the level on which we should be working on is the global one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any more questions, either online or here?
No, none from online.
Great. Then I guess I will throw it back to all our three speakers to just wrap up the session for us with their last remarks.
Yeah, I mean, I think in closing, I would say stakeholders have a joint responsibility in, ensuring that digital transformation processes are diverse, inclusive, and democratic, and that they are sustainable in the long term. Commitment and strong leadership from public institutions need to be complemented with accountability and as well as responsibility on the part of government and private sector actors. I think there is also a necessity to strengthen the multi-stakeholder approach in order to be truly inclusive and to develop effective policies that respond to the needs of citizens, build trust, and meet the demands of the rapidly changing global digital environment. Thank you.
Well, right now, around the world, there is different efforts to increase AI governance. There are ways to develop, implement some economical and ethical principles and regulation that actually can work only locally, but also globally, in order to have a more multi-stakeholder approach to this topic, and also have a more transparent, fair, accountable, and ethic approach to artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Joan.
I don't know if I have anything to add to this, actually. So.
Great, thank you so much. Just before we wrap up, we've been having the discussion basically on the pathway to equitable AGI. We had a discussion centered around three policy questions. The first one, I mean, in the area of governance, we had a discussion on diversity. We had a discussion centered around representation. And we had submissions on the role of various stakeholder organizations in terms of policy development and in terms of implementations, and how various multi-stakeholder groups and people globally, especially youth and those that falls within the minority group, could have that development. Then we kind of spoke on data protection a little when we were looking at the submission on artificial intelligence and IoT. And I mean, the issue of data protection is something that is still ongoing. Then we had a discussion again on investment, if socioeconomic factors playing a critical role on the development of AI devices, and if that had a massive impact on the developers. Then we finally centered the discussion around representation. This time around, the fact that if development of the AI devices are fully represented globally, and we concluded on inputs and submissions. I would want to say a big thank you to those joining online and those here on site as well. We are most grateful for your time and your presence here. We hope that the discussions will not end here. We welcome feedbacks and more input, just in case you go back and you still want to make input. You could always do that. Thank you so much. Do have a nice evening, nice day, morning, and yeah, be great. My name is Theoris. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Optimized to achieve public interest objectives. A couple of premises here to set the scene. So why is this important? What we do have is that currently algorithms for content recommendation have a huge impact on the way people see, access, and share content and so information. So those content recommendation algorithms, they have a huge impact on people's information diet and on a collective level on the information flow in society. So therefore, this type of services and of technology, because we're talking about algorithms, has a major impact, among others, on media diversity policy objectives, which we believe are a fundamental pillar of a democratic society. The other premise that I want to flag here is that we're going to concentrate on content recommendation algorithms, which is something slightly different from content moderation algorithms, because content moderation, they focus on the illegal content, illegal based on national rules or on the terms of services of a specific platform. And it's usually about removal or suspension of accounts, while content recommendation is a much wider environment in a way, because it's all about promoting, selecting, demoting, et cetera, all the kind of content. And we're not necessarily talking about illegal content. In fact, most of the time, I would say we're not talking about the legal content at all. Now, this premise was fundamental. It's not that whatever we're going to discuss about won't work for content moderation as well, but I think we will need a separate discussion for that. The third point that I wanted to raise is that the status quo for content recommendation algorithms, if we look around, is that those are basically offered by private companies and especially by large social media platforms. A few of them offer those content recommendation systems, and they're optimized for profit reasons, as it should be, because they're private companies. And they don't take into account public policy objectives that could be linked to the use of those recommended systems. So what we have is that a handful of players, a handful of algorithms are used by the vast majority of people. They're optimized for profit, and they're sort of indifferent to public policy objectives. The market is highly concentrated, so we're talking about very few private companies that hold a lot of power. So the scenario is challenging both at individual and collective level, but the focus of today's discussion is not about the harms that might or might not be created by this scenario, but it's how we can change this status quo if we wanted to. And in particular, what I would like to discuss today is which kind of barriers or market failures we need to overtake if we want this change to happen, which incentives exist or do not exist to change the status quo, and who should create those incentives and how, and which kind of steps we should take to change this scenario. If we can rely on existing rules, if we need something new, who is supposed to intervene, legislators, regulators? Is this a business-to-business issues that can be solved at a commercial level only? What's the role of users? Which means what's the role of consumers, of people, of individuals? And then the technical aspects of it, of course, because if we're talking about a variety, a plurality of content recommendation algorithms, is this feasible? How we need to proceed to make to create a scenario where alternatives are possible. From Article 19 perspective, our contribution today is to sort of throw a few ideas that we have sustained in our policy discussion. So the first question would be basically, what do we want to try to create content recommendation algorithms that are more sensitive or that are optimized for public policy objectives within the large platforms that already exist? So we need to work with the large platforms to fix or adjust their own algorithms, or we want to create more diversity. We want to create a different environment. We think it's going to be, the latter is going to be better, because it will bring a number of positive outputs. It will decentralize the power of the content recommendation. It will not ask just a few private companies to decide which level of diversity, if what we're going to optimize this for is exposure diversity, is needed by individuals and by society, which would be a massive power for private companies to be held in such a few hands with no further guarantees, but also will create competition. And the hope is that this competition among different players will bring more quality, more innovation, more alternatives. It will also empower users, individuals, to make their own choices. So our way to solve this would be to go through pro-competitive remedies that open up the market, lower the barriers to entry, phase the barrier to entry to this market, which is currently quite closed, lower those barriers and encourage more actors to come in there. More specifically, we have advocated for these changes in Europe recently during the discussion for the Digital Services Act. And unfortunately, what we have advocated specifically was that we've started from the point that content recommendation is offered as a service in a bundle of other services. And we have said maybe the large online platforms, the very large online platforms in the wording of the Digital Services Act, they could be forced to unbundle the service and open the possibility for users to decide to go to another provider for this service and plug it in their Facebook profile or their Instagram profile. Unfortunately, this proposal wasn't supported by the majority, so it's not in the final text of the Digital Services Act. There might be possibility to impose this sort of remedy through the Digital Markets Act. The other regulation has been recently approved at the European level, because there is specifically one article, Article 612 of this Digital Markets Act, that includes the possibility to impose to the gatekeepers in that wording, so most probably the same platforms, to provide access to competitors, to business users, when it comes to their social network services. This will imply, of course, a degree of interoperability, because otherwise it's going to be impossible to plug in an algorithm into a platform. So the technical aspects are, once again, very, very important here. And I'm curious to hear from the other panelists what they think about it. But this could be one of the possibilities. Yet there could be questions remaining there, also because I don't think there is a magic bullet here. I think what we need to do is to create a condition for an alternative scenario to flourish, but there might be a variety of components to be needed in here, not just one single rule to fix it all. One of the major questions will be sustainability of alternative.
You have like 15 seconds just to wrap it up.
I need less.
Okay.
So one of the discussion will be how sustainable are those different algorithms? What could be their business model? What could be the role of the state in this, in supporting, endorsing, etc.? And then the other thing is, do we need national rules for these, or national remedies, or do we need to be more ambitious and think about regional or international remedies? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isa, for providing the framework and the introduction. So now it's time for Ali Abbas Ali, Director of Broadcasting Competition, Ofcom. Based on what you have heard, what should be the approach and what do we need to think about for this to be even possible? And when you hear the little sound, it means that your time is up, so please wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta, and thank you very much to friends at Article 19 for this invitation. So I'm approaching this question from the point of view of the regulator with responsibility for media plurality in the UK. So wherever we end up in terms of harms and remedies, someone in a role like ours will have to implement it. With that perspective, I'd like to focus on three of the key questions that are on my mind. What does the evidence say? What is a proportionate response to the problem, and will it work in practice? And I hope that that touches on the areas that Isa raised. So the UK evidence is really interesting. We published a report on this earlier in November, and it shows that people who use social media most often for news are less likely to correctly identify important factual information. They feel more antipathy towards people who hold different political views, and they are less trusting of democratic institutions and the news media. All of that really matters. We didn't find the same patterns for people who use search engines or news aggregators most often to access news. We did an exhaustive literature review. It's in an annex to our report. And we found that social media use can have a polarizing effect. And there are two studies that show this on Facebook users in the USA. It was less clear through that literature review whether social media use causes changes in people's levels of news knowledge or in their levels of trust. So that question is still open. Now, our study was the first of its kind in the UK, and importantly, it didn't allow us to identify causality. It could be that social media has a polarizing effect, or it could be that people with a predisposition to those attitudes gravitate away from traditional media towards social media. And what that means is we need to do lots more work. It'll be hard, and I can't make any promises, but we'd really like to get an answer to that causality question. So in terms of the three things on my mind, the evidence says there is definitely something to worry about. A lack of trust in news, being unwilling to engage in alternative viewpoints, all erode the function and value of a plural media landscape. And somewhere in that, social media is implicated. But ours was the first UK-centric study, and it's not specific enough to guide our reaction. What it does tell us is there is a need for more transparency about how recommender systems and algorithms operate so that we can better understand what is happening. That takes me to my second question. What is a proportionate response? And the short answer, certainly from the UK perspective, is we don't know yet, because the evidence doesn't lead us to a place where we can be certain what problem it is that we're trying to solve. So the proposal before us for public service algorithms provided by independent third parties that can give you an alternative set of recommendations to social media users could well be a valid option, and there's real power to it. But our view is it's a little bit too early to say. Now, I have an admission to make. As a former telecoms regulator, this idea really does resonate with me, because I can see real parallels with introducing downstream competition and unbundling local loops. And we know that worked. But we also know it was really hard, it was heavily litigated, and there were casualties along the way. And that's why, from where I am today, we need to keep the door open to collaborative working with the social media platforms. And in terms of specifics and things that are going to challenge us and that we need to be ready for, I'll give you a flavor with two of those. The first is commercial. Last year, working with the competition authority in the UK, Ofcom gave advice to the government on the bargaining relationships between large platforms and content providers, and with a real focus on news publishers. We identified an imbalance in the bargaining power of platforms and publishers, and we advised that a code of conduct could help to address this. That was very much the question that we asked. But in doing that, we also found that there is that the overall value of news content that is being generated and traded between platforms and publishers may not be quite as large as you think. So there's a huge market here, but the portion of it that is generated by news media may be relatively small. So what matters here is that the pool of value to share between platforms and publishers is already contested. And it's not necessarily one where a new party that does need to be paid would be welcome. And of course, if we're working with this hypothesis of third-party independent algorithm providers, over time, they're going to want to grow their businesses, and that'll add a source of tension into what is already quite a tense relationship. The second challenge is consumer behavior. Our research found that about half of people expressed a desire to have more control over what they see online. In contrast, a fifth were really happy just to leave everything to the platforms. The internet is a big, confusing world, and someone was organizing for them. We then asked a related question, and we found that about half of people always accept cookies. Now, it's not an exactly analogous activity, but what it points to is something really important where we need to understand people's behaviors better. And that is the expressed desire for control and actually exercising that control when you have it may not be correlated. Now, we also know that the way that cookies are presented and so on is awful. So there's a whole load of technical stuff that's related in that I won't go into. All of that just leads me to being cautious. Whatever solution that we have is someone's going to have to do the hard work of implementing it and making it work. And the risk is that you get into increasingly complex layers of regulation in order to address all of the sequential problems that you face. And that is something of our experience from unbundling local loops. But what we also know is introducing downstream players can work eventually. But there may be a better and faster way of getting to the societal outcomes that we're interested in, which doesn't involve all of that pain and some of the risks that are involved with it. And that's why, from a regulatory perspective, we're still keeping an open mind on the appropriate remedy route. What I can promise you is we are going to be doing a load more work on this. Our aim is, over the course of the coming year, to develop a set of proposals that we will present to the UK government of how it might address the situation in the UK, and to consult widely on those. And to everybody who is here and who is interested, we have our doors wide open, and we're willing to listen to all and every view on this and take them all into account, because we recognize this is complex. We recognize the solution may need international collaboration and so on, and we're probably not going to be able to get there on our own. And I hope, Marta, with that, I'm just in on time.
1 minute, but it's okay.
Spoke a little bit later.
So next is Natalie Hellberger, professor of the University of Amsterdam. So Natalie, what is your view on this? And do you have other considerations or ideas we have to keep in mind when discussing this? You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marta, and thank you for inviting me, and also for putting this important topic on the agenda, because I think we cannot overestimate the importance of exposure diversity. And why? Because exposure diversity, so giving people the opportunity to read and hear news and media content from a variety of sources geared to different tastes and preferences in society is simply critical to advance a lot of goals and public values that are important for us. So we need exposure diversity to promote tolerance, to promote inclusiveness in a public debate, to work against polarization, to increase political knowledge. There's ample of research showing that exposure diversity is a very important means to achieve a lot of goals in society. And I agree actually with you, Isa, also about the importance of promoting initiatives to build more diverse recommender systems, metrics and measures also outside platforms. And I think in the past years, our focus has been very much drawn of how to deal with platforms, how to govern platforms. And I think in all these discussions, sometimes there was a tendency to forget a bit that there's, of course, a whole broad media market out there, and that we also need to look into how digital technologies can create new opportunities for diversity also there. And I think the Ofcom investigations along the past years were really important in putting also this aspect on the agenda. And there are actually really good initiatives out there. So only last week, I've been participating in a 1-week workshop with academics and media organizations from Europe, from Canada, from Brazil, who were experimenting of ways to build more diverse recommendation algorithms, more sophisticated algorithms that do not simply optimize for clicks or engagement, but for exposing people to more diverse views, to enriching their diet, to broadening their horizon, and by doing so, actually make media much more fun and interesting. And I think we shouldn't forget the fun factor here. People, and that is also something that our research show, are not interested in seeing more of the same and only content that is optimized to making them click on advertising. Actually, a lot of our respondents indicated that they very much care about not missing out important viewpoints. They care about being news and media content being diverse, surprising, and entertaining. And that are important considerations for them, and also important distinguishing factors in what could make for them a difference between social media platforms and media out there. And I think this is something that also the media really need to see how to develop further as a selling factor, and something that makes watching media more attractive and, as I said, also fun. The problem with these initiatives is to be successful, they need support, they need institutional support, they need room, time, and funding to invest in systems that optimize beyond clicks, because these are complex questions. This is nothing that you build in 2 months. So I think also within organizations, there needs to be more time and more room and more encouragement to also think ahead and not only focus on short-term clicks, but also think about more diversity-sensitive metrics. And I must say that even within public broadcasters, where you would actually assume that their mission is to provide diverse content and pioneer also in developing more diverse recommendation systems, even there's still a tendency to optimize for clicks. So I think there is work to be done also to create a favorable environment and encouragement within the institutions to experiment with digital technology, how we can make it better, more diverse, and more interesting. So that is, I think, an important point to take into account. At the same time, Isa, I also do not share your pessimism about the DSA. I think what the DSA said is, and first of all, I think it's good to acknowledge that we have here a really ambitious experimental piece of legislation, of which you can also learn outside Europe. And I think a lot of eyes are on Europe trying to see how this experiment will turn out. And I think we have a real opportunity here to make it work. Threats to pluralism, but also threats to an inclusive, tolerant, and fair civic discourse are acknowledged explicitly in the DSA as systemic risks. And exposure diversity, as I just tried to explain, is an important means of mitigating those risks. And I think a key here is this provision in Article 35 of the DSA, which requires social media platforms to have risk mitigation strategies in place, which can include adapting their design and of content moderation algorithms and recommendation algorithms, and which arguably should include initiatives to optimize also for more than clicks and accuracy, but for example, also diversity. And because this is a really complex task, I think there are also fair arguments to make that we should, and that also it makes a lot of sense also for large media, social media platforms, to also look to the outside and all the creative initiatives that are already ongoing and experimenting with diverse news recommenders outside platforms, and try to figure out how to give those also space within the platforms. There's also this one provision in the DSA telling, mandating or suggesting that platforms should give users a choice between different recommendation parameters. And again, people appreciate this and they're looking for this. And so I think this is also an opportunity to think beyond what the DSA does right now, profiling or not, but also see this as an invitation and a springboard to launch more experimental settings with diverse recommendation algorithms, including those that are developed outside the platform. So I'm actually very in favor of thinking along these lines and trying to figure out ways to incentivize doing so. And I think with this, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Now we have our last speaker, Michael Luen, CEO at Coco Tech. So Michael, what is your reaction to this proposal from the technical point of view, and what's basically the technical side of this? You have 5 minutes.
Sure, and thanks, Martha. So I think sharing my screen might be helpful. So I think this is a Facebook post. This is what a Facebook post is. So to prove it, here's the link and the data for the Facebook post. Let's paste it. And then there's your Facebook post, and it's a Myanmar television station that has a video, and it's covering a football game, right? Here's the same text as the text in the post. Oops.
We can only see the code. We cannot see the Facebook page.
Oh, actually, I need to share my whole screen. Oops, sorry. So desktop 1. So yeah, here's the Facebook post. You can see it now, right? Correct?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the actual post. I just pasted the URL from this. And this is Facebook's actual post data. And so my response to it is all the comments are great, but I think the big tech companies are relying on regulators' maybe relative lack of understanding of how the sausage is made. Whereas a very, very, you could solve this today, and it's actually easier than you think. I actually don't think it's terrifically complex. It's just that it requires some technical, and I say this like having both domains. So I have a law degree, and I also have a computer science master's degree I'm pursuing. So this is Facebook's own API called CrowdTangle. They've exposed. Twitter has their own API, and TikTok hasn't built one out yet. Instagram has an API. So does Reddit. And this is what a post is. It seems complicated. It's not. Like here's your likes, the number of likes, 1,008. Let's see if it's right. Yeah, there's over 1K. Okay, there's a breakdown of your shares. This is called JSON format, and these are key value pairs. This is the anatomy of a post. So these social media companies, all you have to do as a regulator, in the US, okay, maybe you have complicated First Amendment claims, but I think certainly the UK and EU could just pass regulation on this. Requiring social media companies to essentially expose these APIs either publicly or maybe there's some gating requirements. And then you would have third party. This is like the Baby Bell, Ma Bell, an breakup of AT&T right earlier. Whereas instead of telephone lines or spectrum, it's data, right? These social media companies have network effects. They're very well run and they have all these users, so it's hard to compete with that, right? And so really, regulation compelling public APIs where providers, all providers need is data. And then training an algorithm on the data for diversity, for policing of hate speech under international human rights law or other paradigms is not that hard to build. It's just a matter of time and having the data. So in my view, regulators, if they pass regulation requiring, let's say you could pick under US law, it's Hart-Scott-Rodino filing thresholds. Like if the valuation of the company is above a certain threshold, if they're a big tech company, then they've got to expose public APIs to their post data and allowing independent third parties to consume that API and then build the algorithms they want to build. So you could have and then maybe prompt the social media companies to feature those algorithms to filter posts, right? So if you wanted just making this up, if you wanted an algorithm that filters posts strictly under the ICCPR's Article 19, right? That could be deployed in Facebook, right? Or a third-party app version of Facebook. If you wanted like the ACLU's version of it, that could be deployed, right? And the key is just the data, and then perhaps funding for initiatives for computer scientists and developers to build it. That's it. And once you do that would, I think, essentially be the equivalent of breaking up Ma Bell into Baby Bells. People could pick and choose which social media platform to filter, based on how their content would be filtered. And they would be able to leverage the network effects event. Facebook has whatever it is, over 2 billion monthly active users. They would be able to leverage those network effects in a way that's pro-competitive. And I think that this is basically the solution. In the absence of regulation, so Facebook already has very restricted access to this API, and there's rumors that they're going to deprecate it, meaning like shut it down, right? Twitter has its API available, but maybe with current change in management, maybe they will open it up even more. I think Elon Musk has expressed that interest in that in the past, or maybe they shut it down. Whereas if a regulator compels the social media companies to build out these APIs and with specific endpoints, show all posts, be able to search through posts, then that data would be free. And you'd anonymize that data, right? So this is only like public accounts data. So people who have consented to having their data public. It's not private account data. I think that's important. But what are public accounts are all like the media page or social media influencer pages that are having such an effect on public discourse. So so my view is this solution is out wide in the open. There's just regulators may not have a full grasp of the technical, like a scalpel instead of a sledgehammer, right? You could pass a law on this and it would work. And I'll end my comments with that.
Thank you so much, Michael. So now we have time for Q&A. We welcome questions from the audience. I can see that there's a lot of people there. So if you want to participate, please go next to the microphone. I can't really see.
Shall we just ask the question, or?
Yeah, who's speaking? Sorry that I can't see.
Yeah, I'm waving a little bit. My name is Christian Jeffel. I'm professor for law, science and technology at Technical University Munich, and I would really like to thank you also for bringing this panel and kind of tackling this problem in such a constructive way. I really enjoyed the presentations. I have one short question for the last speaker. So what's the limit of, do you see also dangers in which when the state determines, maybe also together with civil society, these questions to such a great regard? I think it's like an operation at the open heart of democracy. We cannot do let companies do it, but it's also very complicated to kind of determine this from a publicly. And the second question would be, I was really interested in Professor Hellberger's idea to increase a choice by regulation. I feel that the DSA, so the idea would be to force platforms to give consumers more than one option. And I feel that the DSA actually stopped short here, because the only mandatory alternative in the DSA is basically to give one option without personalization, without without personalization. So my question would be whether we could be a little bit more progressive, like in the online harms bill. I think here there is a clause for user empowerment, if I still have the last information on that. So there is a clause on user empowerment, which actually is more of an obligation to force the companies to offer more than one option. And I feel this could be a step towards autonomy by design, because then the users would start choosing and would also be presented with a meaningful choice, the same way that they now use cookies or more often decline cookies because they have a meaningful choice in many ways. So my question to the panel would be, could this be a solution to offer a meaningful choice to users for them to engage in that and then build up on that to bring these public interest algorithms in?
Thank you so much for your question. I'm going to read another one, and then I'm going to ask the speakers to please give short, concise answers to all the questions. The next question comes from Ariel Riera from ISOC's Youth. She's from ISOC Argentina. To what extent exposure to diverse news sources would ensure actual consumption of those news? Is there a risk of pushing some users to alternative, more partisan networks? And she gives some US scenarios. So I'm gonna ask the speakers to please raise their hand to please answer the questions. So I think, Michael, you were first, so sorry, I have to be a dictator. Go first, please.
I think to the first of the, I think the questions are around like choice, right? So yeah, I think, civil society, so right now the big tech companies have on the card. So when civil society does review, it's because Facebook gives them a grant to do the review. And so Facebook can just stop giving them grants, which is what happens. Whereas if you just had publicly exposed API endpoints, then civil society can can have a particular content point of view. If Fox News wants to go and train, they can do that, and then let consumer choice, basically let people choose what version of Facebook they want to look at, and that might lead to a different kind of attack on problems. That's certainly possible, but to me, it at least increases consumer choice. And I'll let other people respond.
Thank you, Michael.
Shall I chime in?
Yeah, Natalie, and then Ali.
Yeah, thank you a lot. And to your second question, I couldn't agree more with you. I had hoped for more in the DSA, so some obligation to offer different choices. Right now, it's mandatory. I should also point out that another important international standard-setting organization, the Council of Europe, went a step further and also very much encourages to offer more diverse choices and choice from different recommendation algorithms. I still think that via the risk mitigation provisions in the DSA, that they could be read as a means to encourage the providing provisions or conditions for external and players in this area. Because, as I mentioned earlier, I think exposure diversity is a solution to a lot of these problems that we are trying to tackle with the DSA. And there's a lot of expertise out there, and I think it's a wise choice to see how we can make them work also for platforms, and by this way make the offer also more appealing to users. So I could even imagine that there is a business argument to be made why it is a good idea to open up. And I really liked your presentation, Michael, on how to how this is actually much less utopic than we thought. regarding the question about exposure diversity, I think it's important to point out exposure diversity is not the same like consumption diversity. So it is merely offering people a more diverse choice that they would otherwise not see. So it is enhancing choice, but not forcing anybody to watch particular things. And again, from our research, it transcended that actually this is something that a lot of users would appreciate greatly.
Thank you, Natalie. Ali.
Actually, I think I'm probably going to repeat a lot of what Natalie has just said. So just, yeah, philosophically, I think we are very much in the position that today choices are being made for consumers. So, you know, Facebook or whoever it is interpreting the things you like, the things you read, the things you follow, and is giving you choices on the basis of that. But the user is not necessarily in any way active in that relationship. They are passively then being given information off the back of that. And what matters here for us is, to what extent does that change the user's behavior? The question of choice then becomes really interesting, because once you give people choices, will they act on them? And that's the comment that we have in the chat points to that. But the role of the regulator here, certainly as our role is constituted, is just to make sure that the choices are available, that there isn't a party that controls your access to the breadth of plural media that's available, that you as a consumer, as an audience, as a citizen, can reach those choices. You may then choose to say, I will go to a heavily right-wing source, I will go to a heavily left-wing source, or whatever. I will read hate speech, I will read misogyny. That is a level beyond, where you start interfering with people's freedom to receive information. And that is a hard barrier that we need to really think about carefully. The limits of where we are, and the limits of where we think the plurality regime intervenes, is just to make sure that of the wealth of information that's available to you, it's not being constrained by someone who is not in your direct control. You have access to all of it. What you then choose to do with that access, which might be to completely ignore it, or it might be to exercise it to its full, or exercise it in a way that, yeah, the majority of people wouldn't like, that really is your freedom to choose.
Thank you, Ali. And Isa raised her hand as well.
Yes, just to build on top of what Ali has just said, I think what we're discussing here is pro-competitive issues to sort of open up our market, right? And I'm a competition lawyer by background, and I was taught, not often, because there are different ideas about this, but I was taught that there cannot be competition if then there is not education to the freedom to choose. So every time we talk about the possibility to empower users to take a little bit more space that's been taken off from them to make choices, it's a sort of an essential component of having competitive and open markets. I do believe, I agree on the fact that we've been made passive. And this is something that has gone on for about 20 years. And that's why people now, their behaviors show that a number of people, they're reluctant to make the choices because we've been made this way. We've been made to believe that we had to lose our imagination, and there was no either, you know, this take it all or lose it all situation. But I think we as civil society, or as researchers, or as a regulator, we need to sort of make sure that the discourse, the boundaries of the discourse are much more stretched than what we're being made to believe. And also in this situation, I do agree that currently there is the risk that people could make a number of choices that we might agree or disagree with. That's okay, but it's part of their autonomy. And we need to balance off all the much more paternalistic and invasive solutions, especially so because actually currently this sort of paternalistic decisions will not be taken by any sort of public power, but mostly by private power, which per se is even less legitimated to take these decisions. So I think we need to look at a big picture here and see, okay, there might be some risks, there might be some trade-off, but are those trade-off that society can take? And what's the counterfactual? Which are the other trade-offs that we need to take if we don't act this way? So I think it's, as I said at the very beginning, it's not a one-way route. It's not so simple. We might don't fix it all with one specific rule, but I don't think we need to be afraid of creating choices for people. I don't think we need to be afraid of tackling a challenge and saying, you know, there is the risk that people will go somewhere else. Fine, we might have other ways. We might have literacy policies that we can use, education. This freedom to choose that I mentioned, we might need to educate, again, people, consumers, individuals to this freedom. But I would go in that direction. I would carefully, I would be very, very careful not to take the opposite direction. Yeah.
Thank you, Isa. Is there any other question from the audience? We still have time for one more. Yeah, there's a question.
Hi, my name is Brandy. I'm a researcher who studied YouTube's recommendation algorithm. And my question is about the proposal around diversification of news media sources. I'm wondering, how does this scale when content classification, particularly video content classification, particularly in languages outside of English, is still such a nascent field? How do you do that effectively to ensure that it's not just, you know, creating a list of basically major media brands and ensuring exposure on both sides, but considering that people develop, you know, political and social viewpoints from, say, influencers or bloggers or, you know, lots of other media sources? Thanks.
Thank you, Brandy. Anyone wants to answer from the speakers?
I don't have an answer to that, but I have an additional element that I can raise, and maybe you know, this is something that is much more technical than a policy issue. I do believe that this has a lot to do with the fact that when we talk about content recommendations right now and the systems that we're dealing with right now, they have a global scale. And so they operate on a global scale, and they usually set for the mainstream. And they apply the mainstream as it is in each and every other context. So they're detached from a lot of different contexts. And this is true for content moderation, as well as for content recommendation, as well as for video content classification, etc. So maybe a way to try to address this issue, and this is an open question, is to bring the provision of the service closer to the community that is going to use this service, because those providers, they will understand the context better. They will be able to do a batch classification. They will understand a lot of the details that will be missed if the big platforms, they reason in a one-stop shop solution for everybody.
Thank you, Isa. Ali, and then Natalie, and then we go to the wrap-up session. Ali?
I think all I would say is that, and you know, both Isa and I have raised the competition points. One of the things you need to be acutely aware of here is the probability or possibility of embedding business models, and that you foreclose on the ability of innovative models or new players to enter a market, because the regulation that you have allows Facebook to say, well, I've opened my API as Michael suggested, and therefore things are happening, and other people who don't have the scale to do that and so on then find that the ability to launch their model or the regulatory environment in which they put that model is more difficult. So it is always a risk whenever you introduce a piece of regulation that embeds one particular way of working or favors one particular way of working. What does it do to the rest of the market? And it is just something you must have in the forefront of your mind as you go forward to regulate. I'm not saying it's an intractable problem. I'm not saying it can't be solved. All I'm saying is that you can't lose sight of it. Otherwise, you may actually make things worse rather than better.
Thank you, Ali. Natalie.
Yeah, three things. First of all, to build up on what Ali said, I mean, partly these are new questions, right? So we're experimenting also with regulation, and I think so something that I found very convincing, for example, being forwarded in the AI regulation is this idea of sandboxing and creating environments that actually allow companies as well as regulators to experiment and see what works and not. So I think we also need to change our ideas of regulation and allow for more agility here and a sense of experimentation for the bigger good. The second thing is I would actually like to have a word of caution that scalability, I mean, I know that scalability is an important argument, but it is definitely not the only important argument. Isa, you already mentioned smaller communities. I think especially also there's a lot of demand in local communities for more diversity in recommendations. So I think scalability is not everything. And the third thing is the question that you asked also refers about how do we make it work in practice, right? So diverse recommendations, there's no technological quick fix. We tweak the algorithm a bit and suddenly there's diversity. It also requires us to invest in good metadata. It invests us in skills, in training, in models. And that's, I think, why it is important that we also think of how can we create an enabling environment for making progress in diversifying algorithms, creating more diverse metrics, and understanding better of what all the good and cool things are that we can do with recommendation algorithms. And I think that is something important to keep in mind.
Thank you, Natalie. So now we are finalizing this session. We have one last round. Basically, we have a question for all the speakers. If you had the power to address this issue tomorrow, who would be the key stakeholder you would address, and what would be your first ask? You each have 1 minute, and if it's okay, we can start the other way around, meaning Michael, then Natalie, then Ali, and then Isa. So Michael, you have 1 minute.
Sorry, what was the question exactly? I kind of didn't.
You have the power to address this issue tomorrow. So who would be the first key stakeholder you would address, and what would be your first ask?
Yeah, regulators just require, big tech companies above a certain X valuation size, you can base it off of antitrust thresholds, to publicly expose APIs related to post data. And just, there's probably like 20 endpoints, and require them not to throttle or hide the data in any way. And I think this would, and then maybe also, maybe they have to have some screening like the app stores. But if a third-party provider has, trained an algorithm on a data set, then they would have to list that as a filtering option in like Facebook's newsfeed or Twitter. Like you could literally just have like a drop-down menu. Oh, I want to filter posts by the algorithm by Article 19 or by whatever, Duke University, and you'd get filtering. It's that's what I would do. That's it. And again, I kind of emphasize, if that's done, the computer science work is much easier than you think. Yeah. That's all.
Thank you, Michael. Natalie, if you had the power to address this issue tomorrow, who would be the first stakeholder you would address, and what would be your first ask?
Yeah, so I would address all those developers, editors, researchers, people within media organizations, within platforms, but also standalone services that are already experimenting with more diverse recommendation metrics and measures and trying to figure out ways to move more into the direction of public service inspired algorithms. So I would address those and ask them, what do you need to make this work and to succeed in what you're doing, and try to give it to them.
Thank you, Natalie. Ali, same question.
So first of all, I would agree with both Michael and Natalie. So I'm going to go in a slightly different direction. Our stakeholders being citizens, the thing I'm acutely conscious of is I am a Generation X regulator, but the market in which the regulation is going to land is one which is going to be increasingly dominated by Generation Z. We call them digital natives. And I don't think people of my generation certainly have a really good understanding of the way that younger people use and understand the digital environment. And so the stakeholders I would like to talk to and the ones whose needs I would like to really understand are those people who have grown up with the internet, who, in our early conversations with them, demonstrate that they are incredibly clever, they are incredibly savvy, they understand their world in a way that my generation can't. And if I'm going to be setting regulation that's going to last 10, 15, 20 years, I need to be conscious of that is the group that I'm regulating for. And I need to talk to them. I need to understand them. I need to understand what they need and what they want.
Thank you, Ali. Isa, same question.
It's going to be very difficult now to pick one and add on something meaningful. Let me try to put it this way. I do believe that everything that's been said is absolutely crucial. I am still personally convinced that one of the main roots of this problem is the concentration of power. So I do believe that the first person I would go and talk to is a regulator and say the incentives to open this environment are not there. We need to create incentives. You need to create incentive. And how and when and which direction and what exactly do we need, then we need to discuss with all the other stakeholders. But without the imposition of certain specific obligations to open the environment, this is not going to happen per se. It hasn't happened in 20 years' time, and I don't see why the situation is going to be changing by itself in the next 5 to 10 years. So that would be my choice, I suppose.
Thank you, Isa. And now I'm going to give you the power to answer the very last question. Sorry, I have to pick someone. This is the last question. Isn't this idea of middleware and expanding choice a recipe for fragmentation of a public sphere? Like in 1 minute, if you can answer it.
So we go the other way around then, or we just, I'll try to go on and then possibly
30 seconds and maybe someone else. Go ahead.
So I believe that the idea of creating middlewares is not necessarily an alternative to having a public sphere, because the way the different communities or the different recommender systems will need to interact with the existing big platforms, it's to be decided. Needs to be defined. So when we talk about interoperability, for example, we can talk about different degrees of interoperability. And we can talk about allowing people to work within a platform or a competition in between the different platforms. So we can keep a public sphere, let's say, but populate this public sphere with a number of alternatives for people. And we can make it work, I suppose, from a technical perspective. So I don't see those two as black and white situations and no compromise in the middle.
Thank you, Natalie.
Right now, platforms are already highly personalized. So there you already have quite fragmentation. What we're discussing here is partly also a solution to that problem. Plus, I think we should also remember that many people multi-source. They luckily do not only receive the news from platforms, they also receive their news from media, from legacy media. And that is also another argument why it's so important to not only look into solutions within platforms, but also outside platforms, how to strengthen a resilient media ecosystem. And I think we really need to think about these questions very hard, especially in the light of very strong, powerful players on the market. So how can we protect a resilient and diverse media system? I think that is the key response to the fragmentation concern.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you everyone for being here. It was a pleasure for Article 19 to host this panel. So see you later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. So, distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. It is an honour to be here with you today at the Internet Governance Forum. So please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Grace Rollison and I'm a policy analyst at Tech Against Terrorism. Thank you for joining me today for our town hall on global regulation to counter terrorist use of the Internet. So, to briefly provide some background, for those of you who are not familiar with our work, Tech Against Terrorism is a public-private partnership focused on knowledge sharing and providing support to smaller tech platforms in tackling terrorist exploitation of the Internet, whilst importantly upholding human rights. We work with a broad range of stakeholders, from industry-led initiatives to governments and academia, as well as civil society organisations. And we work closely with the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism to provide mentorship to tech companies. So one of our core undertakings at Tech Against Terrorism is analysis and reflection on legal responses to terrorist and violent extremist use of the Internet. So what forthcoming acts and proposals are of note, what trends can be recorded across different legislations, and what is the current state of play of legal responses to terrorist use of the Internet. So in its present condition, terrorist use of the Internet is currently regulated by 3 different types of legislation. Firstly, there are counter-terrorism acts themselves, and these pertain to the sharing of terrorist propaganda or recruitment, as well as material support to terrorist groups. So an example of this would be a since repealed act of France's Penal Code, which outlawed consulting online public communication services through making messages, images, or representations either directly provoking the commission of terrorism or glorifying the acts of terrorism. There's also Pakistan's 2016 Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act, which similarly outlaws preparing or disseminating information with the intent to glorify terrorists or terrorism. Another type of legislation is cybercrime acts. So these pertain to cyberterrorism and the use of the Internet to commit a terrorist offence. So examples of cybercrime acts include Nigeria's 2015 Cybercrime Act, Kenya's 2018 Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, and Sierra Leone's 2020 Cybercrime Act. And these outlaw cyberterrorism, which is defined as a person who accesses a computer, a system, or a network for the purposes of terrorism. And finally, and arguably the most complex legislation addressing online content, are laws aimed at countering the spread of terrorist content and laws on illegal or harmful content. So an example of this type of legislation is the EU's 2021 regulation on addressing the dissemination of terrorist content online, or the TCO. So this legislation introduced a 1-hour removal deadline for terrorist content after receiving a removal order from a competent authority. It also introduced the preservation of terrorist content for 6 months, as well as transparency reporting, points of contact, and legal representatives, as well as other measures. Another key piece of legislation is Australia's 2019 Sharing of Abhorrent Violent Materials Act. So this was introduced in the wake of the 2019 Christchurch terror attack, and the Act created new offences under the Criminal Code that require social media platforms and other websites to quickly remove abhorrent violent material and refer it to the Australian Federal Police, or risk facing fines. And another final example would be India's 2021 Information Technology Rules, which formalised what content online is prohibited in the country and allows Indian authorities to request content removal. So it's a fairly fragmented regulatory landscape, and looking to some of the key regulations passed in just the last few years, examples would be the Australian and EU acts that I had just mentioned, but also in 2017, the Network Enforcement Act made Germany one of the first countries to require tech platforms to remove terrorist content within a short time frame, 24 hours to be exact. Since then, the EU has adopted this regulation mandating a 1-hour removal deadline. Pakistan passed the 2020 Citizen Protection Rules, which mandate tech companies to act on removal requests within 24 hours or 6 hours in case of an emergency, and also India's 2021 guidelines, which introduced a 36-hour removal deadline after being notified by the Indian authorities. And looking forward to key proposed legislation, the UK's online safety bill's outcome and practical implications for tech platforms are still uncertain. But in its current form, the bill emphasises protecting children in the internet ecosystem and preventing the spread of terrorist propaganda, as well as reducing the prevalence of illegal and legal but harmful content. On terrorist content specifically, the Online Safety Bill may require platforms to specify in their terms and conditions how they are protecting users from illegal content, addressing terrorism specifically. Canada's proposal on addressing harmful online content also aims to protect Canadians from this kind of content by requiring online communication platforms to block access to this sort of content in Canada. And New Zealand is also currently in the process of developing a new holistic regulatory framework for content moderation, with the aim to tackle harmful content across all media channels, from print to broadcast to digital forms of media. So, having considered legal responses to terrorist use of the internet from recent years, and looking forward to proposed legislation, there are a number of key trends and takeaways that Tech Against Terrorism has identified. So generally, there's a lack of legislation specifically addressing terrorist use of the internet. Instead, it's addressed by legislation on cybercrime, counterterrorism acts, and laws on illegal or harmful online content. And as mentioned before, this creates a fragmented regulatory landscape. There's also a general trend with online regulation that one country will form a new type of regulation, such as the Online Safety Bill's legal but harmful framework, and other countries will replicate their own system of rules based on this new legislation framework. Countries with a more negative democratic record have been known to justify their own regulation by pointing to Western countries' regulation as an example. And when online regulation, such as legal but harmful frameworks, are replicated in non-democratic countries, there's a potential that risk for these frameworks to be abused and for this to have a critical impact on fundamental rights. So democratic countries must consider the impact that their regulation can have across the globe. We also notice that existing legislation seeking to address terrorist use of the internet is largely focused on countering terrorist content and preventing its dissemination by mandating tech platforms to prevent and rapidly remove terrorist content. This neglects other important aspects of terrorist use of the internet, such as terrorist-operated websites, and also terrorist use of the internet for operational purposes. And when legislation does cover terrorist use of the internet for operational purposes, it often calls for mandated backdoor access to encrypted messages and data. Regulation has been increasingly imposing short removal deadlines, so requiring platforms to remove content within a short time frame, often ranging from 1 to 48 hours following short notice from the relevant authorities. Regulation also increasingly outsources legal adjudication to tech platforms, with tech companies required by law to assess whether content is illegal following a report from the authorities, or in certain instances from reports from users. And this is predominantly a trend in Europe, but it's also present in Australia's Online Safety Act. And lastly, regulation increasingly mandates transparency and accountability measures from platforms. So this has again mainly been brought forward in Europe, but also in India and Australia, through requirements for platforms to produce transparency reports on their compliance with new regulations and removal of illegal content. So this brings us to the online regulation series, a centralized resource collating Tech Against Terrorism's analysis reflective of recent regulatory developments. So since 2017 and the passing of Germany's Network Enforcement Act, which was the first regulation mandating platforms to remove certain illegal content within a set time frame, there have been many developments in the regulation of online speech and content, and in particular to our scope at Tech Against Terrorism, how we counter the spread of terrorist content online. Regulation of online speech is often complex, and with many laws pioneering in ambition and scope, it can be difficult for tech companies to comprehend. So in light of this rapidly changing and complex landscape, Tech Against Terrorism decided to provide tech companies with a resource to understand the changing regulatory landscape. and Tech Against Terrorism was the first to provide this sort of resource for tech companies on legal responses to terrorist use of the internet and online regulation. So together this forms the online regulation series. We've reviewed over 100 pieces of legislation, proposals and guidelines that aim to regulate the online sphere in order to better understand the state of online regulation and implications for tech platforms. So we focus on 3 key questions in the online regulation series. 1, what is the global state of play with regard to online regulation? 2, what are the regulatory initiatives that aim to regulate online content? And 3, what are the implications for tech platforms? For the first edition of the online regulation series, we covered a broad range of regions from France, the EU, the UK, Turkey, Canada and the US, Kenya, Jordan and Brazil, just to name a few. And with the second online regulation series, we made the decision to focus on sub-Saharan Africa, with the general intention to make the online regulation series less Western focused going forward. We broadened our scope in the second edition to include 11 new countries such as Poland, Mauritius, Nigeria, Uganda, and others. And there are some statistics in the bottom left there of the first and second editions of the online regulation series. So we covered over 60 regulations and legislative proposals and analysed 18 global jurisdictions. The third online regulation series will be published in January 2023 and will mostly provide updates on countries previously covered, which is reflective of the regulatory landscape. So here we have a visualization of the countries we have covered and our expansion in the second and third editions of the online regulation series. With regards to methodology, sometimes high-profile legislation that is being proposed or coming into play can make it obvious when deciding what to include in each edition of the online regulation series. So this was the case, for example, with the United Kingdom and the European Union. But we also tried to take a look at each region and see where the key developments are. We are still a small team and the regulatory landscape is constantly changing. So forming part of our selection process, we opted to focus on legislation that can have a direct impact on online counter-terrorism or counter-violent extremism efforts for now, due to their focus on online content governance. So we do not assess legislation or proposals that cover, for example, just data privacy. Though these are important in their own right, we specifically focus on online counter-terrorism, but we do aim to keep going and keep expanding with every year. All of our analysis on online regulation and our handbooks can be found on our knowledge sharing platform, which is free and easily accessible for tech platforms, policymakers, civil society, and so on. And our knowledge sharing platform also includes a legislation table which tracks online regulation and notes key takeaways directly relevant for tech platforms. So, having assessed some of the general trends in the online regulatory landscape, Tech Against Terrorism has identified a number of key concerns as well as recommendations for governments and policymakers when countering terrorist use of the internet through online regulation. One of our major concerns is the focus on big tech or big tech myopia and a lack of consideration for smaller tech companies. This is particularly problematic with regards to terrorist content, since most terrorist groups exploit smaller platforms for their practical constraints on their capacity to be proactive due to their lack of resources or less sophisticated content moderation systems. By drafting legislation with larger platforms in mind and sanctioning smaller platforms instead of offering them the support that they need to counter the threat, there is a concern that public policy will have a counterproductive impact on the problem. This also risks disproportionately affecting smaller platforms financially and risks harming tech sector competition and innovation, as only larger tech companies would have the resources necessary to ensure legal compliance or to pay fines. Another key concern that we have is for the effectiveness of online regulation. Terrorist actors are sophisticated in their use of technology and have shown resilience in exploiting online platforms, whether that be to disseminate content, recruit, to raise funds, or to organize. For instance, terrorists often rely on a multi-platform approach to content dissemination. using file mirroring services and uploading content simultaneously across multiple platforms. However, the complex and fast-changing strategies deployed by terrorists are all too often absent from the debate and the legislative drafting of policy. In practice, this means that the focus of regulation is often misplaced and it fails to rise to the challenge posed by terrorist use of the internet. Also, when policymakers consider the removal of safe harbor protection for tech platforms to hold either providers or their employees liable in law for user-generated content, they misplace the burden of responsibility for terrorist use of the internet. This exposure to liability penalizes those acting to counter terrorist content rather than the individuals responsible for sharing it, and thus ignores the root causes of terrorist propaganda and use of the internet. Another key concern is increased outsourcing of adjudicative functions to private and largely unaccountable tech companies. So this is predominantly a trend in Europe, but it's also present in Australia's Online Safety Act, notably by including provisions requiring platforms to assess whether content is illegal and to act accordingly. International human rights standards require that the acceptability of limits to freedom of expression should be decided by independent judicial bodies. By mandating tech companies to remove content at scale, many online regulations designed to counter online harms instead shift the responsibility of deciding what is harmful or illegal onto private entities, which risks undermining due process and the rule of law. We also have concerns around short removal timeframes and the impact that this can have on freedom of expression. Notably, platforms compelled to remove content within a short time frame are at risk of penalties and further liability. And this artificial choice between rapid content removal or hefty fines means that platforms will lack time to properly adjudicate on the legality or harmfulness of content, and they're likely to err on the side of over-removal to avoid financial risk. This threat of fines can also incentivize increased reliance on automated content moderation. And our last concern is that impractically broad definitions of harmful content and circular explanations of terrorist content rarely indicate to tech platforms how to operationalize these definitions in practice. This presents serious risks for freedom of expression, as regulation could be used to pressure tech companies to remove legal or non-violent speech. With vague definitions of legal but harmful content, countries are introducing mechanisms that risk undermining the rule of law by criminalizing speech online that is legal offline. So to balance some of these concerns, Tech Against Terrorism have compiled key recommendations for governments and policymakers to consider when formulating legal responses to terrorist use of the internet. Firstly, to safeguard the rule of law. One way that this can be done is by ensuring that definitions of key terms such as terrorist content are clear, practical, and have basis in existing legal frameworks. This can also be done by avoiding introducing regulation that depends on subjective interpretations of harm, as these can be difficult for tech companies to implement at scale without negatively impacting freedom of expression. Also, to refrain from criminalizing online what is legal offline. Governments should provide a clear legal basis for requesting platforms to remove content, including through existing counter-terrorism laws and terrorism designation lists, which are critical to informing platforms' counter-terrorism approach. Also, to protect the freedom of expression in line with international human rights standards by reserving adjudication on its lawful limits to an independent judiciary. And lastly, to provide legal certainty to tech platforms by clarifying how regulatory compliance will be assessed and by providing guidance on the specific steps companies should take to comply with legal requirements. Secondly, we urge governments to honour commitments to due process when implementing online regulations. So to provide transparent accounts of the steps taken by regulatory bodies in the exercise of their authority. This allows for public assessment of the extent to which these bodies are fully aware of the risks to human rights and freedom of expression associated with content moderation measures and information requests, that they're consistent in their application of the law and free of political bias when making removal orders, that they're consistent and accurate in issuing penalties, free of incentive to be overzealous in moderating content, and importantly that they are accountable for their operational assessments and judgments. And lastly, to clarify safeguard and redress mechanisms for users by stating what safeguards are in place to prevent the removal of legal content and how erroneous removal can be remedied, particularly when this has been requested by a country's judicial or governmental authority. We also urge governments to encourage transparency and accountability. So commendably, the majority of online regulation introduced between 2019 and 2021 include provisions that seek to increase transparency and accountability from the tech sector. This is done through mandated detailed terms of service and community guidelines that clearly explain what is and what is not allowed on a platform, and how violating content or behavior will be actioned, which is crucial to ensuring accountability. This publicly informs users of the ground rules of content moderation and acts as a reference for users to understand why their content was removed or how to contest a removal decision if they believe it was removed in error. So in the past 4 years, provisions mandating platforms to have clear and detailed terms of services have become increasingly common in regulation aimed at countering illegal or harmful content. Governments can also mandate transparency reporting on counter-terrorism efforts, which provides insight into the extent to which human rights and fundamental freedoms are respected on the internet in the fight against terrorist use of online platforms. And whilst we welcome government calls for increased transparency and accountability from the tech sector, we do caution against mandating transparency reporting to a uniform standard across platforms, as this would disregard the diversity of services offered and the differences in resources and capacity. We recommend that governments support our guidelines for transparency reporting on online counterterrorism efforts, which focus on a small number of core metrics to facilitate the evaluation of performance over time, and which fully comprehend the importance of platform diversity. And we also do recommend that governments publish their own transparency reports on their online counterterrorism efforts and collaboration with tech platforms to counter terrorist content. We urge governments to consider the capacity and resources of smaller platforms and to uphold the principles of proportionality in regulation and equality before the law. So most regulations proposed or passed in the last 4 years apply indiscriminately to platforms of all sizes, without consideration for differences in resources and capacity. Instead, provisions should provide realistic expectations for all platforms affected by the regulation, and they should not be applied disproportionately and punish smaller platforms. Governments should acknowledge that the difference in platforms' resources and capacities and should draft legislation accordingly. For example, by allowing more time for smaller tech platforms to adapt their processes and systems to new legislation, or by providing them with the support they need to comply. And this could be facilitated through public-private partnership endeavours and digital literacy programmes. And though some online regulation do include specific compliance requirements for larger platforms, such as in India, Turkey and France, the definition of what constitutes a large platform is not always clear. And policymakers should clarify in the regulatory framework the categorization of platform size, and they should consider not only the user base, but also platforms' resources, so human, financial, and technical resources in the categorization process. We encourage governments to safeguard human rights by excluding measures that pose a risk to freedom of expression. So particularly the requirement for platforms to remove terrorist and other harmful content by a set deadline can encourage overzealous removal of content and impact negatively on human rights. We do caution provisions that do not allow sufficient time for platforms to adequately assess the legality of content, nor provide the necessary practical support for platforms to make assessments correctly. We also urge governments and policymakers to incorporate risk assessments into regulatory procedures. So understanding the threat is a crucial first step to effectively countering terrorist use of the internet and the diffusion of terrorist content online. For tech platforms, this means properly comprehending the threat that they face and the strategies employed by terrorist actors to exploit their services and to evade moderation. Despite the obvious need for this proper understanding of the threat, we note that most tech platforms, and in particular those with fewer resources, are unable to achieve this clear understanding. So we do welcome regulatory provisions highlighting the importance of conducting risk assessments, which can be of critical assistance to tech companies. Governments should also conduct public risk assessments to review and address the potential negative and counterproductive implications of the regulation. So risk assessments should be made for the probability of threat actor adversarial shift or displacement as opposed to the disruption of terrorist activity online as intended. Also for risk to human rights and fundamental freedoms and potential negative unintended consequences. Government should also conduct an open and transparent consultation process and seek direct input from counterterrorism experts, digital rights advocates, and civil society organisations, and should publish a summary of responses and any potential regulatory changes made as a result. We also recommend governments to balance and process outcome targets. So consistently accurate moderation of online content at scale is impossible. Regulation should account for this by placing adequate focus on both process and outcomes. Governments should consider and encourage solutions that look beyond just the removal of content. They should be realistic about outcome targets and avoid introducing regulation that assumes that removing all terrorist content without any impact on legal or otherwise legitimate content is possible. And we also call on governments to take a holistic approach to countering terrorism and violent extremism. In addition to regulating terrorist and harmful material, governments should ensure that regulatory frameworks address the root causes of radicalization and hold accountable those individuals that engage in terrorist and violent extremist activities, in full compliance with international human rights standards. So in sum, the online regulatory landscape is fragmented and rapidly changing, and tracking regulation on terrorist and violent extremist content is particularly difficult for tech companies as it's scattered across various different types of regulation. We created the online regulation series with this in mind to help keep tech platforms up to date and to support tech companies by providing key takeaways directly applicable for them. Overall, online regulation should be more sensitive to tech platform size, and it should consider how regulation can affect small companies and can negatively impact tech sector diversity. Instead of penalizing small tech platforms for their lack of capacity and resources, we should provide the necessary support in countering terrorist and violent extremist exploitation of their services. We urge governments and policymakers to consider our concerns and recommendations, in particular regarding safeguarding the rule of law, human rights, and transparency. And if you do have any questions, I think I might have run out of time, but please do reach out to the email address on the screen. And thank you again so much for your time, and to the Internet Governance Forum for having me today.
Thank you, Grace. I have a small comment as during a session we had previous days during this IGF, we had to debate on internet fragmentation, internet, the new era of multilateralism on the global diplomacy and what we see regarding the jeopardism of internet. So do you think that we can regulate such cybercrime or such categorization? Because today the concept of terrorist can change regarding the side you are. So how can we regulate, how can you set standards on such a concept regarding the multilateralism and the internet fragmentation we are facing? We have 100 on the room. Let's give the floor, and you can answer the comment. Thank you.
Is this on? Hi. Thank you very much for this. My name is Alex Bradbrook. I work in the UK's Department for Digital and previously worked on preventing terrorist use of the internet in the UK government as well. I think it's a really interesting presentation. I think it's really, obviously there's a multiplicity of legislation going on across the world. I think the main thing, first thing I want to kind of draw attention to is the changes to the online safety bill, including particularly the removal of the legal but harmful measures which you referred to in your presentation. So there have been a few changes there, so we'll be focusing much more on illegal content such as terrorism and child protection as well. I just wanted to make one point, which is I think obviously, there's been quite a journey in terms of legislation to tackle terrorism over the years. From my point of view, I think systems and processes really is key. So I think systems and processes which form the heart of the online safety bill. So making sure that companies have those processes in place so that terrorist content doesn't appear in the first place. So obviously, whilst the NetzDG law was pioneering in 2017, I think obviously there's been a recognition we need to do a bit more to stop it appearing in the first place. Sorry, my question that I wanted to ask was, I think you mentioned why that more countries should legislate for terrorism in particular rather than tackling it as part of a wider set of online safety issues. I just wanted to ask why you think that, because I think from my point of view, it makes more sense to tackle terrorist content online with other kind of linked issues such as disinformation and other kind of illegal content as well. So I was just wondering if you might be able to expand on that a little. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your question, and I definitely understand that they are linked issues that can kind of have an impact on each other. I think one of the key points is when specifically kind of mandating terrorism measures is that it can result in kind of defining terrorism more specifically. So it should result in kind of a better understanding of what terrorism means by referring specifically to designation lists, and it also just helps stop this kind of fragmentation of terrorism being mandated under different acts, which can kind of cause confusion, and especially for smaller tech companies who I mentioned don't have the resources to kind of look through all those different sorts of legislations. But yeah, that's definitely a great question, and they definitely do have kind of a sort of impact on each other in that way.
Thank you, and I should say congratulations to Taking Against Terrorism for all your great work over the years as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any reaction online on Zoom? May I invite you to open your camera to caption the session, because I think it was the last one on the day, and we have more people online than on site. So if you can open your camera, we can have a small capture to.
I can also drop my email in the chat if anybody would like to email any questions. I can follow up with them and read some feedback. That would be easier.
Okay. Thank you all, and I think that we can stop at this as a stage, and as you said, we'll have the report and all contact detail are on the IGF website. And thank you for the presentation online, and also for accepted me as a local moderator. I learned a lot of things, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us.